Java is a versatile language used in everything from mobile apps to large software systems. Today, we are exploring Java from the ground up. We'll begin with the essentials, that is, understanding Java Development Kit (JDK), Java Virtual Machine, and Java Runtime Environment, that is JRE. Then, we'll set up the development environment. Once we have got that sorted, we'll guide you through writing your very first Java program. Then we'll get hands-on with coding basics like variables, data types, and loops. But hold on, there's more. We'll then explore object-oriented programming, focusing on classes, objects, and methods. As we progress, we'll dive into advanced topics like exception handling, collections, file handling, multithreading, and JDBC. Also, we'll see how generative AI and GitHub Copilot can really enhance your Java projects. By the end of this video, you'll be ready to create your own Java application. And don't forget, stick around until the end of the special segment where we cover the top Java interview questions and answers, giving you the edge you need to succeed in your next job interview. So let's get started and write some amazing Java code together.
Let's start off by understanding what exactly is Java. So Java is a free and open source software. It's just plug and play. All you have to do is install Java once and you can start working with it. Java is also a cross-platform compatible language. So you can run Java on any operating system. Whether you have a Windows, Mac, or a Linux system, you can seamlessly run the same project on whatever operating system you have. And Java is also an object-oriented programming language. It's actually a pure object-oriented programming language. So what do I mean by that? Well, to understand that, let's actually understand what are objects. Now, look around you. What do you see? You see a lot of objects, don't you? So let's say there's a bottle in front of you. What is that bottle? It's an object. Now, let's say there's a cricket bat in front of you. What again is that? That is an object. Now, if you want to represent all of these objects in a programming point of view, that is when you need an object-oriented programming language. So it helps you to represent all of the objects which are surrounded by you in a programming language.
We have covered what Java is and its importance. To fully grasp Java and its features, it is essential to explore JDK, JVM, and JRE. These components are critical for executing any Java code, and each serves a unique purpose. So let's get started. Now let us talk about the essential components of Java, that is JDK, JVM, and JRE, which are required to execute any Java code. So you have to be familiar with these, and even this is the topic which is asked frequently in interviews, what is the difference between them, how this works and all that. So that is what we are going to talk about it right now. First of all, talking about JVM, that is Java Virtual Machine. So it is a virtual machine of Java. So what is virtual machine first of all? So virtual machine simulates the physical machine with the help of a software or maybe some hardware in some cases. Okay, so it simulates the real environment for execution of certain task. Right, so same thing is here also. So if you want to execute Java code, Java Virtual Machine provides you a environment where you can execute your Java code, with the help of which you can execute the Java code. Right, so this is the most essential component among JVM, JDK, and JRE because this is the basic component, the core component. So what JVM does is, you can see a diagram here. So which first part of this diagram is class loader subsystem. So first of all, you write a Java code, okay, and the name of the file of the Java is your .java extension. So when you try to execute it, the first thing which happens is that .java extension is converted to .class. Okay, so this is the class file which is being referred over here. So this class file goes as an input to the class loader subsystem. And who converts this .java file to .class, that I will tell you later. But right now, this class file is given to the class loader subsystem in a JVM environment, for JVM. So class loader subsystem further interacts with the different memory areas of JVM, that is heap area, stack area, method area, and PC registers. Then these interacts with the execution engine and also few native libraries to finally execute this .class file and give you the output. Okay. Now, I'll talk about each of these one by one. class loader subsystem, what it does, so it basically performs 3 steps. One is loading, linking is the next one, and the last one is verification. So broadly classified into 3 steps. Inside this also so many small things are there which it does. So broadly it is loading, linking and verification. So loading meaning it loads the .class file to the JVM. Okay. Meaning loading means basically what it does. So in technical terms, if I tell you loading means it is going to give the information related to this .class file. Meaning is there any enumeration present in the .class file? What is the parent class of it? Is there a child class linked to it? So all these kind of information is given to the JVM. That is your loading. So basically it loads the file. Okay, so linking performs 2-3 activities. The major ones are that it verifies that the file is structurally correct. So what structure it should follow, is it following? Like there's a fixed structure format, right, in Java program. So linking does that as one of the major tasks. Second task it does is it initializes all the static variables. Okay, so these kind of tasks are done with in the linking step by the class loader subsystem. So last step is verification, which is also referred as your initialization basically. So it verifies or initialize all the static members of a class or static members in a file, Java file, meaning all the static blocks, the static variables, because these static things are executed before even the main method gets executed, right? So that has to be taken care by some aspect of the JVM or some component of JVM. So that is done by the class loader subsystem itself. Now I'll explain you the different memory areas of JVM, that is heap area, stack area, method area and PC registers. So this is the important one. You might not be aware of also, method area. So method area is used by the JVM to load the information related to your class files. So as I told you that class loader subsystem loads the informations like what is the parent class of it, is there a constants there or static variables there or whatever information is there for a .class file, all that information is loaded into this method area. So this method area is created when the class file itself is loaded to the memory. Okay. Next is your heap area and stack area. So heap area is for storing all your objects. It is basically that area which is defined for the program to be executed. Okay, so that is your heap area. Stack area stores the values of the variables at the runtime. So stack area is created late at the runtime when variables are used and there are different values being assigned to the variables. So those has to be stored somewhere. So that is your stack area. Okay, PC registers. So you know that the different registers are involved in performing the operations or calculations. So those are stored in this particular memory area. Okay, so this was all about the various memory areas of JVM. Then there is an execution engine with which they interact and also certain libraries which they interact, and this complete structure represents your JVM. So you understood what is the task or what is done by JVM, one of the major core component of Java. Now I'll talk about the execution engine in little bit of more detail, that what does execution engine exactly consist of. So execution engine consists of the interpreter, JIT compiler and garbage collector. Garbage collector is used for allocation and deallocation of memory of the variables or objects. Okay. So garbage collection is done automatically in Java. We don't do, as a developer or a programmer, don't write anything related to garbage collector, and that is present in the execution engine of JVM. Okay. So it automatically gets active when an object has to be freed and deleted from memory and the space has to be freed up. Next is your JIT compiler. So JIT stands for just-in-time compiler. So just-in-time compiler because it is faster. Okay. And what it does is it generates the intermediate code, then it optimizes the code and then converts that code into a machine level code. That is the work of a normal compiler also, right? What a compiler does, converts your high level code to a machine level code, correct, for it to execute. So JIT compiler also does the same thing. Just in time just refers to the fact that it is faster in speed. Then there is also an interpreter. So where interpreter comes in picture, when the .java file is converted to .class file is done by the interpreter. So it interprets line by line and converts it into a .class file. Okay. This .class file is also called as your bytecode. And this is the bytecode which makes Java a portable programming language, right? So this bytecode, once converted by an interpreter, so this bytecode can run on any machine. It is not machine dependent. And that is done by the JVM, that is Interpreter Execution Engine of the JVM. And that is the reason we say that because of JVM, Java becomes a portable programming language. Okay? So this was about the execution engine of JVM. So this is all about JVM. Now, what is JRE? Stands for Java Runtime Environment. So JVM we understood. Now, along with JVM, if you include certain libraries support which we have from Java or Oracle, right? We have so many libraries support. Lang, right? This is small l. Lang, util, math, swing. So many inbuilt packages are there, right? Those are called as your libraries. And with the help of this and along with JVM, this creates or constitutes the complete Java runtime environment. Okay, so that is your JRE. Now, what is JDK? So, JDK is the complete development kit. It involves JVM, it involves JRE as well as certain other things. Now, what is the certain other things? Certain other things means the development tools like the Java C. You remember, if you execute a code of Java, what we type the command from the command prompt is Java C. Then the space and the name, file name. Suppose file.java. Right? So this Java C is what? It compiles or converts the code from .java file to the .class file. Right? And this is a development tool which is present over here. Then you execute the Java code. So after this, what we write a command? Java space file. So this basically is a .class file, a bytecode, right? And this Java is nothing but it is referring to one of the development tool which is going to execute that code now. So JVM and libraries, that is JRE, plus all these development tools together constitutes a Java development kit. So whenever you have to run a Java file on your laptop or a system, you have to have the JDK, that is a complete Java development kit installed on your laptop. Then only you can execute any Java code, right? Because these are important. You can just not have only JRE, you cannot just have only JVM. You need to have a JDK, a full package to run any Java code. So let me tell you a few important facts which about each of them. So can you run Java code without JDK? Can you? So after understanding what JDK was, without Java C, Java, can you run the Java file? No, right? So the answer is no. What happens if the JRE version differs from the JDK version? So JRE is different version, JDK is different version. What would happen with that? Can you have that first of all? No, you cannot. JRE is part of JDK, right? So it should have the compatibility between the both. If you will have, you might have compatibility issues or you might have compile time error somewhere, but it is better or advisable to have the same version. Why is JVM platform independent? I answered this question already, that why is JVM platform independent? Because of the bytecode, that is .class file, which is created by the JRE, right? And that class file is independent of any machine, any underlying machine. It can execute anywhere on any machine, okay? So that's the reason JVM is platform independent. These are also the questions which are frequently asked in interviews. So make sure you have understood. So if the basic concepts is understood, you can answer any such question in the interview as well. So that was all about JDK, JVM and JRE.
Let's go ahead and install Java into our systems. So you can install Java from this site over here. So Java actually belongs to Oracle. So you'd have to go to oracle.com, Java Technologies, Java downloads.html. So you'd have to download something known as a JDK. So let's go ahead and download JDK first. So I'll just type in download JDK. I'll click on the first link over here. Now I'll click on JDK download. So JDK stands for Java Development Kit, which, as the name states, is a kit for you to program all of the Java concepts. And it also gives you something known as Java Runtime Environment, which helps you to execute your code. So it's basically a kit which helps you to create your programs and also execute your programs. So over here you have different versions of it. So if you have a Linux system, then you can download JDK for Linux. If you have a Mac, then you can download JDK for a Mac. Similarly, if you have a Windows system, then you can download JDK for a Windows system over here. So all you have to do is click on this download button, check this, and then click on download. So it is the latest version of Java, JDK 14.0.1. And as you see, the download is starting over here. Now I'll just click on cancel because I don't have a lot of Wi-Fi left. So, and I already have JDK in my system. So we've successfully installed JDK into our systems. Now it'll actually give you a tool wizard and you have to click on next, and that will successfully set up everything in your system. Once you download JDK, you'd have to install a development environment as well. So this is known as integrated development environment. So one such integrated development for Java is Eclipse. And you can download Eclipse from this particular site, eclipse.org/downloads. So let me click on this link over here. Let's just wait till the link opens up. So what Eclipse does is it provides you a proper platform, a proper development environment so that you can code in a very easy way. Now let me go to the bottom of this. So actually we have this download 64-bit version. And since I have a 64-bit version, I have clicked on that. And when you click on the download button again, the download would start. So as you see over here, the download is starting. Now, since I already have Eclipse in my system, I'll just go ahead and cancel this. Right. So I have successfully installed Java and Eclipse into my system. Now, let's see how does Eclipse look like. So let me just open up Eclipse and show it to you guys. So this is how Eclipse workspace looks like. Now, our first task would be to create a new Java project. So for that purpose, I'll click on File. And over here, we've got a new option. And we have to create a new Java project. So I'll just click on this. And you'd have to give a project name. So I'll name this as test_project. Now, normally when you give a name of a project, you keep the first letter to be small over here. I'll click on Finish. So let's just wait for this to be done. Right. So the module name is also create. So we have successfully created our first Java project. Now inside this, you have the source folder. So this is where all of your code would exist. Now you'd have to right click on the source folder. Then you have this new option again. And inside the source folder, you'd have to create a package. So click on package and then you'd have to give a name to this package. So I am naming this as test project again. Let me click on finish. So we have created this project. Now, again, I'll click on this new project over here, and inside this, I'd have to create a class. So over here, I'll give a name to this class and I will name this as test project, right? And over here, just click on this, which will give you public static void main. So if this seems confusing to you right now, just wait for a few minutes and then you'll properly understand what exactly is going on, right? So I'll click on finish and this will give you your new class. So over here, as you see, we've got public class test project. So this is the name of the class. And as I've already told you, Java is a pure object-oriented programming language. So whatever you do with Java happens inside a class. So what exactly is a class? You can consider a class to be the blueprint of an object. Now let's say I've already told you what exactly is an object. So everything that you see around you is an object. So let's say if an object is a house, right? Now you would have to create a blueprint of that house, and that is what this class will give you. So over here, I am naming this class as test project, and this is a function. So main, what you see over here, this is called as a function, and the execution of your program starts inside this main method.
We have just learned how to install the JDK and get started with Java. Before moving ahead, let me know which aspect of Java are you more excited about. Share your answers in the comments. Next, we'll explore how to use Java in Visual Studio Code. Now we are going to delve into the latest features introduced in Java 21, the latest Java release. Java continues to evolve with each version, aiming to increase productivity, improve performance, and enhance usability. So let's discover what Java 21 has to offer. and how these new additions can be applied to your Java projects. One of the exciting new features in Java 21 is the introduction of pattern matching for the switch statement, which is still in preview, but this feature simplifies how you can handle data by allowing you to conditionally extract components from objects directly within a switch statement case labels. For example, you can now more cleanly handle different types of data and perform complex data processing without multiple if-else statements. Next, Java 21 also advances the foreign function and memory API, which is part of Project Panama. This API now moves to an incubator module in this release. It aims to replace JNI with a superior API that is safer and more efficient, providing Java programs with an easier way to interact with code and data outside of the Java runtime. Also, the enhancement to the random generator interface is there in Java 21, making generating random numbers more efficient and versatile. These updates include new methods to streamline the use of random generators in concurrent application, and it reduces the risk of errors in multi-threaded environments. Next advancement is the vector API that has moved to its third incubator phase, further refining its capabilities. This API enhances the performance of complex mathematical algorithms and data processing operations by leveraging CPU vector instruction transparently, providing a clear path for writing complex vector algorithms in Java. The major highlight of Java 21 is the introduction of virtual threads under Project Loom, which is currently in preview. Virtual threads aim to dramatically reduce the efforts of writing, maintaining, and observing high throughput concurrent application. Why? Because they are lightweight threads that can significantly increase application scalability by efficiently managing a large number of concurrent tasks. Another feature that is still in preview is record patterns, which simplifies the deconstruction of records. This addition makes it more straightforward to unpack and handle the contents of records within pattern matching constructs, enhancing code readability and maintainability. These features mark significant steps forward in Java's evolution, focusing on improving developer productivity and application performance. So whether you are dealing with high-level data operation, intricate mathematical computation, or high concurrency applications, Java 21 offers tools that can help optimize your development processes. I encourage you here to experiment with these new features. They not only make coding more efficient, but also opens up new possibilities for solving software challenges. After exploring the latest features in Java 21, let's move on to Java programming and discuss how to write your first Java program. Understanding the basic structure of Java program is essential because it slightly differs from other programming languages. We'll break down the class structure and the main method, both of which are crucial for executing any Java code. So ready to start coding? Let's walk it through step by step.
So now that we've installed Eclipse and seen how it looks like, let's go ahead and write our first Java program. So we've already created our package, we've also created our class, and we also have this main function inside our class. And I've told you that the program execution starts inside main. So let's understand what are these exactly. So over here, class, you can consider this to be a keyword. So everything inside Java needs to be inside a class, and over here the name of the class is test. And by convention, you would have to give the name of the class with a capital letter. So over here, as you see, the name starts with capital T. Now we have something known as an access modifier. So over here, this access modifier is public. So what does this mean? This means that this is a public class. So this public class can be accessed by everyone. So that is, this public class can be accessed by everyone which is present in the program. Now inside this class test, we also have this main function. Now let's understand this properly. So before main, you have something known as void. So void is the return type of this function main. Now, every function has a return type associated with it. And for main function over here, we've got void. Now, what is void? Void means that it isn't returning anything. And after that, we again have public static. So public over here means that this is a public function again. And static means that this is a static function. So a static function, when you create, it can be accessed without an object. So normally if you don't add the static before a function, then you would need an object to invoke that function. Now inside this main function, I am writing my first line over here. So I'm printing out this is Sparta. So let's go to Eclipse and print this out. So this is our program over here. Now let's go ahead and write our first program over here. So inside this, I'll just type in system.out.println, system.out.println over here, and I will write my first program. So I'll type in this is Sparta. So let's understand what is happening. So we know what a class is, we know what a main function is, and all we have to do is whatever code is there, all of that code has to be present inside this main function. Now after this, it is important that you end each line of the code with a semicolon. If you don't add a semicolon, then the Java compiler would not know where the code ends. So that is why wherever you end a line, it is important that you put a semicolon over there. Right. Now, what does system.out.println mean? So for now, just understand that system is a class and println is a function which is present inside the system class, which helps you to print something out onto the console over here. And what are we printing? We are printing this particular sentence, which is this is Sparta. So we've written this program. Now let's go ahead and run it. So I'll click on run. Now again, I'll check this and let me click on OK. So we have successfully executed our first program over here, and this is the result. So as you see, the result is this is Sparta. So guys, we have successfully written our first program.
Now that you are familiar with the basic structure of a Java program and have understood clearly what the main method is and why is it required, let me ask you a question. Are you enjoying the Java learning journey so far? If yes, then click subscribe to stay tuned for more tutorials and tips. Next, let's move on to core building blocks of any programming language, that is data types, variables, loops, and conditional statements. Are you curious about how it all works? Stick around and we'll make it all clear to you.
So now that we've written our first program, let's go ahead and understand what exactly are variables in Java. So whenever it comes to programming, it's very essential that we understand what data we are dealing with. And since every programming language deals with a lot of data, it's important to store that data somewhere. And this is where variables come in. So let's say I've got these three numbers over here, 10, 20, and 30, and I'd have to store this data somewhere. So what I'll do is I'll take a variable with the name my number and store this value inside this variable. So in simple terms, you can consider a variable to be a temporary storage space. So a variable is a temporary storage space where you store a lot of values. And over here, I am storing this value 10 inside this variable called as my number. So this is done over here. Now, as I've told you, a variable is a temporary storage space. So once you store a value, that value can actually be changed inside a variable. So let's say initially I store the value 10 inside this variable. So after some time, I want to change this value and store 20. Similarly, after some time, I want to change this value and store 30. So variable helps you to change values inside it. So again, if this seems confusing, let's go to Eclipse and work with this. Now let's go ahead and create a first variable. You need to understand that every variable is actually associated with a data type. So first you give in a data type. So over here, I am creating an integer data type. So I'll type in int and then I'll give a name of the variable, which is a. I'll give the equal to symbol over here and the value is 10. And since the line of code ends over here, I'll put a semicolon over here. So what I'm doing is I'm basically storing the value 10 inside this integer variable. Now let me go ahead and print out this value. So if I have to print, you would have to use this system.out.println command and store a inside this. Now let me go ahead and run this code over here. Let me click on OK. So as you see, we have successfully printed out the value which is present in this variable. Now, as I've told you, a variable is a temporary storage space. So you can actually change the values which are present in this variable. So instead of 10, let's say if I want to store 20, now 20 is stored in A. and I'm printing out A again over here. So I'll click on run. And as you see, this time we have the result 20 instead of 10. Similarly, let me go ahead and change the value to 30 over here. Now again, I'm printing out the same variable, which is A. I'll click on OK. And again, as you see, the value 20 has been changed to 30 over here. So this is how we can work with variables. So in simple terms, variables are just temporary storage spaces. So now that we know what variables are, let's also understand what are data types and what are the different data types we can work with. So every variable is associated with a data type, and we can have different types of data. So we can have integer values. So numbers such as 10, 500, 1000, -1, all of these would constitute into integer variables. Then we have floating type variables. So values whichever have decimal points. So let's say 3.14, 15.97 or 1000.0099. All of these are floating point numbers. And then we've got Boolean values. So Boolean values are just true or false values. And then we've got string values. So string values are stored in double quotes. So over here, Sam is a string value. Matt is a string value. So apart from this, we also have a lot of different data types. So for now, these are the most important data types, and let's work with all of these data types first. So we've already seen an integer data type, what it is and how to print it out. Now let's go ahead and work with a floating data type. So I'll type in float, and then again I'll type in A over here, and let me give in a floating point value. So I'll type in 3.14. Now after you give a floating value, you would have to add the suffix f. So this would tell the compiler that this is actually a floating point value. And after that, you'll give in a semicolon, and I'm printing it out over here. So let me click on run. And as you see, we have successfully printed out this floating point value. Now let me change this to something else. So I'll type in 12.76. Let me print this out over here. So this is our new floating point value. So we are done with a floating point value. Now let's go ahead and work with a Boolean value. So I'll just type in Boolean over here, and as I've told you, this has only two types of values, which is true and false. So I'll type in true, and I'd have to give a name to the variable. So let's say I name this as logit, and I am storing the value true inside logit. Now let me print out logit over here, and let's see what do we get. So as we see, we have the result true. Now similarly, I can change this to false. So I'll store false inside this, and I'm printing out the same thing over here. So this time we've got the result false. Now let's go ahead and work with strings. Now I'll type in string. So over here, you have to keep in mind that S is capital. S is not small over here. So once you type in string and then give a value, which is the name of the variable over here, and inside this, let's say I type in Sam, and then let me print out A over here again. So let me actually change this to small s over here. So we have some error again. So this is actually capital S, and I'd have to put in a semicolon over here. Now let's print this out. So as you see, we have successfully printed out this value Sam, which is a string variable. Now similarly, let me go ahead and change this value. I'll put in Bob, which again is stored in A, and I'll print this out. Right? So again, we have printed out Bob. So these are the different types of data types which you can work with in Java. Now let's go ahead and work with operators in Java. So the most important types of operators are arithmetic operators, relational operators, and logical operators. Let's start working with the arithmetic operators first. Now let's add a comment first. So put in 2 forward slashes and add arithmetic operators. Now what exactly is a comment? So let's say if you want to add a description and you don't want that description to be compiled by your program. So that is where comments come in, right? So basically comments are pieces of description, or basically those lines which are not executed by your compiler. And this helps a coder or someone who is going through the code to properly understand what exactly is happening in your program. So we were supposed to work with arithmetic operators. Now arithmetic operators simply put are plus, you've got minus, and then you've got multiplication, and then you've got division over here. So these are the different types of arithmetic operators. Now let's go ahead and work with some of these arithmetic operators. So I'll create one variable a and I'll store the value 10 inside this. After this, I'll create a new variable b and I'll store the value 20 inside this. So we've got two variables, 10 is stored in a, 20 is stored in b. Now let's go ahead and add these two values. So I'm adding a plus b inside the print statement. Let's see what is the result. We get a value of 30 because a plus b, 10 is stored in a, 20 is stored in b, and when you add both of them, you get a value of 30. Now similarly, instead of plus, let me put in minus over here. And when I execute this, I get a value of minus 10 because 10 minus 20 is minus 10. Now let me go ahead and change this to multiplication over here. And this would give a value of 200 because 10 cross 20 is 200. Now let me also divide these two. So a divided by b, let's see what do we get. We get a value of 0. Now isn't this strange? So 10 divided by 20 actually needs to be 0.5, but we've got 0. Why is that? Because we are actually working with integers over here. So 10 and 20 are integers and the result would also be an integer. So in that 0.5, 0 is actually the integral part of it, right? And your integer is 0. So that is why we have this particular result over here. And if you want the decimal part as well, you would have to store this as a decimal. So you'll put in 10f and 20f over here, and you will change the data type of a to float, and similarly you will also change the data type of b to float. Now let me go ahead and execute this. So as you see, we have a result of 0.5 over here. So we're done with arithmetic operators. Now we'll go ahead and work with relational operators. So I'll just put in relational operators over here. Now, relational operators help us to understand the relationship between two operands. Again, let me go ahead and create my first variable over here. Let me give in proper spacing. So I'll store 10 inside a over here. Let me put in semicolon. Similarly, let me store b, 20 inside b over here, and then I'll put in a semicolon over here. Now, I want to understand whether a is less than b. So inside this print statement, I am checking if the value of a is less than the value of b. Let me see what the result is over here. So I get true because 10 is less than 20. Now let me check if a is greater than b. So again, let me click on run over here. And I get a false value because 10 is not greater than 20. Now let me go ahead and check if 10 is actually equal to 20. So this time I'd have to use the double equal to operator, which helps me to understand if the operands on the left and the right side of the symbol are equal or not. Again, I'll get a false value because 10 and 20 are not equal. Now I will check if a is not equal to b. So this is the not equal to operator, exclamation mark and equal to operator, that gives you the not equal to operator over here. And we have a true result because 10 is not equal to 20. So these were the relational operators. Now let's go ahead and work with the logical operators. So I'll add a comment over here, logical operators, and let me just put in what are the logical operators. So we've got and, or. Now the and operator gives you a true result only when both the operands are true. While when it comes to the OR operator, it gives you a true result when either of the operands is true. So let's work with some examples. Now I'll go ahead and create two Boolean values over here. I'll have Boolean A and I'll store the value of true inside this. And then I will also have Boolean B and I'll store the value of false inside it. So I've got two Boolean values over here. Let me also put an exclamation mark over here. Right. So I've got true and false. Now I will type in A and B. Let's see what do we get. So over here, this actually has to be and. So you will put in the and operator over here. Now let me click on run. So we get a false value because we have true and false, and true and false gives you a false value. Now let me change this to B and A. So when I put in B and A, again I get a false value because one of them is false. Now let me put in A and A. So when I have A and A, I finally get a true value because both of them are true. Now let me change this to B and B. So guys, what do you think would be the result over here? So obviously it's false because both of them are false. Now let's work with the OR operator. So I'll type in A or A. So this is the OR operator over here. So you give the pipe symbol, that is the OR operator. You have a true result because both of the operands are true. Now let me change this to A or B. Again, you have a true value because if one of them is true, the result would be true. Similarly, I'll change this to B. I will change this to A. And when I click on run, again, you have a true value. And finally, let me change this to B or B. So this is the only case where you have a false result. So summing it up, when you're working with the AND operator, you get a true result only when both of the operands are true. While on the contrary, when you're working with the OR operator, you get a true result when either of the operands is true. So till now we've looked at the basics of Java. Now let's go ahead and understand what are flow control statements. So the first flow control statement which we're going to work with is the if statement. So this is known as a decision making statement. Now let's understand this through a real world example. So there are a lot of scenarios where we'd have to make certain decisions which would impact our future. Now let's take a certain sort of example. So over here, let's say it's raining outside, but you want to go ahead and play football. So the condition over here is this. If it's raining, then you can't go out and play football and you'd actually have to stay inside and do something else. But on the other hand, if it's not raining, so else if it is not raining, then you can happily go out and play. So this is the if statement which you can use to depict the real world problems. So the idea is that if it's raining, then you can't go out and you'd have to sit inside and maybe watch a movie. On the other hand, if it's not raining, then you can go outside and play football. So similarly, let's take another example to understand if statement properly. So here, let's say you have given an exam, and if you score more than 70 marks in the exam, then you'll get an ice cream. On the other hand, if you score less than 70, then you'd have to go ahead and give a practice test so that your marks can improve. So this is the sort of if statement which helps us to implement real world problems in the programming paradigm. Now let's go ahead and work with the if statement in Java. So this is how the if statement looks like in Java. So you give an if, which is the keyword over here, and then after that you put in these round braces and you give the condition inside these round braces. So the condition is if 20 is greater than 18. So you're checking if the value 20 is greater than 18, and if this comes out to be true, you will go ahead and print out 20 is greater than 18. Now similarly, we have another example over here. We've got two variables. So 20 is stored in X and 18 is stored in Y, and we are checking if Y is greater than X. So if this value evaluates to true, then we'll go ahead and print this. So is Y greater than X? This is actually false because 18 is not greater than 20, and hence we'll not be able to print this. So now since this is false, we'll skip this and then go ahead to the else statement. So here in the else statement, we'll print out X is greater than Y. So what happens here is if this evaluates to false, then we'll head to the else statement, and whatever is present inside the body of the else statement, that would be printed out. So let's go ahead and work with both of these examples. So let's work with the first example over here. I'll type in if, which is the keyword, and then I'll give the condition. So the condition is if 20 is greater than 18, and then I'll put in these braces over here. Right. So these are the braces. Now let me also close this brace over here. So it's very important that you close a brace whenever you open. Now also see that I have not put a semicolon over here because if is a condition. This is not a single line of code. Now let me go ahead and print out the body inside this. So if 20 is greater than 18, then let me just put in system.out.println and I'd have to type out 20 is greater than 18. Let's execute this and let's see what is the result. So you see that there's an error over here. Now that error is, I'd have to put a semicolon. Now that we've taken care of the error, let me go ahead and click on OK. And since this has been evaluated to true, that is 20 is actually greater than 18. So that is why we were able to print out this result. Now let me actually change this and let's see what happens. If 18 is greater than 20, then do this. Now we don't have any result over here. That is because this has been evaluated to false. And since this has been evaluated to false, whatever is there inside the body of this if condition, that has been skipped out. So this was our first example. Now let's go ahead and work with the second example. So the second example, we had two integer variables, x and y. In x, I'm storing 20, and then let me go ahead and create the second variable over here. I'd actually have to put in a semicolon, and then the second variable would be y, and I'm storing, let's say, 15 inside this. So I've got my two variables ready, and then I'd have to give in the if statement, and I want to check if y is greater than x. So if y is actually greater than x, then I would have to print out system.out.println, and I will print out y is greater than x. I'll put a semicolon over here. And if this evaluates to false, I'll put in else. I'll have to close this over here. Else system.out.println, and this would be x is greater than y. So before I execute this, think for a while and what would you say is the result? Let me execute this now. So as you guys see, this is the second one, because y is not greater than x, or in other words 15 is not greater than 20. So that is why whatever is present inside the body of if has been skipped out. And then we head to else, and whatever is present inside the body of else, that will be printed out. So we print out x is greater than y. So this is the if else statement. Now there is something known as if else if statement. So if we have multiple decisions to be taken care of, that is when we'll work with if else if statement. So over here we've got different grades, and according to the marks obtained by the student, we'd have to assign him a particular grade. So over here we see that the student has scored 65 marks. Now we've got different categories over here. So if the student scores less than 50 marks, then he would have failed the exam. If the score is between 50 and 60, then the grade is D. Similarly, if the score is between 60 and 75, then the grade is C. And if the score is between 75 and 90, it's a B grade. And if it is between 90 and 100, it's an A plus grade. And if he scores anything else, then we'd have to print out invalid. Now let's understand this code properly. We'll start with the if statement, and we are checking if marks are actually less than 50. So if this evaluates to true, we'll go ahead and print out fail. On the other hand, if this evaluates to false, we'll come down and we'll check over here. So here we've got two conditions which have to be evaluated. First condition is we're checking if marks are equal to greater than 20 and marks less than 60. This means that the mark should be between 50 and 60, where 50 is inclusive but 60 is exclusive. So if the student scores between 50 and 60, we'll go ahead and print out D grade. Now again, if this is also false, that is, if the student has scored above 60, then we'll go ahead and check if the marks are equal to greater than 60 and also less than 75. If this is the case, we'll print out C grade. Similarly, if this is also evaluated to false, then we'll come down, put in else if. So keep in mind that here the keyword is else if. That is what we are writing over here. And inside the third else if statement, the condition is if marks are greater than equal to 75 and marks less than 90, we'll print out B grade. And then we'll check if marks are between 90 and 100. And if that is the case, we'll print out A plus grade. And finally, if none of these evaluate to true, then we'll just print out the last else statement. And inside the last else statement, we'll put in invalid. This would mean that if the marks are greater than 100, right, which is actually invalid. Marks can be less than 50, but the marks cannot be greater than 100. So if that is the case, then we'll put in invalid. So let's go ahead and run this command in Eclipse. So let me first remove all of this. Let me cut out all of this over here. So I'll go ahead and create the marks variable over here. And let's say the student has scored 65 marks. So we've got this ready. Now I'd have to go ahead and put in my first condition where I'm checking if marks are actually less than 50. And if this is the case, I'd have to go ahead and print out. Let me put in system over here. System.out.println. So if the marks are actually less than 50, then I'd have to print out fail. On the other hand, I'll put in else if. So now I'd have to check if marks are equal to greater than 50. So if the first condition is false, then we are checking if marks are equal to greater than 50. And now I also want the marks to be less than 60. So if this is the case, then I will go ahead and print out. So instead of typing everything, let me just go ahead and copy this and I will paste it over here. So this time the grade would be equal to D. So I'll type in D grade. Then I'll put in the next else if condition over here. So this time, if these two conditions fail, then I'd have to check if marks are equal to greater than 60. I'll put in the AND operator, and also the marks need to be less than 75. So if this is the case, again, let me put in the print statement. The grade would be equal to C. So I'll type in C grade over here. So if these three conditions fail, then we've got the next else if statement over here. And I'd have to check. So this is actually 75 over here, not 65. So let me put in 75 over here. Right. And I'd have to check if marks are actually greater than or equal to 75. And then I'll give in the next AND operator. I'll type in marks which have to be less than 70. I'll open and close the braces over here. I'll put in the print statement and the grade would be equal to B. Let me put in B grade over here. Now if this is also false, we've got again the else if statement, and over here I'd have to check if marks are greater than equal to 90 and also marks are less than equal to 100, because that is the maximum a student can score. I'll put in the print statement over here again, and this time if the student scores between 90 and 100, the grade would be equal to A. Now if by any chance there's some printing error and it turns out that the student has actually scored greater than 100, which is not possible, so in that case we'll print out system.out.println and we will type in invalid score. So we've got all of the code over here ready. Let me execute this and let's see what is the result. So we get C grade because the marks are 65. So we print out C grade. Now let me change this and let me put it to be 25 and let's see what is the result. So if it is 25, we get fail because obviously if we are checking over here, if it is less than 25, then this evaluates to true and we print out fail. Now let me put in 120 and let's see what is the result now. We get invalid score because a student obviously cannot get more than 100 marks. Now let me put in 99 over here and let's execute this, see what is the result this time. And when the student scores 99, the grade is obviously A. Now we've got another example over here of else if statement. So this time we're checking if the number which we given is positive, negative, or 0. So over here the number is minus 13. So we start off with our first if statement and we are checking if number is greater than 0. So if the number is actually greater than 0, then we'll print out positive. If this evaluates to false, we'll come to the next else if statement and we'll check if number is less than 0. And if this evaluates to true, we'll print negative. On the other hand, if the number is not positive and also the number is not negative, then there's only one possibility, that is for the number to be equal to 0. And that is what we'll print out in the last else statement over here, 0. Right? So let's go ahead and execute this program. I'll cut all of this over here. Let me remove the existing code from this. Now I will go ahead and create a new number. Let's say int. I will name this to be num and I will store a value of 50 inside this. Now I'd have to give in the if statement and I want to check if num is greater than 0. So if number is greater than 0, then I'd have to print out. So let me put in this properly, system.out.println, and the result would be positive. So I'll type in positive number over here. I'll have to put in the semicolon. On the other hand, if the number is not positive, then I want to check if the number value is less than 0. So if this is the case, again, let me just go ahead and copy this from over here and paste it over here. I'll cut this. Now, if the number is actually less than 0, then I'd have to print out negative number. So let me just type out negative number over here. And if this also fails, then I'll put in the last else statement. The value would be equal to 0. So I'll just type in 0 over here. So I've got all of my code covered. I'll hit on execute. Now, since the value is equal to 50, we get the value to be positive. Now let me put in a minus symbol over here. Now let's see what is the result. So when I put in minus over here, we get a negative number. Now let me remove this and let me set it to be equal to 0. And when the value is 0, we get this. So yes, this is how we can work with if else, and the else if statement. So those were the decision-making statements. Now in flow control statements, we've got something known as the looping statements. So these looping statements are used to repeat a task multiple times. So there would be a lot of real life situations where you'd have to keep doing the same task again and again. So what you're doing is actually looping. That is, you're repeating a certain task. Let's take this example over here. Now let's say you've got a bucket and you have to fill up that entire bucket with a mug of water. So what you do is you take in a mug of water, pour into the bucket, and you check if the bucket is full or not. If the bucket is not full, you again take a mug of water, pour it into the bucket. You check if the bucket is full or not. If it's not full, again you take the mug of water, pour it into the bucket. So you keep doing this process until the bucket is full. So over here the condition is until the bucket is full, you keep on pouring the mug of water into the bucket. So here you are going in a loop. Now similarly, we've got this example. So many a times if we love a song very much, we keep repeating the song again and again. So this again is a case of looping statements. So here the condition could be until you close the app, you keep listening to the same song again and again. Then we've got another example over here. Now all of us work for money, don't we? Right? And at the end of every month, we get salary credited into our accounts. That is a wonderful feeling, absolutely, isn't it? So this again is a looping statement over here. So at the end of every month, that is, now if you consider 30 to be the end of every month, this is a repetitive task. So every month on the 30th day, you get money in your bank. So this is a task, this is a repetitive task which happens at the end of every month. So these are some real life situations of looping statements. Now in Java, we've got two very important looping statements, which are while and for. And we'll understand both of them over here. So this is the pseudocode of while, and this is how we can work with while in Java. So let's understand the pseudocode over here. So first we enter the loop and then we check the test expression. So if the text expression is true, we enter the body of while. Whatever is present inside the body of while will execute all of that. Now after execution of it, again we'll check the test expression. If that evaluates to true, we'll keep on executing whatever is there inside the body of while. And once the test expression evaluates to false, we'll exit the loop. Now if that sounds complicated, we'll understand it with the help of this particular code over here. So over here, initially we've assigned the value of x to be equal to 1. Now we enter this while loop. So here the keyword is while, right? You start with the keyword while, and inside these round braces over here, you given a condition which is x is less than or equal to 4. So here you are checking the value of x. Initially the value of x is equal to 1. So is 1 less than or equal to 4? That evaluates to true. And since that evaluates to true, you print out the value of x, which is 1. Now after that, you increment the value of x. So x plus plus would increment the value of x. It becomes 2. Now here you again check if 2 is less than or equal to 4. Now since this evaluates to true, again you'll print out x, which is 2. Then you'll increment the value of x. So now x becomes 3. So now you'll again check if 3 is less than or equal to 4, which is true. So you'll print out the value of x, which is 3. Now again, you'll increment the value of x, which becomes 4. So this time is 4 less than or equal to 4. Well, this again evaluates to true. And then we print out the value of x. And now this time when we increment the value of x, it becomes 5. So this time when we check is 5 less than or equal to 4, this evaluates to false. And since this evaluates to false, we'll finally come out of this loop. So we'll print out 1, 2, 3, and 4. And finally, when x becomes 5, we come out of this loop. So let's go ahead and work with this example. I'll remove all of this. So initially, we'd have to assign a particular value. So I'll take num to be my variable and I'll assign the value of 0 in it. Now I have my while loop over here. So this is how you set the while loop, and inside these round braces you given the condition. So the condition over here is num should be less than or equal to 5, and I have the body over here. Let me put in the print statement system.out.println, and what do I want to print? I would want to print the value of num over here, and after printing it, I want to increment num value. So I'll type in plus plus num. So this is known as a unary operator. So plus plus num. So there are binary operators and unary operators. So till now we had to work with binary operators. So when you have a single operand and when you apply this plus plus on the single operand, this is known as a unary operator. All right. So now let me go ahead and hit on run. And this is the result over here. Let me just increase the size of this. So this is the result. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So here when num value reaches 6, that is when this condition fails, because when num is 6, when we check if 6 is less than or equal to 5, that evaluates to false and we come out of this while loop. So we're done with while loop. Now we've got a different type of loop which is known as a for loop. So in for loop over here, you see that there are 3 conditions over here, or basically 3 statements inside this round braces. So you start with the keyword for, and inside the round braces, you've got the initialization phase, then you have the condition checking phase, and then you have the incrementation or decrementation phase. So you basically have 3 different things happening inside these round braces. First, you initialize the number. Next, you check the condition of that number which you have initialized. After that, this is upon you. Whether you want to increment or decrement, that is totally upon you. So here we have initialized the I value to be equal to 0. Once this is initialized, we'll enter the body of for and we'll print out I. So initially I is 0, we'll print out 0. We'll head back, and now from here we'll go ahead to this. I's value is incremented, it becomes 1. Now after it is incremented, we'll check whether this incremented value is less than 5. So is 1 less than 5? That is true. So we'll go inside the body and we'll print the value. So now we'll print out 1. Again, we'll go back, and this time I is incremented, I becomes 2. Now we'll check whether 2 is less than 5. This again is true, so we'll come inside, we'll print 2. We'll go ahead, we'll increment the value of I, it becomes 3. So is 3 less than 5? Well, this is true again. So this is how we'll print 3, and then similarly we'll print 4. Now when I becomes 5, we check the condition. So if 5 is less than 5, that evaluates to false, and we head out of this for loop. So with the help of this for loop, we get the value 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Similarly, we've got another example over here. So this time we have initialized the value of I to be equal to 0. Now our condition is if I is less than or equal to 10. So is 0 less than or equal to 10? That is true. So we'll print out 0. Of that, we'll head back and we'll increment the value of I. So 0 plus 2 will become 2. So is 2 less than or equal to 10? That is true. And then we'll print out the value of I, which is 2. Again, we'll head back. We'll add 2 more to I. So 2 was there. 2 plus 2 becomes 4. We'll print out 4. Again, is 4 less than or equal to 10? That is true. We'll come down. We'll print 4. So this is how it becomes 6, and it also becomes 10. Now after 10, when we increment the I value, it becomes 12. So this time when we check, is 12 less than or equal to 10, that evaluates to false, and we come out of this loop. So let's work with all of these examples. So the good thing about using a for loop is you don't have to initialize a variable out of the loop. But when it comes to a while loop, you need to have an external variable initialized. So I'll type in for, I'll have my variable initialized over here. So again, if you have to initialize a variable, you would have to set the data type inside the for loop. So I'm setting for int I is equal to 0. So initially the value of I is equal to 0. Now I given the condition. So I want to check if, now let me actually change it to 10. So if I is less than or equal to 10, and I want to increment the value with 1. Now let me put in the body over here. Let me use the print statement. So I'll type in system.out.println, and inside this I will print out the value of I, and I'd have to give in a semicolon over here. So seems like we've got an extra brace over here, which I'll go ahead and delete. Now let me execute this and let's see the result. So this is our result. So this loop starts at 0, goes on till 10, and when I value becomes 11, this condition evaluates to false, and we come out of this loop. So this is what we get. Now similarly, let's go ahead and set the I value to be equal to 5, and let's set the condition to be equal to 20, and I want to increment this with 5. So this becomes I plus 5, right? So we've got this set over here. Now let me actually, this has to be I equals I plus 5, because that is how we're incrementing this, right? So initially I value is 5, which is less than 20. So we'll print 5. Then it becomes 5 plus 5, which is 10. So it's 10 less than or equal to 20. This is true. We'll print out 10. After that, I's value is incremented by 5 again. 10 plus 5 becomes 15, and then we'll print 15. 15 plus 5 becomes 20. So 20 is equal to 20, and that is why this is true. So we'll print out 20. And finally, when 20 plus 5 becomes 25, this evaluates to false and will come out of the for loop. So these were some basic examples of for loop. Now let's go ahead and work with a very commonly occurring problem, which is known as the pattern problem. Now let's say if we want to print a pattern like this. So this pattern which you see, so we've got 1 star. In the second row, we've got 2 stars. Third row, we've got 3 stars. Fourth row, we've got 4 stars. And in the fifth row, we've got 5 stars. So if you want to do something like this, then we need the help of nested for loops. So what is a nested for loop? So in a nested for loop, you have one for loop inside another for loop. Let's understand this example over here. So since we want 5 rows over here, initially I am setting the value of 5 to this variable n. So n is initialized to 5. Then I start this for loop over here. So over here, the for loop starts at 0 and it goes on till n. So from 0 till it'll go on till 5. So that is 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Now once this outer for loop is set, we'll go inside the inner for loop. So this what you see is called as the outer for loop, and this is the inner for loop. And in the inner for loop, I've got another variable. So here we had I, which started from 0, went on till n. Now we've got j inside the inner for loop. This starts at 0, but this will only go on till I. So here the condition is j is less than or equal to I. And inside this will print out star. Now let's understand this properly over here. So initially when i's value is equal to 0, so is 0 less than 5, that evaluates to true. So we'll come inside the body of outer for loop. And inside this j's value is equal to 0, and we are checking if 0 is less than or equal to 0, which is true because 0 is equal to 0. Since this is true, we'll come inside the body of the for loop and print this star, which is what we have over here. Now once this is done, we'll go ahead and increment the value of j. So now j becomes 1. So this time we'll check if 1 is less than or equal to 0, which is false. So we'll come out of the for loop and we'll print out a new line over here. System.out.println will give you a new line. Now we'll again complete this, go back to the outer for loop. So this time i's value is incremented by 1. So I is 1 now. So is 1 less than 5, which is true. So we'll come inside the outer for loop. Now again the same thing will start. So j will start at 0. So 0 less than 1, which is true. So we'll print out a star. Again we'll go back. This time j's value becomes 1. So is 1 less than or equal to 1, which is again true. So again we'll come inside and we'll print out another star. Now j's value is incremented. So this time j's value is 2. So is 2 less than or equal to 1, which is false. So we'll come out of the inner for loop and we'll print out a new line. So we've got 2 stars, then we have a new line over here. Now we'll head back to the for loop, increment I value. So this time I value becomes 2. So is 2 less than 5? That is true. We'll come inside the for loop. Now again 0, which is less than 2. So 0, 1 and 2. That is why we have 3 stars over here. And when j becomes 3, this evaluates to false because 3 is not less than or equal to 2. So we'll come outside the inner for loop and print out a new line, right? So this is how this entire thing will go on. So when this becomes 4, when i's value, the outer for loop, in the outer for loop, i's value becomes 4, we'll head inside and 0 will go from 0 and j will go from 0 to 4. So we've got 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. That means we've got 5 stars over here. And once we print the 5 stars, we'll come out of this. And after that, we'll finally increment the value of I when it becomes 5. So since 5 is not less than 5, we'll end the outer for loop as well. So this is how we can print out this pattern problem over here with the help of a nested for loop. So again, for all of the first timers, this might seem complicated. So let me just code and show you how this is done. So I'll erase all of this over here. So I'll set a value n to be equal to 5. So this is set. Now I would have to create an outer for loop, and inside this outer for loop I am initializing the I value to be equal to 0. Now this will go on till 5. 5 is again exclusive, so this will be 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. I'll put in a semicolon and then let me give in the incrementation over here. So I plus plus. I'll go inside the for loop and I'd have to assign the inner for loop. So this time I would have another variable which is j, and j is initialized to 0. Now I'll give the condition. So the condition over here is j needs to be equal to or less than I. I'll put in a semicolon again and then I'd have to give in the incrementation which is again j plus plus. Now I'd have to enter the body of inner loop. Inside this inner loop, what do I have to do? I'll put in the print statement. So this will be system.out.println. So this actually is just print, not println. We don't want a new line over here. So I would need the star over here. Once I put in a star, so what I'll do is I will come out of this inner loop. And then I have a new system.out.println over here. So let me put in system.out.println, and I would need a new line over here. So I'll execute this and let's see what is the result. So we've got the desired result over here, right? So in the first row, we've got 1 star, second row, we've got 2 stars, third row, we've got 3 stars, fourth row, we've got 4 stars, and in the fifth row, we've got 5 stars, right? So if you don't understand this, you can go back and listen to the explanation again. So the underlying concept is this. We've got the outer for loop and the inner for loop. The outer for loop will determine the number of rows we have, right? So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So when I is equal to 0, this is our first row. I is equal to 1, second row. I is equal to 3, third row. I is equal to So I is equal to 3, third row, and then when I is equal to 4, this is our fifth row over here. Now, then we'll head on to the inner loop. So J will determine the number of stars which have to be printed. So when J is equal to 0, we have 1 star. When J is equal to 1, we have 2 stars. When J is equal to 2, we have 3 stars. J is equal to 3, we have 4 stars. When J is equal to 4, we have 5 stars. Right? So this is how we can print out this pattern problem with the help of this nested for loop.
We have covered data types like int, char and float, as well as variables, loops, different types of loops like for loop, while loop, do while loops, and also conditional statements like if else. Before moving ahead, let me know which type of loop do you find most useful in Java. Share your thoughts in the comments. Now, let's move on to discussing classes, objects, methods, and constructors, all of which form the fundamental building block of any Java code.
Now I'll talk about introduction to a class. So what is a class? How is it defined inside Java program? So class is a user-defined data type. For storing various primitive data, there are already defined primitive data types in Java programming. For example, to define a number, there is an int primitive data type. To define alphabets, there is char primitive data type. Similarly, to define decimal numbers, there is float primitive data type. So, class here is used to define a user-defined data types. Let's try to understand this with the help of example. Whenever I say guava, apple are fruits, are a type of a fruit, or in other terms, I could say guava, apple, banana, grapes belongs to a class of fruit. So what is a class here? Fruit. And apple, banana, grapes, guava are all objects of that class fruit, right? Now, every class will have a certain property and a certain behavior. The example which we took right now, let's talk about that. So when I talk about a fixed behavior of a class, that is of a fruit, so what behavior it can have? That is, it grows from a seed to a fruit. So this behavior will be performed by or will be possessed by every object that belongs to that class. For example, apple belongs to a class of fruit. So it will also have that behavior of growing from a seed to a fruit. Okay. Similarly, every class will have certain properties defined. Properties meaning, for example, of a fruit, there can be a property that the fruit is eatable. No, a person can eat that. So that's a property. So every object of that fruit will have that property. For example, apple, banana, guava, all are eatables. So all belong to a class of fruits, right? So now with this example, it's very clear that every class will have a behavior and a property, which will be possessed by every object that belongs to that class. Okay. So whenever I have to convert this example of fruits and its objects into programming, I will be using a concept of class to define this user-defined data type that is a fruit. So I can define classes in other terms also, like it is a process of binding the methods and data members together into a single unit. In Java, none of the implementation is possible without the help of classes. Any method definition or declaration, any variable definition or declaration is not possible outside a class. It has to be mandatorily inside a class. Let us talk about requirement of a class. what's the need of defining a class, or what is the usefulness of a class inside Java programming? Let's try to understand this with the help of an example. So when I say a car, that is Maruti 800, is of a type car. WagonR is of a type car. Or I-10 belongs to the class of cars. So car is what here? A user-defined type. And all the examples which I gave for a car, that is Maruti 800, WagonR, I-10, these all are objects of that class car. Another example I'll take. Banana, apple, grapes are all of type fruit. These all belongs to a class of fruit. So what is a fruit here? A user-defined type. And what are all these apple, banana, guava? These are objects of that user-defined type fruits. So similarly, there can be multiple user-defined types. If you look around you or in the entire world, there can be multiple millions and billions of these user-defined types, right? So is it possible for any programming language to provide an inbuilt user-defined type for every kind of an object or every type of a class which is possible in the world? No, it's not possible. For any programming language, it's not possible. So what can be done is a support for creating a user-defined type can be given. And Java provides the support of creating a user-defined type by giving the concept of classes. So that's the basic requirement of a class, to define the user-defined data types or convert these user-defined types into a data type when it comes to programming. Programmatically also, classes helps us in many ways. That is, it eases the enhancement. Let's try to understand this with the help of an example. Suppose I have created a class here, car. Okay. There are some properties of this class car defined, that is color of the cars. So initially, two colors are defined, black and white. Now suppose there are multiple objects created for this class car. Objects and as in Maruti 800, WagonR, I-10, I-20. Later on, after some point of time, the car company introduced a third color for all these cars. Apart from black and white, there's a third color introduced, suppose blue. Okay. So if there would not be a concept of class, then what you would need to do? You have to go and add to this object the third color, that is blue. So black, white, and then blue. Then go to the WagonR object and add the third color blue. Then go to I-10, go to I-20. Individually to every object, you have to add the third color, that is blue. But as we are lucky enough to have a concept of classes in Java, so we have defined a class car here. Okay. Now, if the company wants to introduce a third color, that is blue, in this class itself, you can add one more property here, black, white, and blue. Automatically, all these objects will be binded with these properties. That is the third property newly added, that is blue color. You need not go to every object individually and add this color there. That's what I said right now, that enhancement becomes easy. Just a change at one place, automatically all the objects which are binded to this class will inherit or will be utilizing these changed properties. So that's one of the use of classes when it comes to programming. Also, maintainability and modularity gets improved with the help of classes. Maintainability meaning, as I gave this example right now, that when you have to add a third color to all the cars available here, you just have to go and add a third property of color, that is blue, inside this class, and automatically these objects will get that color, that is blue. This is called maintainability as well. Later on, after 10 years, after 15 years of developing any project, if something needs to be added, this modular approach meaning all the concepts are defined inside one module, and a change to that module brings a change to the entire objects, brings a change to the entire project. And that's what classes does here. It improves the maintainability and modularity of the code, of the project, of the software. Let's talk about the elements of a class. That is, what a class is composed of, what it consists of. So broadly speaking, classes consist of methods and variables, that is, behaviors and attributes. So a class will have a blueprint of the object, what object properties are going to be, what is going to be the behavior of that object will all be defined inside a class. So that's what class consists of: a method, which is also a behavior, and it consists of variables and attributes. So behavior is nothing but the action or the task that is going to be performed by the object. And variables and attributes is nothing but the data members that an object consists of. Let's try to understand this with the help of an example. Maruti 800, Wagoner, i10, i20 are all of type car. So car is nothing but a class here. Maruti 800, i10, Wagoner are nothing but objects here. Okay. Now, inside the class, we'll define a behavior, an action that will be performed by these objects, that is, these cars, i10, Wagoner, Maruti 800, etc. What it can be, for example, let's have a behavior that is possessed by a car is we can drive a car. So drive is a behavior, is an action. Okay. Similarly, properties. So properties can be that the color of the car, the color that is black and color that is white becomes a property of those objects. Okay. So classes consist of these behaviors, the actions of the task, and these data members. Before defining any object, we design a class, because class is a blueprint for the objects. So once a class is designed, it is represented with the help of UML diagrams under UML design diagram concepts, which helps to define or design very clearly what a class consists of. Now, let's talk about how can we define a class in Java. That is, what is the syntax that is followed for defining a class? So, following is the syntax followed. That is, we'll use a keyword, class, without changing the spelling. As I said, it is a keyword. So, keyword are those words which is predefined in Java, which have a special meaning in Java programming. So, class is a keyword. Without changing the spelling, you have to use CLASS. After that, a space, and then the name of the class. These angular brackets are not to be used. These are just for representation purpose. Then inside a curly bracket. So everything that this class will consist of should be enclosed inside these curly brackets. And what does a class consist of? All the methods and the variables. So all the method declarations and variable definitions should be given inside these curly brackets, which represents the complete class. Let's see this with the help of example. So I'll define a class car here, and we'll define its property, that is the color, and define its behavior, that is we can drive a car. So how we can do it in Java programming? We'll use a keyword, class, CLASS, without changing the spelling. Then there will be a space and then name of the class. For this example, I'm taking the name to be car. Then curly brackets will be open, and at the end curly brackets will be closed. Here I'll have properties and behavior declarations, that is methods and variables declaration, because behavior is represented with the help of methods in programming and properties are represented with the help of variables in programming. So for a class car, suppose the property is color. So I'll define a string type color, okay, which is a property. Then I'll define a method, that is drive. Okay. Other concepts like the implementation for this method, the other codes and blocks, all these has to be included inside this class. But importantly, these two, that is methods and properties, has to be defined inside a class. Now let's talk about some of the coding standards and guidelines that has to be followed for classes in Java. Talking about that, whenever we define a class, we have to also define the name of the class. So there is a particular guideline to be followed for the name of the class. That is, the first letter of the name for a Java class should be capital letter. So it follows a camel case, meaning if there are more than one word concatenated together for the name of a class, the first letter, the first alphabet of every word will be in capital letter. White spaces are not allowed in the name of the class. So what characters are allowed? That is letters, digits, dollar symbols, and underscore. These are the characters which are allowed for name of a class. Now, a few guidelines to be followed, which can be treated as a good programming practice, but they are not mandatory. They are not coding standards, but they are just guidelines, which if followed is a good programming practice. That is, in place of using the abbreviations, try using the full name for the name of the class. For example, if I use class and then class. As class is a keyword defined in Java, using it as a name of the class won't be a good programming practice. Although it is allowed, it can be used, but using the keywords as a name of the class is not considered to be a good programming practice. There are some other guidelines which needs to be kept in mind while dealing with classes in Java. So whenever we execute a Java code or a program, we always execute a .class file. When we compile the code, it gets converted to a .class file. And this .class file is later on executed. Suppose you have a file named abc.java. When you compile this, .class file is created, that is abc.class. If you have a different file name and a different class name that has main method, then it will throw an error because it will try to execute abc.class, which has been converted from .java file. But inside the class or inside the file, suppose you have named a class as XYZ, which is having a main method inside it. Then it will look for xyz.class. But your file name was abc.java, so it has been converted to abc.class, which is a mismatch over here. And hence it will throw a runtime error. So it's highly recommended to have the same class name and the file name. At least one class that has a main method, that class name and the name of the file should be similar. That is because the .class file is executed in Java programming. Classes have logical existence. They don't have physical existence in Java programming. What is the meaning of this? Try to understand this with the help of an example. When we define a class, now we know how to define a class. So class keyword, the name of the class, for example, car over here, and then define the property that is the color of the car over here, and we'll define the behavior that is we can drive a car. So till now, when you have defined a class car, there won't be any memory space allocated to this class. So when will the memory space be allocated to the class? When we create object of that class. How to create an object? The name of the class and then the name of the object. Name of the class, that is car, space, name of the object. You can give any name here, suppose C1 equals to new keyword. So new is again a keyword in Java programming, so it has to be used as it is. And then the name of the class. This is also called as the constructor for a class. End it with semicolon. So now C1 is an object for class car. If I take a realistic example, car, and I'll say I10 is equals to new, the constructor for the car. I10 is nothing but an object here for a class car. Now, when this object is created, then there will be memory allocation done for this class. That is, how will the memory look like? I10 will be pointing to a memory space, okay, which will consist of all the properties. So here only one property is defined, right? That is, one variable is defined, string color. So there will be only one property, that is color. So as it is of type string, so whatever memory space is required for a string will be allocated. So now after declaring or defining an object, that is I10, the memory space is allocated for this I10. So classes have logical existence. They do not have a physical existence. That is, memory space is not allocated as soon as you define a class. But when objects are defined, the memory space is allocated to it. Now let's talk about the access modifiers that are applicable for classes. There are many access modifiers that are present in Java programming. Some are applicable to classes, some are applicable to objects, some are applicable to methods. So let's see what are all these and which of them are applicable for classes in Java. So the applicable modifiers for top level classes are public, final, default, abstract, and strict FP. Out of all these, public, final, abstract, and strict FP are the keywords which has to be used if you have to define a class to be public or final or abstract or strict FP. But default is not used as a keyword. When you don't define any access modifier for the class, by default it becomes of default type. So default is not a keyword to be used. For inner class, the applicable modifiers are private, protected, and static. Access modifiers that are used for outer classes are public, default, final, and abstract. So what are all these exactly? What do you mean by public access modifier? So whenever a class is declared as public, it means that class can be accessed from anywhere. Anywhere meaning the class can be accessed from other class in the same package. It can be accessed from its child class. It can be accessed from a class in the other package or the other module. That is, a class can be accessed from everywhere and a class is defined to be public. Similarly, default. Default is not a keyword to be used for access modifiers in Java. When we don't define any access modifier for a class, it becomes by default of type default. Whenever a class is defined to be of default access modifier, then that class can be accessed from any other class of the same package. It cannot be accessed from a class of different package. Next access modifier is final. So when a class is declared to be final, then that particular class cannot be inherited. That is, we cannot have a child class defined for the class which is defined to be final. And final is a keyword which has to be used before the class definition. Next access modifier that is used for classes is abstract. So when we define a class to be abstract, all its members, that is the methods, the variables defined inside that class, are defined to be either abstract or can be a non-abstract. But if a class is defined as an abstract, then its object cannot be created. Meaning, we cannot instantiate the class, as object is also defined to be an instance of a class. So that clearly states a meaning that object cannot be created for the class which is defined to be abstract. The methods which are defined inside an abstract class can be abstract, and if it is defined as abstract, then its implementation cannot be provided over there. The implementation for that has to be provided in a child class, which will extend that abstract class. So these are the access modifiers which are applicable for an outer class, or you can say generally a classes in Java. That is public, default, final, and abstract. Now let's see what are the access modifiers that can be used just for the inner classes. That is private. As private is a very restrictive access modifier, whenever a class is defined as private, the class cannot be accessed from anywhere. So if you define an outer class to be private, it cannot be accessed from anywhere. And that will not be of any use in programming. That's the reason private access modifier is not used for outer class, but it can be used for inner class. When an inner class is defined to be a private class, then that class can be only accessed within the outer class in which it is defined. Next access modifier is protected. So again, protected is also used for the inner class only. And whenever an inner class is defined to be protected, it can be accessed only within the outer class and within the child class of that outer class. Next access modifier is static. So generally a class is not declared or defined to be static. So we can say that a static access modifier is not to be used for classes, but for inner classes, static can be used. Next access modifier is strict FP. So whenever a class is defined to be strict FP, it means all the methods that are defined inside that class should follow a fixed standard, and that is IEEE 754 standard. Again, strict FP is also an applicable modifier only for the inner classes. Now I'll talk about inner classes. So what is an inner class? When we define a class inside another class, that is said to be an inner class. When do we use inner classes in Java programming? Whenever an object's existence is not possible without the existence of another object, there we use the concept of inner classes. Suppose there is a class A which has an inner class by the name class B. Class A contains class B. Then we use the concept of inner class. The relationship between the outer class and the inner class should be has a relationship, because the outer class contains or has the inner class. Let's see an example over here. Without bank, there can't be an account. Is it possible in real world that there exists a bank account without a bank? No, right? So there has to be a bank for an account to exist. So there is a has a relationship. Without bank, there can't be an account. Bank has an account. So here, bank will be the outer class and account will be the inner class. How is it defined or declared in Java? Class keyword and then the name of the outer class. Curly brackets is used to put the code that belongs to a class bank. And then inside, where there is an inner class, that is class account, it should be written inside the curly brackets of the outer class. It should be written inside the scope of the outer class. Then it is said that the outer class contains the inner class. So here class bank is defined. Then inside that, class account will be defined. Now, as we know that for every class, there is a .class file created in Java programming. So how does this concept works for inner classes? Let's try to understand this with the help of an example. So here class bank is an outer class. Then there is class account, which is an inner class. This is the inner class. And class bank is the outer class. .class file will be created for both of these classes when this file is compiled. So how many .class files will be created? One will be bank.class and the other one will be account.class. No, for a normal and regular class, account.class would have been created. But here, as it is an inner class which is linked to the outer class, so .class file for this is created in a different way, and that is bank $account .class. That is the outer class name $, inner class name .class. So these two class files will be created. Now, to compile a Java file, we use the code or a command that is Java C, the name of the file. So here the name of the file is suppose bank.java. So it will compile well and it will generate two .class files, bank.java, bank $account.java. Now to execute this, which .class file should be used? Should I use Java space bank or should I use Java space bank $account? So you can use both. If I use Java space bank to execute this Java file, then it will execute properly, and it will give you the output. That is, there's a main method inside the class that is outer class bank. And there's a print statement here that is account created. It prints account created. So output will be account created. But if I try to execute Java and .class file this time as bank $account, if I write that and try to execute, it is going to throw me an error. Why? It should not throw error, right? Because .class file is generated for this class as well. But it is going to throw you an error because inside this class, that is the inner class account, nothing is there. It's an empty implementation. Main method is defined inside the outer class, that is class bank. And to execute or run any Java file, main method is mandatory because execution of a Java file starts from the main method. And this main method is defined in class bank, not in the inner class account. That's the reason when we try to execute Java space bank $account, it gives us a runtime error. So can we define this main method inside the inner class? If I define this main method inside the inner class, that is class account, then it should not throw a runtime error, but it will throw the runtime error then also. Why? Because inside the inner class, we cannot have a static member. This is a rule or a coding standard that is followed by Java, that inside an inner class, we cannot have a static member. And main method has to always be a static member. So we cannot have a static void main inside the inner class. Now, let's talk about the other aspects of our inner class. How can we access the members of our inner class outside that class? What are the members of a class? The methods and the properties, the variables and the methods are the members of any class. Similarly, inner class will also have these members, that is your methods and properties. So these methods and properties, how to access it from outside this class? There will be two areas from where it has to be accessed. One is from the static area of main method, and the other one is from the non-static area, that is from any other method of the outer class. So let us see both of these. So first, we'll talk about how to access the inner class from the static area of the outer class. So let's see it with the help of this example, where there's an outer class defined class bank, and then there is an inner class defined class account. Inner class has one member, which is a method that is defined over here. Method name is print account name, which is just having a print statement, which is printing bank account name is ABCD. Then the method ends here and the inner class ends over here. Then there is a main method which belongs to the outer class bank. In this main method, now I have to access this method which is defined inside the inner class, that is print account name. So how can we access that? So to access this non-static method in the static area, we need to have an object of this class in which the method is defined. And how to create an object for an inner class, there is a change or difference in the syntax. To create the object of the outer class, that is bank, we'll use a same syntax which we use for creating an object, that is class name bank, object name equals to new operator, then the constructor of the class, that is bank. So this B object will be an object of class bank, which is outer class. Now I have to create a object of inner class. To do that, we have to use a dot operator which will link the outer class and the inner class. So bank dot account, outer class, that is bank, dot inner class, that is account, space name of the object. Any name can be used here. I have used here A as in this example. So A is an object for inner class equals to, before using the new operator, it has to be associated with a dot operator and prefixed with the object of the outer class, which is B. So B dot new, and then the constructor here to be used is of the outer class always. So this is the syntax to create an object for the inner class. Outer class, that is bank, dot inner class name, that is account, space name of the object for the inner class equals to object of the outer class dot new and the constructor of the outer class. So this will create an object for the inner class. To call the method which is defined inside the inner class, we will use this object, that is A. So A dot print account name. Print account name is a method that is defined inside inner class. And hence this will execute and give you the output as bank account name is ABCD, because this method is having one print statement, that is bank account name is ABCD. Now, let us try to understand how can we access the inner class from the instance area of the outer class. Let's try to understand this with the help of an example again. The same example I'm going to take, where the outer class is defined to be a bank. Inner class is named as account. Inside the inner class account, we have a print statement inside a method, that is print account name is a method which prints bank account name is ABCD. Now, outside this class, so the inner class ends here. Outside this class, we have a method, that is calling method, its name. In this, I have created an account object, that is the inner class object. And using this object, I can call the method which is defined inside this inner class, that is print account name. So to call a method of an inner class from a non-static area, also called as instance area of the outer class, we just need to create an object of the inner class. And its syntax is similar to creating object for any other simple class in Java. That is, class name, object name equals to new operator, the constructor for the class. And using that object, we can call the method that is defined inside the inner class. Now, how can we call this inside a main method? The main method which is defined inside the outer class, to call this method inside the main method, we need the object of the outer class. So we'll create an object of the outer class, that is bank, object name equals to new, constructor of the outer class. And using this object B, we can call the method. And this method is defined inside the outer class, so it can be directly called with this object. So this is how in 2 stages, we will be accessing the method which is defined inside the inner class from the instance area or a non-static area of the outer class. Nesting of the inner class is also possible, meaning not just a class can be an inner class of the outer class, but there can be one more inner class to already existing inner classes. And that is called as your nesting of the inner classes. The rules and regulations, the coding standards remains the same for all the inner classes. So for class C here in this example, the outer class is class B. For class B, the outer class is class A. So class B will follow all the rules and regulations of an inner class that is therefore in the Java. Similarly, class C is the inner class for class B, and it will follow all the rules and regulation coding standards which is there for an inner class in Java programming. Now let me talk about anonymous inner class. Anonymous inner class is an inner class without any name. Such kind of inner classes are useful when we have to use that particular class, inner class, only once. When that particular inner class has not to be accessed anywhere else apart from once, then we use anonymous inner class concept. It's for one-time uses. And it's an inner class which is not having any name. So as it is used only once, we can use it without defining a name to that inner class. There are 3 types of anonymous inner classes that exist. So anonymous inner class that extends a class, anonymous inner class that implements an interface, anonymous inner class that is defined inside arguments. Let's talk about one of these. Anonymous inner class that extends a class. Let's try to understand this with the help of example where there is an outer class defined by the name of bank. So public class bank. Inside this class, there is a method print account name, which is just having one single print statement, which prints bank account name is ABCD. Then there is the end of the method. Then there is the end of the class. After that, there is another class defined, class account. Inside this class, we have a main method. Now, inside the main method, I want to make use of anonymous inner class. But this inner class should be used while extending a class. Meaning, I'm going to create here an anonymous inner class, that is an inner class without any name, that will extend the class bank. So when if it extends a class bank, it means we can override the method that is defined inside this class. That method is print account name. Let's see how is it done. So inside the main method, I have created an object for the class bank. Bank class name, that is. Next is your object name B1 equals to new constructor of the class, that is bank. Generally, we used to end it with a semicolon. But here we are not going to end it with semicolon. Because whatever we are going to define after this will be all part of this particular object and this particular class. As there is no name given to it, so this syntax bank B1 equals to new bank is nothing but here we created an inner class. But as it is not having any name, it's called as anonymous inner class. And its implementation is this part. That is, we have extended the class that is bank. So we can override the method print account name. So void print account name is overwritten here. And inside this, there is a different implementation given for it. That is bank account name is XYZ. And then we will close the inner class, which was started over here, will be closed over here. And then we'll use the semicolon. So this part is nothing but the definition for an inner class which is not having any name. Now to call this overridden method, we will be using just the object which we created just now. Bank B1. B1 is an object for the anonymous inner class. So B1 dot print account name will call this particular method, and to call the method print account name of class bank, we will have to create an object of the class bank, that is bank B2 equals to new bank, and this B2 is going to call the method print account name. And that's how we define an anonymous inner class that extends a class.
So now let's talk about methods and constructors. So first I'll talk about methods, then going ahead we'll also discuss what is constructor. Coming to methods. So in simple English language, if you ask what is a method, so method is a way of doing things, right? A way of performing certain action. So same thing is there in programming also. So here if you want the code to perform certain action, to do certain task, you have to define that with the help of a method. There is a proper way of defining the methods, a proper syntax which you have to follow in Java programming. But before that, let me tell you that there can be two categories of methods. One is inbuilt methods and one is user-defined methods. So Java has a vast library support, right? And a lot of methods are provided from the Java developers to us to be used wherever required. Okay, so those are your inbuilt Java methods. For example, we use println, a method to display or print something on your console or on screen, right? That is an inbuilt method. We directly use it. Similarly, there are custom defined or user defined methods. So user defined methods require a proper syntax to be followed and a proper way how it is created. So now I will tell you how we can create these methods. Okay, so I'm using here Visual Studio Code, and I've already created a file with the name of javatutorial.java. Okay, so here we have got a file with .java extension. So first thing what I will do here is I'll be creating a class. Okay, so class has to be same as the file name. In Java we know this, right? So I'll be creating the class Java tutorial itself, and then I'm going to create a public static void standard method. Now, right now I told you about inbuilt methods. So here main method, if you see, this is also one of the inbuilt method, right, which I am going to directly use it. So why this main method is used? So main method is an inbuilt method in Java which we are just using to tell the compiler that this is the main method which has to be first executed. So the execution of Java code starts from this main method, right? So this is one of the example of inbuilt method. Now let me talk about user defined method. So outside this, I am going to create here a user defined method which has to have a syntax which includes the first thing will be the access specifier. Access specifiers like public, private, protected or default. So if you don't give any access specifier, it is default. So I am going to give here public. Then the second thing has to be your return type. So I am not returning as of now anything in this. So it will be a void return type. Next is your method name. So method name has a rule to be followed. So one of the simple rule is that it should start with the lowercase letters and follow the camel casing. So method name, if I give suppose as sum, okay. Then in the round brackets you have to give the parameters to pass to the method. So you can have a parameter to a method or you may not have the parameter to the method, right? So as of now, okay, suppose I am not having any parameter to this method, okay. And I am inside this, whatever task you want this method to perform, you can write that. So here I am just writing system.out.println, which is just going to display a message. This method prints sum of two numbers, okay. Done. So this is your user defined method sum. Simple. Now this is the method definition part or implementation part. Now how to call this method? If I want this line to be executed or this method to be executed, then I have to call it from the place wherever I want that to be executed. So here I want to call it from the main method. I want that main method is executed, it should call the sum method, okay. So here inside the main method, what I should do is I'll be creating a object of the class Java tutorial. Okay, suppose J1, and then using this J1 dot sum, I can call this method. Okay, so with the help of an object, you can call the method. So if the method access specifier is non-static, meaning it is an instance method, nothing I have mentioned here as static or anything else, right? So it is a non-static method. So you can call it with the help of an object. If I would have written here static, then I can call it directly without the help of object. Okay. Now let's save this file and execute it. So you can see the output as this method prints sum of two numbers, right? So as simple to create a method and also to call it. I'll also show you what I was talking about right now, that if this method is static, then this object thing is not needed. You can directly call the method, okay, without the need of an object. So I'll save this file and execute it. You can see the output. So you see this method prints sum of two numbers is the output. Now if I suppose I have to pass some parameters to it. So int A, int B. So two parameters I'm going to pass to it. Okay, and inside this I'm going to create a variable sum which is equal to A plus B. Okay, and here this method prints sum of two numbers, or I can write here as sum of two numbers is sum. Okay. Now here to call this method now also I should pass two parameters or two integer values because it is taking two parameters. So name of the method in the round bracket you have to pass two integer values, suppose 2 and 3. Okay. Now I'll save this file and execute it. So you can see the output as sum of two numbers is 5. So it's working fine. This was how simple it is to create a user defined or inbuilt method in Java. Now moving ahead to constructors. So constructors are also a special type of method. Why I say special type of method? Although the task of method and constructors are different, constructor is not going to perform any specific or your defined task for you, but it is fixedly defined for a specific task, that is, it initializes the objects of a class. So whatever variables or objects are there in a class, it will initialize those, either with the value given by you or a default value. So constructor is used for that. Then why did I tell that it is a special kind of a method? Because the purpose here, the sole or the basic purpose here is same. It is also doing a task, but a fixed defined task. Okay, and the way it is defined and all is also somewhat similar to a method. So what is a constructor? You understood. Now there are two types of constructor. One is your default constructor and one is your parameterized constructor. Okay, so default constructor will not have any parameter passed to it. Parameterized constructor will have a parameter passed to it. One important concept here for you to know is that Java provides default constructor for every class by default. Even if you define it or don't define it, there is a default constructor defined for every class in Java. Okay, what is the difference then? If I can also define a default constructor, Java also provides a support for default constructor. So what is the difference? Why is this two different concepts here? So default constructor provided by Java will initialize your objects or variables with default values. So the default value for integer suppose is 0. So it will initialize by default it with 0. But if you are defining a default constructor, suppose there is an float variable. So float has a default value of 0.0. So default constructor given by Java will initialize it with 0.0. But you can initialize it with any value, suppose 4.5, 10.5, 2.1, whatever. So there is a difference. Now this was all about default constructor. Then there is a parameterized constructor as well, which takes parameters and it initializes the objects or variables with the parameter value which is passed. Okay. Now let's see in hands-on, it will be more clear to you how we can create a constructor for a given class and how it initializes the objects. Okay, so here is a file, java tutorial.java. Inside there is a class and there is a main method. Already I have created that. Now, I'll talk about the constructor. So, constructor has some rules which you have to remember. First thing is that it has to be for a class. Constructor always belongs to a class. And it has to have the same name as that of the class. Okay. Second rule is that it doesn't have any return type. Because constructor does not returns anything as such, it just initializes the object, so there is no return type. There can be access specifiers, but there is no return type. So, here what will be the constructor name? Java tutorial itself, because that is a class name. Okay. So you can see it looks like the syntax looks like the method itself. The name of the constructor and then there is a round bracket here. You can pass parameter, you cannot also. Now suppose I am defining few variables here, int a, int b. Okay. Inside this I can initialize these variables. So a equals to 0, b equals to 0. Fine. Now how to check that it has been initialized or not? So what you can do here is that you can create an object. So when is this constructor called? So the constructor is called when you create the object of that particular class. Okay, so if I create the object here for Java tutorial class as J1 equals to new Java tutorial. So you can see this is the constructor I have mentioned here after new operator. This is the default constructor which was defined over here. Okay. Oh, I have told you that even Java provides default constructor and it initializes with the default values. And default value for int is 0 itself. So you might not understand the difference. So let me just change the value here to some other so that we can understand that what exactly was called. Okay. Now I'm going to print these values. Value of a, value of b. Okay, this has to be inside double quotes. This will be j1 dot a. this will be j1.b. Okay, let me save the file and execute the code. So you can see the value of a is 2 and value of b is 4. I have not given the spaces here, so it's coming like this, but you can understand that the value of a is printed as 2 and value of b is printed as 4. So this particular constructor was called. If I don't define this, then the default constructor will be called and it will print as the default values of a and b. Now, this was a default constructor. There can be a parameterized constructor as well, meaning the same constructor with the same syntax and everything, just in the round bracket you have to pass 2 parameters. Okay. And here the initialization has to be this dot a is equal to a. So whatever value by which the constructor will be called, this a and b value will be initialized to that. So this dot b is equal to b. So this is the keyword in Java which refers to current copy of the variable. Okay, so this current copy of a should be initialized to a and current copy of b should be initialized to b. Now here, if you see, there is a syntax error already being shown to me. It means that as there was a parameterized constructor here, I have to use parameterized constructor over here. Meaning I have to pass the 2 integer values in the constructor being called. So I'll pass 2, 3. Okay. So it will initialize it with 2 and 3. Now let's save this file and run the code. So you can see the output as value of a is 2 and value of b is 3, right? So this was about parameterized constructor. So I hope you understood what is method, then what is constructor, how these two are different, how is constructor being used here, and how are the methods used. So that was all about methods and constructors in Java.
String, why we have defined string here? Because it is in most of the programming language, string is not data type, right? But in here, string is a class which defines wherein if we have to define strings, we have a class associated with it. With the help of this will also basically is a sequence of string. We all know is basically a sequence of characters. It's a class in Java, right? There are 2 ways to create a string hello, without the new keyword and with the new keyword. So we have special memory termed as string constant pool inside the heap, right? In the first way, copy is created in the heap and string constant pool. So these 2 ways with these 2 ways we can define a string, right? String str hello and string str equal to new string hello. So with these 2 ways we can create a string, but there's a difference, right? The first way, that is str hello, that we wrote, creates a copy is created in heap and as well as in string constant pool. So if it's not already there, what do you mean by this thing? So if I wrote str hello, right, then I again wrote str hello. So in string constant pool, first time when I wrote str hello, the copies will be created in both heap and the SCP, that is string constant pool. So next time when I created hello, so it will check if it's present already in the SCP, then it will not be created, but in the heap it will be created. Okay. You see the difference? But in the second way, it's always created in the heap only. Copy is created always in the heap. So if I create str new string hello with the help of new keyword, a copy will be created only in heap. So this is the only difference between these 2 types of ways. Okay. In the first way, when we don't use the new keyword, copy will be created in heap as well as in SCP. If it's not present in SCP, that is string constant pool. In the second way, it will always be created in the heap only. So string can also be created using a character array. We all know that char, if we write a character array ch, then hello, we will put values in it. We can also define in such a way. We can also use new keyword. Okay. Then what we will do, we will just put that array into the string, okay, with the help of new keyword. String is immutable. That means once created, it cannot be manipulated. So if we want to manipulate it, we have to reinitialize it. Okay. You can't say that you will use str, str plus hello. If you used something that means you concatenated string without assigning it to that value. You can't do it. String is immutable. Once created, cannot be manipulated. You have to reinitialize it again. Now, string comparisons. There are three ways if you want to compare two strings, there are three ways with which we can do it. So the first is equal to sign, double equal to sign. Checks for the same reference. If both the references are same, then this will give an true output. Then also, there's one method with which we can check if the content is same or not. That is dot equals. Okay. Then the final is compare to. It compares content lexicographically, alphabetically. Okay. If the number is positive, then string 1 is greater. Okay. If the number is negative, string 1 is lesser than string 2. And if it gives 0, then both of the strings are equal. Okay. So these are some comparison methods in strings. So now let's talk about the demo of these methods that we used. You see, we defined a string with the help of new keyword. So with the help of new keyword, memory, a copy will be created in a heap, right? And then we defined two two strings, S2 and S3, right? And we have assigned a value cat to both of them. What will happen here? When the first time S2 has been declared or initialized, a copy will be created in heap as well as in SCP. The next time when S3 comes, it will check, oh, cat is already there. So in SCP, it won't be created, right? And it will be created only in heap. So now when we use double equal to sign, what will it check? It will check for reference, right? Are the two references same? No, because one has been created in these are two different things, right? It has been created in SCP and it has been created in heap. So the references are different. But if we check S2 equal to S3, right? Are the references same, right? This is how we check it, right? Double equal to checks the reference. So yes, reference is same. Because in SCP, only one copy has been created. Are S1 and S3 same? No. S1 and S2 dot equals checks the content. So if you do dot equals with any of these three, you will get true, right? Because the content of all these three strings is same, right? Dot equals check this content. Now compare to. So S1 dot compare to S2. So the comparison, once it is done, what will be the answer? Will it be positive, negative? No, it will be 0 because both of them are equal. Right? Lexicographically, alphabetically, or they are having same characters as all of the strings have same characters. So that's why when we use compare to method, it will give 0. Okay, that's the method. Now let's talk about string, some of the important methods in string. So you have seen, if we want to change, we want to check the length of the string, right? That, for example, in the above string defined, today is Monday. This is a string defined. So if we want to check the length of this string, how many words are in this string, what we will use? We will use the length method. Okay. We just have to write str.length. We will get the length. So the length of this string is 16. So that's what the output is. Okay. Now we can also change this string to lowercase. That means all the letters will be written in lowercase. So we just have to write str.lowercase. That's it. All the words in this string will be converted into lowercase. So you see, T is capital in today, but in the output T is small, right? All the rest of the words are in lowercase, right? Now, if you want to change it to an uppercase, right? All of these words must be in uppercase. You have to use to uppercase. So you see in the output, today is Monday, right? That's how we do it. Now, if we want to check if certain part of a string is present in our, for example, if certain thing is present in this string, for example, we checked if str contains, does this string contains is Monday? Yes, it contains, right? Today is Monday is present in this string. So if we use dot contains, we can check. Okay. dot contains helps us to check a certain keyword or certain words in the string. Now, what is the index of Monday? We want to know the index at which position is Monday, right? So you just have to write index of. So the index of Monday, if you try to count, this thing is 9. So today is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. So it is present at index 9. So you can check if you want to find out the index of certain type of strings, you can do it, right? And now if you want to check substring, so if you want to check if this substring is, what is the substring that you want to know from this position to this position, I want to know what is the content in the string. So what you will use sub str. So from 4th to 8th index, we will get the output. So 0, 1, 2, 3. So 4 will be included. So y is included, right? Indexing starts from 0, right? We all know that, right? So today is 0 and then O is 1, D is 2, A is 3, Y is 4. So 4 is Y. So that's 4, 5, 6 and 7. And then space 8. So Y space is the substring that we were looking for, because we have defined the indexing in that way. 4 to 8. 8 will be excluded. Okay. Now, if you want to replace something, we just have to write the word that we are replacing. The first argument is that word, and the new word that we are going to replace that older word with is going to be the second argument. So str.replace Monday with Tuesday. So Monday will be replaced with Tuesday. That's it. These are some important methods that we are going to use regularly in our day-to-day lives or in our day-to-day programmings, right? Whenever we do competitive programming, these are very important methods to play around with strings. Okay.
Now it's time to explore the core pillars of object-oriented programming. That is, we also call it as OOPS. Since Java is an object-oriented language, understanding key OOPS feature is essential for writing effective Java code. We'll also learn inheritance and its types, polymorphism and its variations, and encapsulation.
Now, let's go ahead and understand what is object-oriented programming. So I have already informed you guys during the beginning of the session that Java is a pure object-oriented programming language. And I've also told you that all of us are surrounded with lots of objects. So when you look around you, whatever you see, all of them are objects. So when you see a phone, what is that? That is an object. When you see a bike, that again is an object. And when you see a dog, what is that? That is a living object. Now, if you want to implement all of these in the programming paradigm, you would need a object-oriented programming language. And that is where Java comes in. Now, object-oriented programming language has two main concepts, which are classes and obviously objects. So let's understand what are classes. So you can consider a class to be a template or a blueprint for real-world entities. Now let's consider this phone over here. So this phone needs to have a template or a blueprint. So when you look at a phone, whatever phone that is, that would definitely have a blueprint to it. Now, this template would again have two things. The first thing would be the property. Second thing would be the behavior. So a phone has certain properties associated with it. So those properties would be, let's say, the color of the phone, the cost of the phone, and the battery life of the phone. Now, apart from the properties, a phone would also have certain behavior associated with it. So the behavior could be, let's say, making phone calls, watching videos on the phone, or playing games on the phone. So whatever object you take, that object has a template to it, and this template again has two things. So that template would have properties and also a behavior. Now we've understood what exactly is a class with respect to the real world. Now let's understand what is a class in Java. So simply put, a class is a user-defined data type. So similar to the data types which we have in the programming language, which are int, float, and character and string, we have a user-defined data type. So that is, you have a data type which the user can create. So over here, mobile is a class which is nothing but a user-defined data type. Now, this user-defined data type, which is basically our class, has attributes and methods inside it. So these attributes are nothing but the properties of the class, and these methods are nothing but the behavior associated with the class. So color and cost are the attributes, and methods are basically playing game and making a call. And now we've understood what is a class. Let's understand what are objects. So objects are specific instances of a class. So if we take the example of a phone, then that phone would be the template or the class, and this phone would have a lot of brands, right? So Apple is an object of a mobile phone. Motorola is an object of a mobile phone. Similarly, Samsung is an object of a mobile phone. So these are specific instances of the class named as phone. So we have got the basic gist of object-oriented programming, and we've also understood what are classes and what are objects. Now let's go ahead and create our first class in Java. So till now we've been working with only one class, which is our main class, and inside that main class we would have the main function. Now we'll go ahead and create subsidiary classes. So these subsidiary classes will not have the main function inside of them. So what we're going to do is we'll create a class with the name student. Now, as I've told you, a class would have behavior as well as properties. So as you see over here, we have attributes inside this class. So the student will have a name, and the student would also, let's say, score certain number of marks in a particular subject. So these are the attributes of this class named as student. Now, apart from the attributes, as I've told you, a class would also have behavior associated with it. So that behavior can be denoted with the methods over here, right? So this behavior is nothing. So we'll just print out the name of the student and also the marks scored by the student. So let's go ahead and create a first. Now this is our default class or the main class, which has the main function inside it. We have to create a second class over here. So this is our package test project. I'll right click on this. I'll click on new, and I'd have to create a new class. And by convention, the first letter of the class name should be capital. So I'll have capital S over here, and I'll give the name of the class as student. And I'll not check this because this class will not have the main function. So we have created our class named as student. Now, as I've told you, this will have certain attributes with it. So the first attribute would be the name of the student, which would be of string type. So string name, and let's say the name of the student is Bob. Now similarly, Bob would have scored certain sort of marks in the math exam. So int marks, and let's say Bob has scored 75 marks. So we've got the attributes ready. Now I just have to show these details. So this would be a public function, and this function doesn't return anything. So public void, and I am naming the function as show details. So let me just write it properly over here. Show details, and this does not have any parameters. All it does is it prints out the name of the student and the marks scored by the student. So this will be system.out.println, and I'll add name of the student is. So the name of the student is stored in the variable name. Similarly, I'd have to print out the marks scored by the student, which would be system.out.println, and over here I'll type in marks scored by the student are, and over here I'll add in marks. So we have successfully created this. Now I'll go to the main class. Now if I have to call these methods or these properties from inside this, I'd have to create an object of this class. Only then I'll be able to invoke all of these. So let me go ahead and create an object of the student class. So I'll give in the name of the class, which is student, and I'll give the name of the object as obj. Now if I have to instantiate it, I'll just type in new student. So I have successfully created an instance or an object of this class named as student. Now with the help of this object, I can invoke the functions which are present in the student class. So obj.showDetails. All I have to do is click on run and I'll be able to show the details of the student. So as we see, we have got name of the student as Bob and marks scored by the student are 75. So by this way, even though this class is a separate class, I'm able to invoke the show details function from within my. Now let's see how can we take an input from the user. So till now we've been doing a lot of hard coding. Now let's see how can we take an input from the user and show it out. Now to take an input from the user, we would require the scanner library. So this is a class, scanner is a class, and we'd have to use this scanner class to take input from the user. So we'd have to create an instance of this first. So over here, this is the same student class which we have, and inside the student class, I am creating an instance of the scanner object. So now inside this, I'll type scanner, scan is equal to new scanner, and since I have to take the input, I'll type in system.in. So whatever input comes in, it will be stored in scan. Now, after this, I will give or initialize name and marks over here. So I'll just give in a blank for name and I'll initialize the marks value to be equal to 0. And I'll have a new method over here. So in the last example, we had only the show details method. But now in addition to the show details method, we are also adding the get details method. So inside the get details method, I am taking the input from the user. So I'm taking the name from the user and also the marks scored by the user. So I'll print in enter your name, and with the help of this scan object which I had created over here. So this object would have the next line method. So I'm invoking this next line method, and whatever the user gives in, that will be stored in the name object. Now similarly, from the scan object, so if you have to store a string, then you'll use next line. On the other hand, if you'd have to read a input value from the user, then you'll use next int. So you'll type in scan.nextInt, and whatever marks or whatever numeric value the user gives in, that will be stored in the marks object. So this way you are reading the name of the student and the marks of the student from the external source over here and just storing it in name and marks. And after that, this is pretty much the same. You'll just show out the details. So let's go ahead and so we've got the student class over here, and let me remove all of this. So our task would be to get the input from the user. So for that, we need the scanner class. So I'll have to import it. So input, I'll type in system dot. So this has to be util. So it seems like we have an error over here. So this actually has to be java.util.scanner. So we have successfully imported the scanner class. Now whatever inbuilt classes are there, so there are a lot of inbuilt classes provided by Java. So if you have to work with them, then you would have to import those classes. Without importing those classes, you can't really work with them. So now that you have imported the class, you have to create an instance of this. So let me go ahead and create an instance. So we have an extra brace over here. Let me also remove that extra brace. Right. So I will type in scanner as, so scanner, scan, which would be the name of this instance, is equal to new scanner. And since I'm taking an input, I'll just type in system.in. So I have created this instance. Now let me go ahead and initialize my two variables. So this will be string name, and I am just instantiating with a blank string, and I also have marks, and I'll instantiate marks with a 0. So we've got the name ready, we've also got the mark set over here. So now that this is done, I would have to go ahead and read the values, and to read the values, I would add the get details method. So I'll type in public void, and I'll name the function as get details, get underscore details, and this doesn't really take in anything. All it does is reads the values. So I'll to feed in his name. So system.out.println enter your name. So this way I'm asking the user to enter his name and whatever value the user gives in. So that I'll be able to read with the help of scan.next line. So with the help of scan.next line, as I've told you, we will be able to read a string input and I will store this in, let's say, name. So I have successfully read the name of the student. Now similarly, I would have to read the marks scored by the student. So let me put in system.out.println, enter your marks. Now I will store this in marks over here, which is the same variable which I had created earlier. So this would become scan.next int. So I have read the name and I've also read the marks. This is set. So now it's time to go ahead and invoke the getDetails method from over here. So we've got showDetails already set. I would also have to add the getDetails. So I'll type in obj.getDetails. Now let me also add the showDetails method over here. So this will be public void. I'll add showDetails and all I have to do is print in the values over here. So this would become system.out.println. Name of the student is name, and then I'd have to print out the marks scored by the student, which would be, so I'll add marks of the student are, and I'll add in student over here. So this way I'm able to read. So this is actually marks over here, not student. So let me change this to marks. This time I'm able to read the details from the user and also show it out. So we've got both of these set. I'll execute this now. Right. Now inside the main function, first we are invoking the getDetails method with the help of the student object over here. So now let me feed in the name of the student. So name of the student is Matt. Now I will also add the marks scored by the student. So let's say Mark is very good at studies and he has scored 97 marks. Now after this, since I've also invoked the showDetails method, I am able to put out the result. So what I see is name of the student is Matt and the marks of the student are 97. So this way we can take an. Now let's understand what exactly is a constructor and how can we work with a constructor. Now, many a times whenever we are creating objects or whenever we are instantiating values to our variables, it would be very easy for us to initialize the values directly at the time of creating the object itself. So I'll repeat it. Now let's say whenever we are working with a lot of values and there are a lot of objects, it would be easier for us to instantiate these values or initialize these values when we are creating the object itself. Now for this purpose, we have a special function named as constructor. So the difference between a normal method and a constructor is that a constructor would have the same name as that of a class. So over here, this is a special function and the name of this function is student. And as you see, the name of the function is the same as that of class. Now all this constructor does is initialize the variables of this class over here. So we've got two variables, sname, smarks. Now with the help of this constructor, I am able to initialize this. So as you see, we've got string name int marks and I am initializing these two values during the creation of the object itself. Rest is pretty much the same. So after invoking this, I'll just go ahead. So this is the difference between a normal method and a constructor over here. So let me just go ahead and create the constructor. So instead of getDetails over here, I'll remove this getDetails. So instead of getDetails, I have to add a constructor. So I'll type in public void. Now you also have to remember that a constructor will not have a return type. So no need of void over there. Public and then the name of the function is student. And I'll add braces over here. So we've got these two initialized. Now let me remove this because I don't really need scanner over here. Right. So I would have int name. So this is actually string name over here. String name. And I have int marks. So these are local to this particular method over here. And I'm setting name is equal to name and marks are equal to marks. Now this seems confusing to you. Let me explain this. So here, this name and marks are the name and marks of this class. That is, these are local variables of this class. And this name and marks are local to this particular method over here. So to remove the ambiguity, I'll change this as n and I'll change this as m. So let me just put n over here and let me change this to be m over here. I've successfully stored whatever name is passed into this in this and whatever marks are stored into this. So this is how we'll get the details. Now let's go ahead and make the changes in the main class over here. So we've got the constructor set, we've also got this detail set. But how are we actually going to pass in values inside the student object? Now, till now, we had not used the methods with any parameters. So we had not passed any parameters inside these methods. This is the first time that we're actually passing in these parameters and initializing our values. So how do we pass in these values, or from where do we get in these values? So now, instead of scanning the values in the student class, we'll take the input from the main class over here. So that is why this would become import java.util.scanner. So now that I have this, I would have to create an object of this. So I'll type in scanner obj is equal to new scanner. And inside this, I'll add in system.n. So I have got this. Now I'd have to go ahead and read in the details. So before that, let me just add in system.out.println because I have to tell the user to input his name. So I'll type in enter your name. Now, when the user enters his name, I'd have to read it. So this is when I'll use the scanner over here. So let me actually change this to scan. That'll be easier to understand. So I'll add scan dot next line, and whatever result I get, I will store it in, let's say, string my name. So I've created a new string. And whatever name the user passes in, I'll store it over here. Now, similarly, I'll ask the user to enter his marks. System.out.println, and I'll ask him to enter his marks over here. So I'll just type in enter your marks. And this time I would need an integer variable. So I'll name this variable as my marks. And I'd have to give in scan.next int. So I've also read the marks of the student and I've stored it in int of my marks. Now it's time to instantiate our student object. So student, and I'll name this object as obj. So student obj would become new student. Now let me put in a colon over here. So you see there is an error. Let's understand what is that. Add arguments to match student, right? Change constructor this. Now this is because we have actually created a constructor inside the student class which takes in two parameters. So that is why we'd have to pass in those two values inside this. So the first is the name of the student. So I'll pass in my name. And similarly, I'd have to pass in the marks scored by the student. So I'll pass in my marks, right? Now you see that the error has gone. So we have passed in the name of the student and the marks of the student, and we'll just show the details. Now let me print this out. Right. So let me add in the name over here. Let's say the name of the student is Julia, and Julia has scored 83 marks. And we are printing out the result. Name of the student is Julia, marks of the student are 83. So this is how we can instantiate our variables during the time of execution, during runtime, with the help of a constructor, right? As you see, we have created this constructor and we are passing these values during runtime. Now let's go ahead and understand the concept of inheritance in Java. Now let's understand the concept of inheritance in real world first. So let's say you have your father and you have your grandfather. I mean, obviously you would have your father and your grandfather. Now, what happens is you will be inheriting some features from your parents and also your grandparents. Now, this is a very simple example of inheritance that could either be, let's say, hereditary features. Now, let's say you look like your father, or maybe you look like your grandfather, right? So these are some of the facial features which you'll be inheriting from your parents. And if not the facial features, it may be monetary, right? So you might be inheriting some monetary benefits from your parents. This is known as inheritance. So basically, you are deriving some properties from your parents, or basically some set of features would be common, or if not common, they'll be similar between you and your parents. Now we'll take the same analogy and we'll apply it to Java. So inheritance in Java, what happens is one class derives the properties of another class. So this means that some properties would be same in two classes. This helps us in reducing code redundancy. Now there could be a lot of cases where we'd have to write the same code again and again. So to avoid that, what we'll do is we'll have one class where all of the common code is there and the other classes can inherit this parent class. So now that we know the concept of it, let's go ahead and work with an example. So over here, we have a class with the name vehicle, and these are the attributes and this is the behavior. So inside the attributes, the vehicle has cost and the vehicle has mileage. So this vehicle costs $234 and the mileage provided by it is 35, let's say 35 gallons per liter. And these are this is basically the method where we are printing out am vehicle and then we are showing the cost of the vehicle and the mileage of the vehicle. So this is pretty simple. Till over here, we've just created the parent class. Now we'll create another class which extends from the vehicle class. So we'll add public class car. So car is basically another class. We can call this the child class of the vehicle class because this is inheriting the properties of the vehicle class. So we're just typing out public class car extends vehicle. And apart from the properties which the vehicle class has, this will have its own properties over here. So this has color and this has tires. So I'm setting the color of this car to be equal to blue and I'm setting the number of tires for this car to be equal to 4. And inside this class, I'll add a new method called as car details and I'll print out all of these details over here. So I'm printing out I am a car, color of the car is color, which is basically blue, and then I'm printing out the number of tires in the car, which is stored in this object, which is 4. Now, you might be thinking that we'll be only able to have access to these attributes and this method with the object of this class, but you're actually wrong. Now, if we create an instance of the car class, we'd be able to work with the attributes and the method of the parent class as well. So this extends keyword over here, right? This helps us to have access to the methods and the attributes of the vehicle class if we extend it publicly. So this is a public class and this is also a public class. And when this car class extends this vehicle class, this would inherit all of these properties of the vehicle class. So let me go to Eclipse and let me show you. So this is our main class over here. Let me go ahead and delete the previous class. We don't really need to work class now. Now I will go ahead and create a new class. I'll click on new class and let me name the class as vehicle. So again, since this is not a main class, this will not constitute the public static void main argument. So I have created this new class over here. Let me add in all of the features inside this. So the vehicle would have cost associated with it. So I'll add cost and let's say the cost of the vehicle is $350. And also this would have a mileage associated with it. So I'll add int mileage is equal to, let's say this would provide me 40 kilometers per gallon. And after this, I'd have to just show out the result. So I'll add a public method over here, public void show. The name of the method would be show vehicle details, and this would not take any parameters. I would just print in some result over here. So this would be system.out. Let me add in println, and this will basically print out I am a vehicle. And after printing this out, I'd have to print out the cost of the vehicle and also the mileage of the vehicle. So system.out.println, I'll add the cost of the vehicle is, I'll add in cost over here. Similarly, I'd have to add the mileage of the vehicle. So this would be, let me change this over here. Let me just add in mileage. The mileage of the vehicle is, I'll just change this to be equal to mileage. So I've got the cost and we've also got the mileage. So both of these are set over here. Now it's time to create our child class. So again, I'll right click on this, new, I'll create a new class and I will name this class as car. I'll click on finish. Now this is our child class, and this child class would extend from our parent class, which is vehicle. So I'll add public class car extends vehicle. Now that this is done, I'd have to add its own attributes and its own method over here. So it would have a color associated with it. So string color is equal to, this is a blue colored car, and it would have the tires attribute with it. So I'll add int tires is equal to 4. That would mean this car has 4 tires, and I'll just add a new method. This doesn't return anything, so this would be public void, and I'll name the method as show car details, and this would not have any parameters. This will just print in some details over here. I'll add system.out. Let me add in println over here, and I'll just be printing out I am a car. And after this, I'd have to type in system.out.println. I'd have to show the details of the color and the number of tires. I'll add the color of the car is stored in this color variable, and then I'd also have to show the number of tires. Let me change this over here. So the number of tires are, let me just add in the tires variable over here. So I have created the parent class, which is the vehicle class, and I've also created the child class, which is the car class. Now I'll go to my main class over here and I'll create an instance of my child class. So let me add car. The name of the instance is obj. So car obj is equal to new car. Now all I have to do is invoke the methods. So I'll type in obj.show. So as you see, since this car class has inherited from the vehicle class, we have access to both the car details method as well as the vehicle details method. So first I'll just show you the car details method. Let me run this. Now as you see, since car details method is actually a part of the car class, we are able to print out all of this. So this just shows I'm a car, the color of the car is blue, and the number of tires are 4. Now I'll comment this out, and instead of this, I'll show you obj.show vehicle details. Now let me run. Now, even though this vehicle details class is not explicitly stored in the car details class, we are able to invoke it because we are extending the vehicle class with the car class. So that is why we've got the result. I'm a vehicle. The cost of the vehicle is 350 and the mileage of the vehicle is 40. So this is the basic concept of. Now let's see how can we use constructors in inheritance. So we'll be working with the same vehicle class over here, and we've got these two attributes, cost and mileage. Now, instead of having the details with get details or hard coding them, we are having a constructor over here. So constructor obviously has the same name as of the class. So we've got vehicle over here and we've got vehicle over here, and we will initialize the values with the help of this constructor. So these values C and M. So C goes into cost, M goes into mileage, and this way we'll be able to initialize cost and mileage. And this is the same over here. This is the same show vehicle details. Now we have the child class which extends the parent class, and it has its own attributes over here which are color and tires. Now since this extends from the vehicle class, from this car constructor will have to pass in the values into the vehicle constructor. Now this public car over here, this would take in 4 parameters. This would have 4 parameters because this extends the vehicle class. So let me just clarify. This vehicle class has 2 variables and this car class has 2 variables. But since also extends the vehicle class, this would have 4 parameters in total. So the first parameter inside this car class would be the cost of the vehicle. Second would be the mileage of the vehicle. Third would be the color of the class. And then fourth would be the number of tires of this car. Now the first 2 parameters which we get will pass it into the super method over here. So this super method helps us to transfer or pass in these values to the parent class. So whenever we have to pass in values from the child class to the parent class, we'll use this super method. So this way we are able to pass in the cost as well as the mileage of the vehicle through this super method. Now since these two are set, we would also have to initialize the color attribute and the tires attribute. So we'll pass in these two. So I am passing in the value of call into color, and similarly this value which is stored in ty will go into tires. Now since all of this is set, we can go ahead and show the details of the car as well. So this is how we can work with inheritance with an instructor. So let's do all of this as well. So over here, let me go to the vehicle class, which is our primary class over here. Now I'd have to, instead of hard coding this, I'll set the value of cost to be equal to 0 initially. And I'll also set the cost of the mileage to be equal to 0 initially. We already have the show details method. Now let me go ahead and create a constructor over here. So I'll add public because this is a public constructor. This will not return anything. And this will have the same name as that of the class. So public vehicle. And this takes in 2 parameters. So the first parameter is int c and the second parameter is int m. Now I'll have cost is equal to c. So whatever value is in c, that will get stored into cost, and whatever value is in m, that will get stored into mileage. So we've got our constructor ready in the vehicle class. Similarly, we'd have to create a constructor in the car class. Now, as you see, we have this error over here because we have to add the constructor. Since this car class extends the vehicle class, it is necessary that you would have to have a constructor inside the car class as well. So what Eclipse does is it gives you all of these prompts. And with the help of that prompt, you can automatically create this super method and this car class over here. Right? Now we have created this constructor car. And this has these 2 parameters. Now, apart from these 2 parameters, I'd have to add or assign values to color and tires as well, because these are variables which are only unique to the car class over here. So let me pass in these values as well. So I would have string and call. Then I would also need to take in the number of tires. Now, once that this is done, I'd have to store the value of color, and I would also have to store the value of tires. So let me keep it to be ty over here, and I'll add in tires and I'll store the value of ty inside this. So I've got this set. So we've got errors over here because we've got it 2 times. I have deleted that. So we have a constructor inside our parent class and we have a constructor in our child class. And with the help of the super method, I am able to pass in the values of the parent class through the child class. And we've got the rest of the things to be set over here. Now I'd have to just get in all of those values. So over here, I would have to need the scanner class again. Let me just delete all of this over here. So I'll type in scanner, scan is equal to new scanner, and since this reads the input, so I would need the system.in inside as the parameter. Now after this is done, I'd have to get some values. So I would need the cost of the vehicle and the mileage of the vehicle first. So I'll type scan dot, this would be next. Now before this, let me just add a line over here. So system.out.println, and I'll ask the user to of the vehicle. So I'll add enter cost of vehicle. So this will be stored in, let's say, vehicle cost, and this is integer. So we've got this ready over here. Scan dot, this has to be next int, not has next int. We've got this set. We've still got an error. So this has to be small int, I believe. Let me change this properly over here. 8 quick fixes. Let me actually see what is the error. This is next int. Now this is set. So this has to be small. So you'd have to take care of the nomenclature properly over here. So in next int, n is small and I is capital. Now similarly, I'd have to get the mileage of the vehicle. So over here, this would be enter mileage of vehicle, and I'll change this as vehicle mileage. So we've got the cost of the vehicle. We've also got the mileage of the vehicle. Now I'd have to get the color of the vehicle. So this would be color of, this is actually color of the car. So I'll change this to enter color of car, and this is actually string. So I'll type in string and I'll change this to car color. And this would be next line over here. So we've also read the color of the car. Now it's time to get the, what else is left? So we've got the number of tires present in the car. So I'll change this to enter number of tires in car. I'll delete all of this and I'll change this to car tires. Right. So the reading of all of the values is done. Now it's time to invoke the constructor. So to invoke the constructor, I'd have to create an object out of it. So this will be car obj is equal to new car. And since this takes in 4 parameters. So again, as you see, we've got an error over here because this would take in 4 parameters. Let me add in all of those 4 parameters. So we've got cost, mileage, color, and number of tires over here. So the first would be vehicle cost. Next would be vehicle mileage. After this, we've got car color, and then we've got car tires. So we've passed in everything. Now it's time to just print out the values over here. So this would be obj.show car details and obj.show vehicle details. I'll just hit enter and let's see what do we have over here. Right. So enter cost of vehicle. I'll set the cost of vehicle to be 600. Mileage of vehicle is, let's say, 70 kilometers per gallon. And then we've got enter color of car. So why do we have an error over here? So color of car, let me set it to be blue over here. So we've got an error. Let's check what exactly is the error over here. So enter color of car, scan dot next line, which would be stored over there. And then we've got enter number of tires in car, which we are. So basically this has to be next and not next line. That is what was causing the error. Go ahead and click on run. So I'll set the cost of the vehicle. So let's say the cost of the vehicle is $700. I'll set the mileage of the vehicle. So let's say the car gives around 50 kilometers per gallon and the color of the car is blue. And I'll also set the number of tires in the car. So this car has got 4 tires in the car. Now through the help of the constructor, I'd added all the details. And since we are invoking show car details, this is what we have first. I'm a car. The color of the car is blue and the number of tires are 4. After that, we're also invoking the show vehicle details method, which gives us I'm a vehicle. The cost of vehicle is 700. And now let's understand a special type of inheritance in Java, which is known as multi-level inheritance. So in multi-level inheritance, as you can see over here, we have the parent-child, grandchild relationship. So let's say we start off at the top over here, parent. Then some of the features of the parent would be inherited by the child. Now let's say the child has a grandchild. Then some features of child would be inherited by grandchild. So what is happening is there is a flow of features from the top to the bottom. Now, since the child has features of parent and since grandchild is inheriting features of child, this would mean that grandchild would also have features of parent. So this hierarchy which you see over here, this is known as multi-level inheritance. Now, we'll implement multi-level inheritance in Java. Now we'll see how to implement the concept of multi-level inheritance in Java. So we'll start off with the parent class over here. So the syntax is pretty much the same, public class parent, and this would have the attribute name. So string name, and initially we'll keep it as blank. Now we'll have a constructor over here, public parent, and we'll assign the value of name through this constructor. After that is done, all we are doing is showing out the name of parent over here. So this is simple till now. All we have done is created the base class, which is parent. Now we'll create a child class over here, class child, and this child class extends from the parent class. And this will have its own attribute, which is age, and I'm initializing the value of age to be equal to 0. And since parent class has a constructor, that is why you definitely need to have a constructor in your child class as well. Now you'd have to pass in 2 parameters inside this constructor. First would be for the name of the parent. Second would be for the age of this child class. So string n, which will pass to the super method, and the super method will help us in passing this value to the name of the parent class. And since we've got the age over here, we'll pass in this a into the age over here. Now that we've set the age of this child as well, we'll just go ahead and show the age of this child. And after this, this is where the third step comes in. So now we have the grandchild class, which extends from the child class. And this has its own attribute, which is the gender. And since the child class has a constructor and the parent class has a constructor, you definitely need to have a constructor for your grandchild class as well. And this takes in 3 parameters. First parameter is for the name of the parent. Second parameter is for the age of the child. And third parameter is for the gender of your grandchild. So the first 2 parameters will pass in through the super method over here, and the third value will assign it to gender. Now all of that is done. We'll go ahead and just show the gender of grandchild. So we'll put out gender as gender. So we'll go to Eclipse and let's work with all of this. So my first task would be to create the parent class. So I've got this package over here. I'll right click on this, select new, and inside this I'll select class. So I'd have to create the parent class over here, and this will not have public static void main. So I've got my parent class. I have to go ahead and create a new variable. So this would be name, and with the help of this, I'd be able to assign a name to the person. Now I'd have to create a constructor for this. So I'll type in public and then I'll type in parent. This obviously doesn't have a return type. Now this constructor will take in a value. So that value would be a string. So string s, and all I have to do is name is equal to s. So this is how I am assigning a value to the name of this. So now that this is done, I just have to show the name of this person. So this would be public void. I'll give the name of the method as show name, and this will not have a parameter. All this does is prints out the name of the person. So system.out.println, and inside this I'll type in the name is, and I'll add the variable name over here. So this is how I print out the name of the person. Now that this is done, I'd have to create the child class. So I'll right click on the package over here, new, and I need a new class, and I'll give the name of the class to be equal to child. And this child class would extend from the parent class. So public class child extends parent, and we have this error over here. So let's see what exactly is to be done. Implicit superconstructor parent is undefined. For default constructor, must define an explicit constructor over here. Let's see what can be done over here. So seems like we have to create an explicit constructor. If I click on this, we have the option add constructor child string. Right, so we have set this over here. Now we have to make modifications into this constructor. Now before this, as we've seen in the presentation, this child class will also have another attribute, which is age. So I'll set or initialize this age value to be equal to 0. And this will take in two things. First is the name, and then this will also have age. And in super, we are passing in s, which will directly go to the parent class. Now after this, I'll have to assign the age value. So I'm passing in a into age. So we've got the constructor ready for the child class. Now it's time to create a method to show the age. So I'll add public void, and the name of the method would be show age. And I just have to print out the age. So system.out.println, and inside this I'll type in the age is, I'll give in the variable which is age. So I've got the parent class ready. I've also got the child class ready. Now it's time to go ahead and create the grandchild class. So I'll have a new class over here, and I will name this class as grandchild. I'll click on finish, and we'll have our class ready over here. Now this grandchild class would extend from our child class. So I'll add child over here. Let me click on this, and we'll have a constructor ready. Add constructor grandchild. Right, so this has automatically created the constructor for us. Now this would already have an attribute which is actually gender. So I'll have string and then gender, and initially I'll just assign it to a blank string. And this constructor over here would take in 3 parameters, name, age, and then we would also need another string variable g. So we've passed in these 2 into the super constructor. So s, which is the name, would go to the parent class. A, which is age, will go to the child class. Now for the grandchild class, I am assigning the value of g into gender. This is set. All I have to do is create my show method. So public void, and this time I'd have to show the gender. So this would be public void show gender. And inside this, I'll just print out the value of the gender. So I'll type in system.out.println. And inside this, I'd have to write the gender of the, or let me just keep it simple, the gender is, and I'll have the variable ready over here. The gender is gender. So all of this is set. So we've got our 3 classes ready. We've also implemented the code for multi-level inheritance. All I have to do is go to the main class over here, and I would have to create an object for the grandchild class. So this is the grandchild class. I'll have to create an object. I'll name the object as obj, and this is my new object. which is ready. So seems like we have an error. Let's see what the error is. Right. Now we have all of these instructors over here. So that is why we'd have to pass in values. So let's say the first is the name. Let's say the name of the person is Annie. And then we've got age. Let's say Annie is 25 years old. And then we've got gender. So Annie is female. So we've got all of this ready over here. Invalid character constant. So let me keep it in double quotes over here. So if it's a string, you'd have to keep it in double quotes. So this is something you'd have to remember in Java. So again, since this is a string, you'd have to keep it in double quotes over here. So you've got this set. So again, seems like we have an error. This is not really required over here. Let me select this over here. Let's see what happens. We again don't really need this. Let me just go ahead and remove this over here. Right. So we've got all of this set. Public, grandchild, this is public as well, and this is public as well. All of this is set over here. Now I'd have to use this method. So obj dot, I'd have to show the age, and similarly I'd have to show the gender, and I'd also have to show the name of it. So I'll add name. Now let me click on run and let's have a glance at the result. So seems like we've got some error. Let's see what that error is. Now, whenever we are creating an object, it is necessary that we use the new keyword over here. So that was the error. Now I'll click on run. So as we see, we have the result. The age is 25, the gender is female, and the name is Annie. Now, this is again hard coding. Now let's take input from the user over here. So if we have to take input from the user, then we would need the scanner object. So I'll type in scanner. I'll create an object of this. This will again become new scanner. And since we are taking input, we'll have to pass in the parameter system.in. Now I would add a print statement for all three of these. So I'll type in system.out.println. So starting off, I would need the age of the person. So I would actually need the name of the person first. So I'll type in enter name. And this I'll store in scan.next. So this has to be small n over here, and this I am storing in, let's say, my name. So I'll add string my name. So in my name, I'm storing the name of who this person is. Similarly, I would need the age of the person. So I'll type in enter age, and over here I would need int, and in this I'll have my age is equal to scan dot, I'll have next int. This is also set over here, and then finally I'd have to take the gender of the person. So system.out.println, I'll have enter gender, and this again will be a string. So string my gender, and I am storing the gender inside this. This would become scan.next. So I've got all three of this set over here. Now I'd have to, now that I've read all of these values, I'd have to pass in those values inside this constructor over here. So first I'd have to pass in the name, which is stored in my name. Then I'd have to pass in the age, which is stored in my age. And then I'd have to pass in the gender, which is stored in my gender. So all of this is done. I'll click on this. So we have executed this. I'd have to start off by giving the name of the person. So let's say the name of the person is Jennifer. And Jennifer is 18 years old, and she is obviously female. And we've got the result. The age is 18, the gender is female, and the name is Jennifer. So this is how we can work with multi-level inheritance. Now let's understand the concept of abstract class. So till now we've worked with general classes, and we've seen how to implement the concept of inheritance with these general classes. So there's a specific type of class in Java which is known as an abstract class. So let's understand what is that. Now, many a times it happens that we would want to show only some specific parts to the user and hide out all of the important parts. Now, because we wouldn't want the secrets for the user to know. Now, in that cases where we want only some of the parts of the code to be known, that is where we require some sort of abstraction. So the concept of abstraction in simple terms is you show only the parts which are required, and whatever parts are supposed to be hidden, you keep them to be hidden. So that is the concept of abstraction. And that has given rise to something known as an abstract class. So when you work with this abstract class, you can't create objects of this abstract class. So that is one important point of this. And this is how this abstract class looks like. So this over here is same class, and then you give the name of the class, but before the class, you'd have to add the prefix abstract. And when you add the prefix abstract, this makes this class abstract. And inside this, you can go ahead and add either normal methods or abstract methods. So if it's an abstract method, then again, it's the same over here. It says that you'd have to add the keyword abstract. Now, if there are abstract methods inside your abstract class, then these methods have to be overridden in whichever class inherits this abstract class. Now, the point to note over here is, since you can't create an object of this abstract class, if you want to work with this class, this has to be inherited by some other class. Only then you can inherit the features of these, or you can work with this class. So this is the basic idea behind this. Now what we are doing over here is we are creating another class called as cat, which extends this abstract class animal. Now, as you see over here, we've got this abstract method animal sound, and we override that method inside the cat class. Now what is overriding? So in simple terms, in inheritance, if we inherit a method from the base class, then if we change whatever is written inside the base method, then that is known as method overriding. So over here we have taken or inherited this animal sound method, and we are overriding this method. Now similarly, what we've done over here is there is another class known as dog, which extends this animal abstract class. Now over here you see that the animal sound made by a cat is meow, and over here you see that the animal sound made by a dog is pow pow. So this is the basic difference. So your abstract class over there gives you sort of a template which can be used by multiple classes. So let's go ahead and implement this in Eclipse. So my first task would be to create the abstract class. So I'll go to this test project, I'll right click this, new, and this has to be a class. Now over here, you would have to check the abstract box over here, and I'll give the name of this class. This would be animal. So I have successfully created this abstract class with the name animal. Now inside this, I would need the abstract method. So since this is a public method, I'll add public, and this is an abstract method. So I'll add abstract. So public abstract void, and the name of the method is animal sound. And this doesn't take anything. This doesn't also require a body. All you do is put in a semicolon over here. Now, important thing to keep in mind over here is an abstract method does not have a body. So the body for an abstract method is given inside the class which inherits this particular class. So we've got our abstract class. Now it's time to create two more classes. So the first class, we'll name it as cat. So this will be a public class. Now this class extends the animal class. So public class cat extends animal. So as you see over here, we have to add the unimplemented methods. Now, whenever you have or whenever you extend an abstract class, it becomes a necessity that you implement these methods over there. So basically what you do is you type in public and then you add abstract. Now, after this, you add void and then you type animal sound and then you give in the body of it inside this. Now, since you are actually extending it, you don't have to give in the abstract keyword over here. So this is important, guys. So the abstract keyword, it comes in only the abstract class. Whichever class inherits this abstract class, inside that, this doesn't have to be there, right? So we have done this. Now I'd have to override this. So I'll just type in system.out.println and I'll give in the animal sound over here. So cat makes the sound meow. So we've got this ready. Now let's see what is the error over here. Add unimplemented method. So it's the same thing over here. I'll just delete. We do not require this. So everything is set. Public void animal sound. So this was the error over here. So we had to keep it capital S over there and there was no underscore over here. So the name of the method was animal sound. Right now, similarly, we'll go ahead and create another class. So I'll have new and then I'll select class over here. Now I'm naming this class as dog. I'll click on finish over here. Right, again, this would be extending. It is extends animal. Now, since this extends animal, which is an abstract class, we'd have to give the definition inside this. So it would be, let me write it properly over here, public void animal sound. And let me give in the body over here, system.out.println, and I'll give in the sound made by a dog inside this. So this is also set. So we've got both of this ready over here. Let me see if we have made some error again. Animal sound, this is set. Abstract class animal. Let me go over here. We have added the unimplemented methods over here. So, but still this has to be a capital, right? So guys, make sure that you're taking care of the proper caps lock or small case over here. So all of this is set. These two classes have inherited from the abstract class. Now it's time to create an object of those two classes. So what we'll do over here is I will start with the cat class, create an object of it, name the object as C. So this will be cat C is equal to new cat. And with the help of this, I will invoke animal sound. Now similarly, I will create instance of dog. So this will become dog D is equal to new dog. And again, I'll have D dot animal sound. Now let's just run the entire code and let's see what do we get, right? So first we are printing out the animal sound of a cat, which is meow, and then we are printing out the animal sound of a dog, which is pow pow. So this is how we can work with an abstract class. Now, after abstract class, we have a similar concept which helps us with abstraction, which is known as an interface. As it is stated over here, an interface is a completely abstract class. So when it comes to an abstract class, a simple abstract class, you can have abstract methods or normal methods. But when it comes to an interface, you can only have abstract methods. You cannot have normal methods inside it. So all of the methods, whatever methods you have in an interface, all of them have to be overridden by whatever class implements this interface. So this is the basic idea behind an interface over here. So instead of writing class, you have the keyword interface. So you put in public interface phone, and inside it, you add in all of the methods which have to be overridden by the class. Now you can consider an interface to be a basic template which can be used by multiple classes. So this becomes a basic template over here. Now, once we have a basic template ready, I will go ahead and have a new class which can implement this. So over here, the name of the class is iPhone, which implements phone, and I am overriding those three methods. So as you see over here, I'm overriding the cost method, the color method, and the battery life method, and I'm just printing out all of these three things. So let's go ahead and work with an interface in Java. I'll have to delete all of this. Let me delete these three animal classes over there, and let me also remove out the stuff. Now it's time to create a new interface actually. So new interface, and I will name this interface as phone. I'll click on finish. Now, as I've told you, an interface can only comprise of abstract methods. So over here, a phone, what does a phone have? So a phone would have cost. So this would be public void. I'll add cost. A phone would have color. So I'll add public. Let me make it color, public void color. And then a phone would also have a battery life associated with it. So I'll add public void. Let me type in battery life over here. So I've got all these three things set. So now that I've got my interface, it's time to implement this interface. So here I'll create a new class, and then I'll name this new class as iPhone. And this iPhone is basically implementing the phone interface. Now it's important that you understand the difference between what is happening in the interface, in the inheritance, and in the implementing over here. So when you're inheriting a class, you add the keyword extends, and when you're implementing an interface, you add implements over here. So this is the difference which you'd have to understand. Public class iPhone implements phone. So now that you have this, you would have to override all of the methods. So the first method over there was public void cost. And then we had the second method, which was public void color. Again, you'd have to have the body over here. So you'll have it this way. And you also have color. And after color, you would have battery life. So let me put in battery life over here. So I got all of these three methods set. So I have overridden. Now I have to add the body inside this. So let me just type in system.out.println, and inside this I'll add cost of iPhone as $600. Inside this I'll type, let me write in the println properly. So this becomes color of iPhone is, let's say, blue. And then we've finally got the battery life over here. So system.out.println, and then let's say the battery life of iPhone is 15 hours. So we've got this iPhone, which is implementing phone. Now it's time to create an instance of iPhone. So I'll go to the main class over here, and inside this, let me have my iPhone class, and I'll create an object of it. I'll name it as IP. Here I'll type in new iPhone. I've got this set. Now with the help of this, I can invoke all of the three methods. So here I'll put ip.batteryLife. Then I've got ip.color. After that, I've got ip.cost. So I've got all three of these things set over here. Now let me hit run, and let's see what is the result over here, right? So this is how we can work with interfaces. So the result is battery life of iPhone is 15 hours, color of iPhone is blue, and then the cost of iPhone is $600. Now we'll see how can one class inherit as well as implement. So here we'll start with this class named as person class. So person class, this has two attributes, which is the name of the person and then the age of the person. So initially we'll set the name to be blank, the age to be equal to 0, and then we'll add a constructor over here. So this constructor basically assigns the value to the name and the age of this person. Now that this is done, we'll go ahead and print out the details of the person. So the name of the person is this and the age of the person is this. So we've got the person class ready. After this, we'll go ahead and create an interface with the name father. So public interface father, and then this will have one abstract method, which is task. So we've got a class ready. We've got the interface also ready. Now it's time to create our class known as man, which would extend the class and also implement the interface over here. Now this you have to understand. because we are inheriting. We're doing two things over here. So the first thing is we are inheriting a class, and the second thing is we are implementing a method. Now, normally, if you want to extend two classes in Java, that is not possible because Java does not allow multiple inheritance. Guys, I'm repeating it. Java does not allow multiple inheritance. So, to overcome this, what Java provides you is something known as interface. So, when you want to do something which is similar to multiple inheritance, instead, you can extend one class and implement an interface. So this is something you can do in Java. So over here, this man class extends the person class and implements the father interface. Now that this is done, we have another attribute inside this man class called as salary, and I'm setting it to be equal to 0. And since this extends the person class, which has a constructor inside it, I have a constructor over here with the name man, and the first two attributes over here go into the super method. So N over here would go into the name of the person, A over here would go into the age of the person. Now that these two are set, I would also have to set the salary of the person. So for that, I have int s, and I'm assigning s to this variable salary. So I've got all of this to be set. And since this is also implementing the father interface, we'd have to override the method which is present in this father interface, which is task. So a task of a father is to earn money. So all of these things are happening in this man class. Let's go ahead and work with this. Now again, let me delete these two from over here. This is done. I'd have to create my first class. So new class, and the name of the class is person. So this is a public class, obviously, and inside this we've got a lot of things going on. So first we'd have to set the name of the person, so string name, and initially I'll set it to be a blank, and after this I'd also have to set the age of the person, so I'll set the age to be equal to 0. Now that this is done, I will use a constructor because I'd have to initialize the values of name and age. So I'll have public person over here, and I'll have, let me add in some parameters inside this. So I'll have a string parameter s, and I'll have an int parameter a. So I am assigning the value of s into name, and I would also assign the value of a into age. So our constructor is also ready. Now it's time to show the details. So public void show person details, and this does not take in any parameters. All it does is show the details. So let me print out. So the first detail would be the name of the person. So I'll type in the name of the person is, I'll have the variable name over here, and then after this I'd have to print out the age of the person. So I'll print out system.out. This would be println, and here I'll add the age of the person is, I'll just have age over here. So I've got this entire class ready. Now it's time to create my interface. So I'll click on new and I'll select on interface. Now I will name this interface as father. So I've got my father interface ready, and inside this I'd have to create an abstract method. So this would be public void task, and all I do inside this method would be, well, we actually don't have to do anything inside this. Since this is an interface, I just have to create an object like this. Now we will go ahead and have another class, new class, and I'll name this class as man. Now this man class would extend the person's class. So extends person, and this would also implement an interface. So implements father. So we've got both of this set over here. Now we need a constructor over here, right? So I'll add public man, and inside this we would need the super method over here. So this takes in 3 parameters actually. Now we would also have the salary of the man. So let me just set int salary is equal to 0 initially. Now this man constructor would take in 3 parameters. So the first would be the name of the person, which would be string s. Next would be the age of the person, which would be int a. And then next would be the salary of the person. Let me just put it to be s, so it should be int s. Now out of this, I'll just pass in s and a inside the super method. So this is also ready. Now let me actually change this to, let's say, SA, so that we have a clear distinction between both of them. Right. So now that we've got both of these set, it's time to also assign the salary over here. So inside salary, I am adding SA. If you guys have confusion, I'll just repeat it. Since this person class is extending the man class and there's a constructor inside, sorry, it's actually the opposite. Since the man class is extending the person class and there's an constructor present inside this person class, we'd have to override that constructor. And to do that, we would need this super method. So the first 2 parameters go into the super method. So the name goes over here, the age goes over here, and the salary, which is unique, this attribute is unique to this man class, so that I'm passing in over here. So now that the constructor is set, I would also have to override the method which is present in the father interface. So this is public void task. So let me just add public void task over here, and inside this, let me just set in the task. So here this would be system.out.println, and inside this I'll add in earn money. So this is also set, and after this I just have to go to the main class over here. Let me delete all of this, and I'd have to create a new instance of man. So I'll have man m is equal to new man. This is set, but then again, since this has a constructor, I need to add in the values of the name of the person, the age of the person, and the salary of the person. So let me have my scanner class ready over here. So I'll type in scanner scan is equal to new scanner, and in this I'll put in system.in. So now that this is set, I just would have to give in the instructions to the user so he can give me the details. So system.out.println. So I'd have to start off by getting the name of the person. So I'll type enter name, and this I'll take through next. And I would have to store this somewhere. So this, remember, has to be small, and I'd have to store this. So I'll store this in, let's say, my name. So I've taken the name from the user. Now similarly, I'd have to take the age from the user. So I'll type in system.out.println, and inside this I'll type enter age. Now that this is done, again I'd have to use scan. So this time it will be next int. Let me put it to be small n over here. And the result which this gives out would be stored in, let's say, this would become age. This is also done. And then I would have the final print statement, system.out.println. And inside this, I would ask for the salary of the person. So I'll type enter salary. And this would become scan.nextInt. So this would be scan.nextInt, and I will store this in int, and I'll name the variable as my salary. So all of this is set properly. Now after this, I just have to pass in the value. So the first value would be the name of the person. So I'll pass in my name, and then I'd have to pass in the age of the person, which would be my age. And then I'd also have to pass in the salary of the person, which would be my salary. Again, all of this is set. Now that this is done, I would basically have to print out the details of the person. So let me just go ahead and also invoke the tasks over here. So I'll type in m dot task, and then after this I would also have m dot show person details. Now I'll click enter and let's see the final result. So first I'd have to add in the name of the person. So let's say the name of the person is Raj. Raj is 28 years old. He's 18 years old, sorry. And let's say he earns around $20,000 or $200,000. Seems like he's rich. So since he's a man and he's actually a father at the age of 18, so that's interesting. And he earns money, that is his task, which is, so this method, basically we are invoking it from the interface, and the name of the person is Raj and the age of the person is 18.
We have understood the core pillars of OOPS and Java. To know more about Java and OOPS, subscribe to our channel to stay updated with the more tutorials and insights. In any programming language, writing modular and reusable code is essential, and Java is no exception. To achieve well-organized and modular code in Java, it's important to understand how to structure your code into different packages. So let's explore the concept of packages and learn how to create your own user-defined package in Java. Now let us talk about packages in Java. Packages also is a very important concept. Why? Because whenever you're writing a long Java software code, you need to define your codes into a proper modular way, right? And how you can make or organize it into a modular way with the help of packages. Okay, so package is what? It's somewhat like a directory or a folder. For example, normally on your laptop or a desktop, when you have to save files, how do you save? Suppose you start saving the files all on desktop and then you have to search it. It will be difficult, right? So what you do is you create folders. Suppose all Java related code files or notes, you want to keep it inside one folder. So one folder will be Java. Next folder will be suppose Python. All the Python related files, you'll keep it there. So this Java and Python folders which I talked about right now, these are actually packages when it comes to Java programming. So the idea is similar, which I told you, right? To organize your files into a proper way. But when it comes to Java programming, packages offer you one more advantage, apart from organizing codes into a modular way. That advantage is that it also avoids name conflicts. For example, suppose you start writing a Java code and you wrote 1000 lines into one file. Suppose, and in that one file, you have defined somewhere a class named student. Again, if you try to use that student class name somewhere, you will get an error or you will not be able to do that. So if you have written 1000 lines, it is difficult for you also to remember that which all variable names, which all class names I have already used, I should not be using it. Either you have to keep track of it. So better than this is to not write all 1000 lines of codes into one file, but write it into different packages and different files. So one file, suppose 10 lines you wrote, you can easily remember what 10 lines, you can see what 10 lines you have, variable names and class names and object names you have used. And in that file, suppose you have used student as a class name. Different package, different file, inside that package, you can use the same class name as student and it will not give you any compile time error. So this avoids the naming conflicts for large Java software codes. So that was the benefit of packages. I hope you got the basic idea about what packages are. Now, coming to the different types of packages in Java, one is inbuilt, one is user defined. So inbuilt packages, a lot of package support is there, meaning a lot of folders are there where inside that the classes are defined, inside the classes methods are defined, which is organized in a modular way in different packages and is provided for us to use it. The examples for inbuilt packages are java.util, java.io. So these all are inbuilt packages. Okay. Now coming to user defined package. So can you also create your own package? Can you have this kind of structure that a folder and then inside that there are certain files, then a folder and then certain files? Yes, you can. And how to do that, I will show you now. So what I'm going to do here is, I'm going to create a project first. View, command create Java project, no build tools, select the location, so it is this folder, and then give the name of the project. So suppose I give the name as exam, okay, or I can give calculation. Okay, so it created a different project for me here. So inside the source folder, I'm going to create a folder, which will be a folder meaning a package. So I'm going to give the example or the name here as com dot maybe example1. Okay. Then I'm also going to create another package. So I'll show you two packages and how you can use also the things you are defining into one package into the other package. Again, click on the source, create another package, example2 maybe. Okay. Now coming to this folder, here I'll create a new file with the name of, let me name it as maths calculation .java. Okay. Inside this also I'll create a new file and I will name it as using maths .java. Okay. Now coming to this maths calculation.java file, which is inside com.example1 folder or a package, how to create a package now. So the very first line which you should include in your file is the package keyword, okay, PACKAGE without any change in the spelling, space, the name of the package, which already you have created here, right, as a folder name. So this is the package com.example1, which I am going to use. Okay. So this is how you create a package. So this folder now becomes a package when it comes to Java programming. Here I am going to define a method which I will be calling it into a different package. So let me quickly define one method for you. So it is public void sum int a comma int b. Okay, then I'll print it here. Sum of two numbers is a plus b. Okay. So inside this package I have defined a method, but you know that in Java nothing can be outside a class. So I should have a class here first, and the class name will be maths calculation, the name of the file itself. This will be over here. Okay. So inside this class I have defined a method. Now I'll save this file. So this is how we define a package, and inside this some content. Now how to use this package? If suppose I want to use this sum method somewhere else in some other package and some other file that is using maths.java file, then we have to import that particular package, right? And that can be done using import keyword. So what I'm going to import here, import com.example1 dot star. So dot star meaning anything which is there inside this folder or a package example1 should be included here in this file also, or in this package also. Okay. As this already I have created a folder com.example2, let me make this also as one of the package com.example2. Okay. Now inside this class I am going to have the main method. Here I am going to call this particular method sum. So how to do that? Can I directly call it? Yes, you can directly call it by just using the name of the class. So maths calculation.sum can be called. So maths calculation dot sum method can be called. Sum takes two integers as the parameters, right? So I should pass that as well. 2, 3. As we have discussed the modular approach to organizing Java code using packages, let's explore interfaces, which play a key role in implementing the concept of abstraction in Java. Following that, we'll move on to one of the more advanced features related to interface, and that is Lambda expressions. We'll cover everything from the basics to the more advanced aspects of Lambda expressions.
Now, abstraction, the final pillar, right? If a method doesn't have its implementation, then it's known as abstract method. Okay, we will see what do you mean by this line in the next slide. But for now, let's see. I have defined a method and I haven't done any implementation on it. I just have declared it. Okay, no body is given. So that method is called an abstract method. Class having one or more abstract methods is known as abstract class. So let's suppose if there is a class and in which there are some normal methods and there are some abstract methods or abstract methods are present there. So that class which contains some methods which are not abstract and which are abstract is called an abstract class. Okay, it actually implements abstraction to certain extent. What do you mean by this certain extent? So since there are some methods which are not abstract, that's why this word certain extent has been written here. Okay, this certain, there is not proper 100% abstraction, but some part has been abstracted, right? Abstract keyword is used for declaring abstract class. Abstract class can have abstract and non-abstract methods, right? And it can be instantiated. Okay, so since there are some methods which are not abstract, so we can create objects of this class. Okay, rather it has to be extended, right? It has to be extended and the abstract methods have to be given their implementation. So how we implement this, we have to use the extend keyword, and then once we have extended that class in some other class, right, we are using again inheritance, right? So once we have inherited the parent class, right, inherited the parent class in the child class, right, now in the child class we have to define its body. Implementation has to be given. So now let's see the demo and the things will be much clearer. So here's the abstract class, right? Keyboard. In that there is an abstract method called working, right? There's an abstract method and there is another method called name. So you see why it's abstract, right? There are some methods which are abstract, right? There's the abstract method working. And there are methods which are not abstract, that is name, right? If that is the class containing such properties, right? Some methods are abstract and some are not. It is called abstract class. Okay. Now the HP class extends this keyboard, right? You see, now once we have extended this keyboard class, right? We have to implement the abstract method. If we don't, we will get an error, right? So working has to be implemented. You see, why do working, and it has to be same name as, right, as in given above, right? Then we just gave its body. Implementation has been given in the class, in that HP class, right? Then in the main method, then once we created an object of HP, when we called working, it should be it is shown the message, this is a HP keyboard. And then when we called the name method, it's called, this is a keyboard component. Okay, you see how we implemented this abstract class here, right? Abstract class is nothing but a class containing abstract methods and non-abstract methods. It's not 100% abstraction, right? But to some extent we are able to do abstraction. Now you might be thinking, yeah, we are doing this is not abstraction. How we can just do 100% abstraction? For that we have an interface. So interface enforces 100% abstraction, right? All the methods You see here, if you see in this class keyboard, there were some methods which were not abstract, but in the interface, all the methods are abstract by default, and this is not necessary to write abstract. This is not necessary to write an abstract keyword while declaring them, right? So what do you mean by this line? When we are talking about an interface, we know that all the methods are abstract. Okay, there's no point that there will be some methods which are not abstract. So writing in abstract in front of that method is not, it's not mandatory, right? So we know by default. Okay, compiler implicitly, right, automatically adds a public abstract in front of every method of an interface. So you don't have to write it, compiler will do it for us. Okay, what will he write? He write public abstract in front of that class. Okay, if you see that there's an interface toy written in this, right, wherein we have defined two methods which are abstract, public abstract. We don't have to write that, compiler will do it for us. Okay, public abstract. And what are the methods? Two methods, start and run. Implements keyword is used by the class that wants to use it and has to give definition for every method. Once what we did, we just use the inheritance concept here again. Now, once we inherited this class, this type of interface, right? This is an interface, right? So once we have implemented, we have to use implements keyword instead of extends, because we are inheriting interface, right? While implementing interface methods, we have to be specific that public access modifiers is must. So the methods that have been defined will be public. Okay, these methods that interface methods has to be public. Okay, and we have to be sure that we have to define all the methods in that class which is inheriting it or which is implementing it. A class can implement multiple interfaces, which enables a sort of multiple inheritance, right? In the starting of this session, we talked about how we will be able to do multiple inheritance, right? Java doesn't support multiple inheritance, but with the help of interfaces, we can do it, okay, if you want. Now let's see the demo. So there's an interface toy in which there has been two methods written, void start and void run, right? The return type is void. So you see, I haven't written any abstract in front of them, right? Which was in case of the abstract class. Rather, a compiler will explicitly, will automatically, rather implicitly. You see, we haven't written public abstract in front of these two methods, right? But our compiler will implicitly define what or write public abstract in front of these methods. Okay, now a car implements toy, so we have to define our body or implement those methods inside of that class car. Okay, and we have to make sure that these methods are public. Okay, that's why it's written public void start, public void run. Car started in the method of start, cars is running, right? Then we defined an interface demo in that class. We just called a main function, then we created an object of car, and then we just called both these methods start and run. Okay, this is how we implement interface. Now let's quickly go ahead, and this is a very important topic. So now let's quickly go ahead and check its demo. So now what we talked about here, right? Just give me a minute here. Okay, yeah, cool. So now let's create an interface. So what we write? Interface. Okay, just a minute. Interface, right? Interface keyword. Now we created an interface, right? What do we call it? Let's say we call it a car. Okay, car is an interface. Okay, it's written car. Okay, we created a car, right? So we have created a class car, right, which is an interface. So in this, there should be methods, only methods which are abstract. So we don't have to write anything instead of we don't have to write abstract keyword here in front of these methods. We just have to write void. Let's say the method name is run. So this is the method, and that's it. There is no body for it. Okay, it's an empty method, right? That's what I will do it, right? I talked to you, right? This is the method. Okay, so this is the method. That's it. Void run, and there is another method, start. Okay, these two methods are abstract, okay, because it's an interface. Now when we're trying to inherit this method, we just have to write implements. Okay, implements keyword, and what does it implement? Let me rename it. It's a car. Okay, and it implements car. Now once this method has been implemented, right, this method has been implemented by this class, it's explicitly, and I have to define some bodies. If I'm not defining any bodies for these methods, then there will be an error. So I have to explicitly define these methods. So I have to also write public in front of them. Okay, it's very important that I write public in front of them, else it won't run. Okay, so I have to define body run. Okay, and then what I did, I just write system. Okay, just give me a second, and there is a snippet. Okay, print message here, print ln, right, and then we just write run. Okay, and that's it. Now we have also, if we only defined one single method and second has not been implemented here, then also it will give an error. It has to be explicitly both the methods. Okay, both the methods has to be implemented. Then we will write start. Okay, that's it. And in the message, let's change the message to start. Okay, done. This is how we do it. Now we created an object, and then we just call these methods. Let's remove these lines. And now what we will do, ob dot, what is the method? Run. That's it. And ob dot, let's check that as well. Start. Ob dot start. That's it. End of statement. Okay, end of statement here. That's it. Both these methods have been defined, and this is how we implement our interface. Okay, let's run this thing and see what is the output that we are getting. Yeah, run and start. This is how we implement our interface. So there is two things that you have to keep in mind. You have to define only methods which are not, I mean to say, whose body is not defined. Okay, only those methods can be defined in an interface. You can't have a method just like in when we're defining abstract classes, right? In that there were some methods which were abstract and some were not. Here all the methods will be abstract, and you don't have to write public abstract in front of it. Okay, or a compiler will do it for us. Okay, and once we are implementing, we have to implement both these methods in our classes, right? I'm repeatedly saying that both these methods, if there are three methods, all of the three must be implemented, and we have to write public in front of it. If we don't, then there will be an error. Okay, that's it. Now let's go back to our code, and this is done.
Now let me talk about Lambda expressions in Java. So what is Lambda expression? As the name itself makes it little clear, that is, it is an expression, meaning a line of a code or a block of a code. But the block of code or those expressions, those lines of code in Java will not have any name assigned to it. Okay, so Lambda expression is a block of code without any name assigned to it. Lambda expression implementation code can be provided wherever it is made use of. Meaning, suppose if you have to make use of a program that is reversing the characters of a string. So Normally what we do, we write a method in Java where we write the codes for reversing the characters of a string. And then wherever it is required to be implemented, we call that particular method. This is how we work in Java programming, right? But if I have to use Lambda expression, what I will do is I will not be defining any separate method or anything, any separate piece of code. But wherever the reversing the characters of string is required, there itself we will write the Lambda expression, which will contain the codes for reversing the characters of a string. Okay, so this is what I meant by when I said Lambda expression implementation code can be provided where it is called. Okay, now it represents an anonymous class. Anonymous class meaning a class without any name assigned to it. Right? So anonymous class concept is there in Java. So Lambda expression also is not given any name, right? So it represents, or it is similar to the anonymous class in a way that even anonymous class doesn't have any name assigned to it, and it is declared or defined there itself where it is required. Similarly, Lambda expression also doesn't have any name assigned to it, and it is defined there itself where it is required. Okay. Second, it can be referred as a method without a name, right? So we include certain piece of code, certain implementation code inside a method in Java programming. And same piece of code, if you don't want inside a method, you can directly write it down under a Lambda expression and at the place itself where it is required to be called. Okay, so this is all about your Lambda expressions in Java. Now let me talk about use of Lambda expressions in Java. That is, why was this requirement of adding Lambda expression concept in Java? As this Lambda expression concept is added as a new features in Java programming under Java version 8, but why was the requirement of it? So to understand that, we have to understand first why we create a method in Java. Suppose any given piece of code has to be repeatedly called again and again. We write that piece of code inside a method. And then wherever required, we call that method again and again, right? Similarly, Lambda expressions are made use there where any given piece of code has to be used exactly once. Suppose I take an example of reversal of a string. Okay? Reversal of a characters of string. Okay? So in that case, what I'll have is that I'll have a piece of code where it is going to reverse the characters, right? Now, this can be included inside a method. Suppose it is included inside a method M1. But this method in the entire piece of code, in the entire program or a software, I have to use only once. Then including it inside a method and calling that method somewhere in my program, in the actual code, doesn't make much sense. In fact, it increases the overhead. So to solve this problem, what was done is the concept of Lambda expression was introduced. That is, you can put this method inside a Lambda expression, meaning you don't have to create a separate method here. Suppose I am using M1 method in the code at this point of time. Here itself, I can write a Lambda expression that will contain the same code which is here for reversal of the characters of a string. And this Lambda expression will not have any name like this method had M1. Because these expressions of reversal of characters of string has not to be called again and again that it needs a name. It has to be called only once. So if it has to be used only once, even if there is no name, directly the code is written there, then also it makes no difference. Right? So doing this process solves the complete overhead of creating a separate method, calling that method, and method execution takes a long process at the backend in memory. But if the code is written there itself in the form of Lambda expression, all this backend overhead is reduced. So the advantage to this is first is your less coding is involved. You don't have to explicitly write a method, call the method and all that. So coding is reduced. Secondly, codes are benefited here, which has to be called or used in the entire program only once. Okay. Lastly, it encourages the concept of functional programming. Lambda expression is the concept from the functional programming languages itself. It has been added to the object-oriented programming languages also, but as it belongs to originally from a functional programming language concept, it encourages functional programming also. Okay, so this was all about why was the Lambda expression used or was introduced in Java programming. Now let me tell you how to write Lambda expressions in Java. So to write Lambda expressions in Java, there is a proper syntax that has to be followed like any other programming concept. So the syntax here is in various formats depending upon the number of parameters being passed to that block of code or to the Lambda expression. Okay, but basically if I try to explain the syntax of Lambda expressions in Java, it consists of 3 parts. Okay, the first part is your parameters. Okay, so this is your parameters. Second is a arrow symbol, okay, pointing towards right side, and then this is the second part, okay, a arrow. And third part is the Lambda expression codes, the actual Lambda expression code. Okay, so the first part, that is parameters, are included inside a round bracket, then followed by which there will be an arrow, and the last part is included inside a curly bracket ending it with semicolon. Okay, so broadly this is the syntax being followed, but now depending on the parameters, this part of the syntax differs. How? If there is no parameter being passed to this Lambda expression code, to understand what parameter is and what this expression codes is, consider a method. Okay, suppose there is a method void m1, and this method is having a parameter maybe string a1. Okay, and what the code consists of is the code to reverse the characters of a1 string, right? Now, if this method I don't want to write because this method is being used suppose only once in my program, I have to convert this into Lambda expression. So the syntax, how is that related to this method? Which part of the syntax covers which part of this particular code? Let me tell you, that will make it clear. So parameters here are these parameters which are passed to this method. So in this method code, only one parameter is being passed, that is a1, which is of type string, right? So just write a1 here in the round bracket. Okay, then arrow symbol, and in the curly bracket you have to write this part represents this curly bracket. Okay, the first part represented the parameter to the method. Fine. So the code to reverse the characters of string char a1 will be over here. So as this parameter a1 or the variable a1 is being used in this Lambda expression, those are written here in the round brackets. Okay, so this is how it is defined. Now suppose there can be sometimes a code which does not require any parameter. Okay, there may be suppose a code called as void. Suppose this method is there, void m2, which is not taking any parameter, and it prints the message. Simple, there is system.out.println message inside this, so it prints some message. It will not take any parameter, right? So this method has to be converted in the form of Lambda expression. Then how will you write? So in that case, parameter will not be there. So it will just be an empty round bracket. Okay, followed by which there will be an arrow symbol, and then there will be this curly brackets which will contain the system.out.println code to display the message. Println. Right? So this is how we write Lambda expressions in Java. Number of parameters keeps increasing. You can add all those parameters here, separating it with a comma. You can see the second syntax written here. First parameter, second parameter, third parameter, and number of parameters can be there. All you can write in the round bracket, separating it with a comma. So I hope you are clear with how to write Lambda expressions in Java. Before understanding how to write the complete Lambda expression in Java, let us know few tips and tricks, or you can say few rules to be remembered for Lambda expressions in Java. So rules for Lambda expression in Java is that the variable type should be of interface type. That is, when the Lambda expression returns or executes completely, and finally it should be referred by an object reference of type interface. And that interface should have only one method, and that method should be abstract public method. Next rule says that the Lambda expression should have same number of parameters and same return type as that of the method in that interface. Meaning, if I am referring to a functional interface which has one abstract method which has only one parameter passed to it, then while defining the Lambda expression for that, we should have only one parameter for the Lambda expression also. If the method defined inside the functional interface has two parameters, then the Lambda expression being written for that particular interface should have two parameters given to it. So that says your second rule. So these are the two rules which you have to remember before writing Lambda expressions in Java. Now let me talk about the Lambda expression program in Java. That is, I'll be going to the IntelliJ IDE where I'll be writing the code and demonstrating you an example of Lambda expression code. So let's go to the IDE. So here I have already created a file with the name of example. So the class name is also example. Public static void main method is also defined there. Now I have to write a Lambda expression here. So to write a Lambda expression, I should have a functional interface. Either I can use any inbuilt functional interface in Java programming like runnable, predicate, or I can create my own functional interface here in this code itself. So I will demonstrate you by creating a functional interface in this code itself. So let me write an interface. Okay, so the interface name suppose is your string example. Now inside this interface, I'll have a method string reverse. So I'm going to write a Lambda expression for reversing the characters of a string with the help of functional interface. So this will take a string parameter again, okay, of type string. The parameter will be of type string. So this is your interface with one abstract method. So it is called as your functional interface. Now to implement that, we don't have to use implements keyword or anything because I'm going to use the concept of Lambda expression here. So just you have to write class example, that's it. And in the main method itself, we can write our rest of the Lambda expression code. Okay, we need not implement the interface string example to use the method reverse. Okay, so how can it be done without implementing it? Let's see with the help of Lambda expression. So what I'll do here is that as before writing a Lambda expression, the Lambda expression result should be referred by object reference having of type interface, right? So the interface name here is string example. So string example, suppose result is equal to the parameter passed. Now here I will write the Lambda expression. So the syntax for writing Lambda expression is first in the round bracket I should write the parameters of the Lambda expression. So let's write that. Here the parameter will be same as the parameter to the method of the interface. So method of the interface is reverse method. Reverse method has only one parameter, that is string x. So this Lambda expression, if it is referring to this particular method, then it should be having only one parameter. So yes, it is referring to this method because the return type is of string example, that is same as this interface type. So definitely this Lambda expression is referring to the method reverse. So it should have only one parameter passed to it because there is only one parameter to method reverse. So let it be x, or we can give any other name just not to be confused. Okay, then the statement, the syntax of Lambda expression says arrow symbol followed by which there should be curly bracket which should end with semicolon. Right? Now inside this I will write the code for reversing the characters of a string. So the code will be simple ones. So let's take a empty string. Okay. After that, for all the characters of the string, int I equals to S1 dot length minus 1. I should be greater than equal to 0. I plus plus. I plus plus. Sorry, not plus, as we are starting from end, it should be I minus minus. Now for all of these, okay, let's not have this, as there's going to be only one statement. So C1 is equal to C1 plus S1 dot caret. Okay, I. Now this should return C1, right? So this is how we write a lambda expression. It should end with this round curly bracket and then semicolon. So this is your lambda expression code. Okay, so in place of overwriting this method reverse from and implementing this interface string example, as it is a functional interface, we can just simply make use of it directly here by using lambda expression. Okay, now how to demonstrate or print the result of it. So to print the result of it, let me have dot string system.out.println, and here you have to call the method that is your reverse, right? And with the help of which object you can call? The object reference used here. So result is the object reference being used to store the output of this lambda expression. So result dot reverse. Okay, and you can pass the string here. That's it. Now let's execute and check if it's working fine. So you can see here, yes, it executes fine and returns the reverse of the each character of the given string, hello. Okay. So this is all about your implementation of lambda expressions in Java. So you can see here you have to make use of this. Now if suppose here I define one more method, void m1 and like this, then there will be the error. Okay, the complete code will have an error, and when you try to run this, you can see what message it throws. So it says Java example is not a functional interface. String example is not a functional interface. So clearly you can see here that it says that it is not a functional interface. It means it should have only one method. So you have to have only one abstract method inside it. Then it will not throw any error and show the result correctly. So I hope you understood the whole concept of functional interface, how it is linked with the lambda expression. Now let me talk about lambda versus interface. That is, what is the difference between lambda normally and interface? As lambda is being interlinked or related to interface, so it's important here to understand what is the difference between these two, or is there any difference? So yes, difference is that lambda expression can be used only for those interfaces which has single abstract method inside it. And such interfaces are called as functional interface. So lambda expression can be used only for functional interface. Few examples of functional interface are runnable, predicate. So all these inbuilt interfaces in Java have single abstract methods. The interface can have n number of static methods, but lambda expressions is applicable only for those interfaces which are having single public and abstract method. That is your functional interfaces. It cannot be used for more than one abstract methods. That is, the interface has more than one abstract methods, then lambda expression cannot be used for such interface. Now let me talk about lambda value capture. So what exactly is there under lambda value capture is that I'll talk about two things here. One is the output of the result of the lambda expression is referred by an object that is of type interface. And second point is that the variables which are declared in the scope of lambda expression is only accessible by the lambda expression. What is the scope of lambda expression? So to define that, let's understand with the help of an example. Suppose I defined a class A here, and inside this class, there is public static void main method. Okay. Public static void main string args. Now, inside this, I'm making use of Lambda expression. Okay. Suppose there is some interface. So I'll take example of the inbuilt interface itself. Okay. So predicate is an inbuilt interface, right? A functional interface in Java. So predicate, string type, suppose, and R1 result equals to, and then this is your Lambda expression. So this Lambda expression, suppose, is ending here, and then the main method and the class ends. So here, the scope of Lambda expression is defined such that if the variable is declared inside this class, so int a equals to 4, if I define this over here, and then this int a can be referred inside the Lambda expression that is over here. If I want to make a is equal to a plus 4, I can do it over here. But make sure, as it is inside static, I have written, so this should be static. But this is what defines the scope of the Lambda expression. That is, if a variable is defined inside the enclosing class of the Lambda expression, then that variable can be accessed by the Lambda expression also. Can be accessed by Lambda expression, meaning inside this curly bracket in the code block of Lambda expression, we can include that. Okay. Second is, if the variable is defined inside the Lambda expression code itself, that is inside this curly brackets, if I would have defined some variable int b equals to 3, suppose, then definitely inside this Lambda expression itself, I can refer b anywhere. So 2 places, if I define a variable that is inside the enclosing class of a Lambda expression or in the Lambda expression body itself, then those variables will be accessible by the Lambda expression. Okay, just you have to make sure that if you are accessing some variable from a static field, then that should be declared static. But normally this rules applies that the variable declared in scope of Lambda expression should be accessed in Lambda expression only. Okay. First thing was that the return value from Lambda expression has to be stored in a variable of type interface. So you can see here this variable, that is object reference of type predicate. Okay. So these 2 things are important here to know under Lambda value capture. Now let me talk about method reference in Lambda expression. So method reference meaning how can you refer to any defined method in Java programming from Lambda expressions. Okay, so there are 2 variations for it. One is static method reference, another is your instance method reference. So first I'll talk about static method reference. Okay, so let's understand this with the help of an example. Suppose inside a class, any class, suppose example is the name of the class. Inside this class example, suppose I have a method defined as a static method. Okay, so static void m1. Okay, now this method has certain code here, the implementation code. Now from public static void main method, public static void main string args, I want to make use of the concept of the Lambda expression and I want to call this method m1 inside the Lambda expression. Then how can I refer to this static method from Lambda expression? So we know that the syntax to be followed is round bracket with parameters, arrow symbol and curly brackets and then ending it with semicolon. Right? So here, but we'll use a shortcut method with double colon. So all this will be replaced with just 2 colons. Okay. So how we can do that? So I'm going to use a concept of thread here to call this method. Okay. You can refer it anywhere like that, not necessarily in the thread. So I'm going to create the object of class thread. Okay. And in the constructor for the thread class, I'm going to call this method. Okay. So here to call the static method, and here I'm going to actually write the Lambda expression. So normally you would have written round bracket and then this over here. But in place of this, we have a shortcut. Let's understand that shortcut here. So for that, what I'll do is, as it's a static method, to refer the static method, I can just use the class name. Need not have any object or anything. Just directly use the class name, that is your example, 2 colons, okay, and then the name of the method m1. Fine. So this is how we will refer to a static method from the main method, okay, or from the Lambda expression. That is, this is the shortcut symbol which can be used. This is equivalent to this part. Okay. Now, how can we refer an instance method? That is, an instance method reference. How can it be done? So for that, I'm going to again have a class. The name of the class, let me have as example itself. And in the class, I'm going to have a method void m1 where I'm not declaring it as static. It will have certain codes inside it. Okay. Now in the public static main method, public static main string args. Now here, if I have to make use of the Lambda expression and call this instance method, then how can we do it? Again, I'll use the concept of thread. You can do it in any other way, but the reference mechanism is same. So I'm creating a thread here, new thread, and then here, in place of writing this syntax of Lambda expression, I'm going to use double colons. Okay. So here, as it is an instance method, I need an object to call this method. So yeah, I have to create an object of the example class. So I'll create that first here, new example. Okay. And then using this object E and then 2 colons, then the method M1. This is how we will use the Lambda expression and call the instance method or refer the instance method M1. Okay, and then you have to definitely write t.start to start the execution of this thread and the method eventually. But this is how we will refer the instance method from the Lambda expression code. Okay, you can write in place of this also, which will be perfectly okay. But this shortcut seems easy to understand and even to write. So this is mostly followed. So this is how we will refer the static methods and instance methods from the Lambda expression. Definitely here also you should type t.start, then only the thread execution will start. An instance method also you have to do t.start. But important point was here, that is reference or method reference in Lambda expressions, both for instance method and for static method.
After gaining an understanding of Lambda expression, let's move on to exception handling. We'll explore what exceptions are and why is it essential to handle this exceptional conditions in Java code. We'll also cover the key concepts involved in exception handling, that is try catch block, finally block, and the final keyword among others.
Now let's talk about exception handling. So exception handling is an abnormal condition that may happen at runtime and disturb the normal flow of the program. What do you mean by this? Maybe sometime you are writing some program and you did an operation wherein you just divided some number by 0. Dividing any number by 0 isn't that normal? Is that normal? I am just saying, is that normal if you're trying to divide anything by 0? No, it is not, right? So dividing anything by 0 will give unexpected results, right? So during that time when we accidentally do such things, we need exception handling. Okay, so we can handle exceptions in order to ensure that our code gets executed normally. There are two major categories of exception, right? Checked and unchecked. So in checked, those exceptions are called checked at the exceptions which are called checked are checked at compile time, right? Okay, these exceptions are checked at the compile time, and the unchecked exceptions are checked at runtime. Okay, so there is checked and unchecked. Checked are checked at compile time, unchecked are checked at runtime. Okay, simple. For example, IO exception, class not found. These are all IO exception, class not found. These are all examples of checked exception. Now, what are the examples of unchecked exceptions, right? Which we check at runtime, right? So arithmetic exception, null pointer exception, all these exceptions are unchecked exceptions. So the basic syntax is try and catch. So basically, whatever we think of that this statement might give some exception, we put it in a try block. Okay, and in catch we will catch that exception and we will just print that thing. So let's quickly go ahead and check the keywords in exception handling. So some of the keywords that we are going to use here in this session are try, catch, finally, throw and throws. Now let's try to implement try catch. Okay, so what do you mean by try catch? Try block contains the code that might throw an exception. Make sense? We don't write anything extra here in try block. Okay, after the exception will get executed. If the exception occurred, catch block is used to catch the exception thrown by the statement in the try block. Okay, so for example, if you can see the example below what I'm using. So in the for loop, if you have defined it syntactically correct, right, its syntax is correct, right, and what you want to do is what you are trying to do, right? If what you are trying to do is what you want to do in the for loop, then it will work fine. Now there is an exception that might occur when you're trying to divide. You see, a will be divided first by 3, then a will be divided for a second by 2, then a will be divided by 1, then a will be divided by 0. So at that time the try block will execute. Okay, so because it's an exception, what the try throws it to the catch. Okay, arithmetic exception, right? This is an arithmetic exception when we are trying to divide anything by 0. That's what we get in that. Then we are trying to print that exception. We got java.lang.arithmetic exception by 0, that dividing by 0. We are trying to divide anything by 0. So catch block must follow the try block. Okay, else it will give a compile time error. So every time if you're using try block, then catch block must follow it. Okay, catch block is used to catch the exception thrown by the statement in the try block. So this is the program to implement to implement try catch. How we implement try, how we implement catch. Okay, there can be multiple catches which should be placed after the child to parent in order to get the desired output, right? So if you're trying to implement multiple catches, that can also be done. So this must follow. For example, what do you mean by child to parent in order, right? So there should be an order while you're implementing this catch. For example, there is a general exception, right? That is called this exception class that is written here, exception E. This is the parent class. Okay, now this exception is a child class. That arithmetic exception is the child class of this exception class. Okay, so the exception class that is written is the parent. Okay, parent of every exception, right? So if we have written instead of this arithmetic exception, we have written exception E, then after that the catch, after we have written multiple catches, the next catch we wrote is arithmetic exception E. That will give an error because it has to follow. Child must come first, then parent. So if we want to implement multiple catches here, then the arithmetic exception E should be first in the catch, and then the exception E in the next catch. Okay, this order must follow. Now finally, so this code contains the code which will be executed no matter if the exception is thrown or not. Finally generally contains the code of file release, memory cleaning, and all those things, that the memory release code and memory cleaning, these type of codes are done in finally. So if there is an exception that we are again trying to divide 10 by 2, then there is no exception, right? There is no exception has occurred, but the finally statement will always execute. So there will be an exception, there will be no exception in this case, right? But the finally statement will be still executed. You see the output, I am finally. So this is what we use finally for. If you want something to be executed, no matter if the exception has occurred or not, finally will still be executed. Okay. Now the throw keyword is used to explicitly throw an exception which normally doesn't throw an exception. So for example, if you explicitly, that is not automatically, herein we were automatically throwing an exception in this case, right? It automatically throws the exception. But if you yourself want to throw an exception, that throw is the keyword that we have to use. For example, in this class, what we wrote that if the age is less than 18, right, then throw an exception. That's how we do it. Throw new exception, right, in the try block. If the age is less than 18, okay. Now, if it's not, then there will be no exception thrown. So if you want explicitly to throw an exception, throw is the keyword we use. And how we use it? Throw new exception, right? We use the new keyword here, okay? Because we are generating an exception, right? That's how we do it. Now, finally, we will talk about throws. So throw is basically, it says a sort of exception the code can throw and relies on the caller to handle. So herein, we are not explicitly throwing an exception. Rather, it is upon the handler, the caller, that defines the exception or that throws the exception. For example, here what we have written, try function, then we call the function and we pass the argument 10 in it, right? And we have also passed an argument 0 in it, right? So once the function has been called, in A, there will be 10 first. Then the system will give 10 divided by 10, right? There is no exception. So no exception is thrown by the function that has been defined. Now, if 0 has been sent, now the 0 has been sent in this function, right? A contains 0. So 10 divided by 0, it's an exception. So it will throw an exception. Right? You got the point, right? The exception of the code can throw, basically throws, is responsible for handling the caller, right? When 0 has been sent, so this function is responsible for throwing an exception. What we just have to write in front of that function, throws exception, right? Then the exception will go in the catch block and can't divide by 0 is the message that we will print, okay? This is how the throws works. So throw basically says what sort of exception the code can throw, okay? And relies on the caller to handle it. So the caller defines it and handles it, the caller function, okay? For example, here function func, okay? This is all about exception handling.
Let's move forward and dive into some advanced concepts in Java programming, starting with collections. So in this section, we'll discuss data structures like stack, queue, linked list and map, all which comes under collections. For more information on data structures, check out our video on data structure using Java, available on our channel. While Java provides built-in support for implementing these essential data types through the collection framework, you can also have the option to write the code for these data structures from scratch without relying on the inbuilt support.
Now we will discuss what is collection framework in Java. So why do we need collection framework, right? So collection frameworks provides you an architecture to store and manipulate the data. You can imagine it is a container for your object where you can store your objects, right? And collection framework is basically a combination of class and interfaces. Later in the session, we will see what is interface, okay? And it has a various classes like array list, stack, vector, hash set, and interfaces. It also has some interfaces like list, set, and queue. Okay, we can do various performance like sorting, searching, insertion using this collection framework. Okay, so yeah, this is all about what is collection framework. Now we will see why do we need a collection framework, right? When let me give you an example. Why do we need collection framework? Suppose you have a data that is already, you know the length of the data, so you can initialize an array for that. But if you don't have that, like the number of the data, the size of the data, that data is like dynamic. Okay, so how can you use that? For using array, you can do that, but this is very costly and your program becomes slow, right? But using collection framework, you can add some data to your list or set or queue dynamically, and it will not decrease the speed of your data, the speed of your program, right? So this is why collection is one of the main reason we use. It actually provides you the dynamical addition of data in your program. Okay, or not even addition. It will like provide you addition, removing, searching, delete, everything. All the features you can use using this collection framework. Basically, it's a container again. So in that container, you can add anything, you can remove anything, you can delete anything, and and you can retrieve anything. So this is what is collection and why do we need collection. Okay. Now comes importance of collection. Yeah. So importance of collection is, again, it reduces the program effort. You don't need to write the data structure algorithm from the scratch. It has some pre-package where you actually get all the data structure, and it increases the program quality and it increases the speed of your data. I mean your program as well. So this is the main reason why collection framework is important in Java. Now we will see what is the difference between collection and collections, right? So what is the difference between collection and collection? So collection is an interface and collections is a class, okay? So collection used to represent a group of objects as a single entity. For the collections is basically defines the different utility methods for collection object. If you want to call the collection interface, what you need to do, it comes under the util package, java.util.collection. You can call the collection interface. And for the collection, it's a utility class. Okay. Then it's like collection helps to derive data structure of the collection framework. We will see later in the section how it actually helps using data structure. And collections is basically give us the some of the methods, static methods that help us to manipulate the collection, right? And when I'm talking about static method, what is static method? Static method is something that actually very much memory efficient, and it is accessible. That method can be accessible by the class instances. Even if you don't have the class instances, you can call those static methods. Okay. And for the static method, static member can change the value of it and can access static data members. Okay. So this is all about what is the difference between collection and collections. Now comes the hierarchy we have in collection framework. So if we have interfaces, we have already used the color coding for the interface and the class. For the interface, we have the orange, and for the class, we have the blue color, right? So basically, before we start about interfaces and class, let me tell you that interfaces always implements and class always extends. Okay. So this is the main key point you need to understand. Here you can see collection, that is an interface, and collection interface encapsulates certain other interfaces like list, queue, and set. Okay. And collection does not have any implementation, but you can implementation the sub interfaces like list, queue, and set. And list have another 4 implementation like array list, linked list, vector, and stack. And queue has dequeue, array queue. Dequeue and dequeue are the interfaces, but array dequeue is the class. Okay. And parity also the class. Then we have set, and set also have the 3 implementation. One is hash set, link hash set, tree set. These are all the class, and sorted set, that is the interfaces. Okay. So this is the hierarchy we have for collection framework. And now we will see how this interfaces we can use in our program, right? Okay. But before jumping to the program, let me tell you, there is one more thing we have, that is map. We use map. Map also have a 3 implementation. Map is also an interfaces. This does not come under collection, but when we talk about collection, we use map as well. Map actually provides a key value pair. We will see how map we can use in our program as well. For now, you need to understand that map also have a 3 interfaces. 3 implementation you can say. That is hash map, hash table, and tree map. Okay. Now come Java interfaces. What is Java interfaces? The interfaces are similar to classes, but with collection of abstract method. When I am talking about abstract method, what does that mean? That means that classes, that methods does not have anything written before. Okay, that interfaces is basically have it's something like class, but it has some methods that does not, like, we can declare those methods later. Okay, so you don't need to think about, like, you don't need to like implement, like, the methods are the abstract methods. Okay, and interface does not have constructor like we have in class. Interface does not have constructor. All the methods are abstract in interface. Yeah, all the methods, there is no implemented method will be there in interfaces. Then multiple interfaces can be extended by interface, right? I mean, if you want to extend the interface, that time you need to extend the interfaces, right? Now, an interface can contain any number of methods. So you can write 10, 20, 30, any number of methods you can declare in the interfaces, and interface cannot extend by a class. You always need to understand that an interface cannot be extended by a class. It can only implement by a class. If you want to use an interface using class, you need to implement it. You can't extend it. Okay. So this is about what is interfaces in Java. Now let's see what is list. Okay. So we talk about that interfaces that we have under collection, right? So Java list is also interfaces and the child of collection, which extends the collection interface. Okay. So this Java list extends the collection interface. Okay. But in list, you can assure that the insertion order of your input insertion order will be remain same. List contains the duplicate elements. When I'm talking about contains duplicate element, yeah. It does not care about the element you have in your data, but it cares about the insertion, the way you insert your data. Okay. List can have null value. Yeah, the list you have that can have a null values, null elements. It does not have any problem to contain a null value. List elements can be fetched using index number. So list element, if you want to fetch a list element, you can just directly call using the index number. Yeah, I will show you everything in the code. Okay, and obviously you need to understand, you need to remind that indexing of the list is start from 0, not from 1. Okay, and list allowed to do operations like you can add something in the list, you can remove something in the list, or yeah, this is the thing you will do using list. Okay, now comes the types of Java list. What are the types we have in Java list? We have array list, we have linked list, we have vector. Okay, so what is array list? Array list belongs to Java util package and it helps to create dynamic arrays, like the normal array you can say. But here is the catch, that normal array and the array list, I mean, in the normal array, you need to provide the length of your data. But for the array list, you can be dynamically add elements to your list, right? So this is the main catch between array and array list. Okay, array list implements list interface, right? It actually implements the list. Okay, that is under collection. Then array list is dynamically resizable and provides flexibility and functionality. Obviously, it's very dynamical. I mean, if you want to add some new element to your array list, you can directly using a .add method. I will show you how can you do that. It's dynamically resizable, so it does not slow down your program when you do this dynamical resizable thing. And then it provides a flexibility. It's very much flexible when you use this array list, and then come the functionality. Yeah, it has so many functions, right? Then comes array list class has predefined methods to manipulate the list easily. Yeah, there are so many predefined methods we have in array list that will help us to manipulate our list easily. So this is about array list. Look, let's see how can we implement an array list in Java. So here I will show how can you do that, and then we will go for a practical implementation. Okay. So first, if you want to import package, what you need to do? Using import java.util.star. We use star. Basically, it will fetch all the things. Import java.util.star. Star is like something you don't need to specifically mention everything like separately. Star is something, it will actually fetch all the thing. Okay, so if you use java util.star, you will get all the classes and the interfaces under util class. Okay, now how can you initialize? For initializing the list, you need to use array list. You need to call the interface array list. Then the type of the list you have, like string, int, anything. Then you need to provide the name of the list. Suppose I am using over here fruit list, right? Then you need to write new, the way we create the object, same, new, and then again you need to write the class name, array list, and then the type of the list, that is string, and the bracket. Okay, this is how we initialize array list. Now if you want to add some element in the array, how can you add that? So you need to do the list name dot add, and then the data you have, that is apple. So I have apple, banana, orange, and lychee. Okay, so what I need to do, I need to call the list name. Then using dot add method, we can store all the data, right? And if you want to display the list, what you need to do, you need to call system.out.println and then the list name, and it will show all the list. Now comes the indexing number in list. What is indexing number? So we have 5, 9, 10, 23 number list. But when I'm talking about indexing number, it starts with 0, right? So 5, the index number for 5 is 0, for 9 is 1, for 10 is 2, and 23 is 3. So you have to remember all the time that indexing number in list starts with 0. Okay, and now we will see how can we implement list in a class. How can you make a class and how can you implement list on over there? Okay, so let's get started. We will do this in Eclipse. Now as we see that how array lists work, let's see in the code file how we can actually implement array list. Okay, now we will see the implementation of array list in Eclipse. So I made this class in front of you guys. So let me make one more class where we will implement the array list. Okay, so what we need to do, we need to go to src, then we need to do create class. Okay, new, then class. Okay, so now I just need to write the class name. As I'm implementing array list, maybe I'm going to take the name as array list. Okay, so my class is public. I don't want to make my class private or protected. Then what we need to do, I just need to add the main method. Okay, now this is finished. Yeah, here you will get your class, that is I made my class, that is array list. Okay, now we need to add the package, right? What we need to write, import java dot, it is belongs to util package dot util dot star. It will fetch all the things, and then we need to use semicolon. We need to understand, we need to remind that Java is a case sensitive language. Okay, so when I'm saying that a case sensitive language, for that you need to have a look at the capital letter, the small letter we are using over here. Okay, fine. So already we call the package. Now what we need to do, we need to write array list. This is the interface we have. Then you need to specify what type of array list you want, right? Suppose I want string type. This is string. Then you need to provide the array list name. So suppose I am going to write fruit list is equals to, you need to create the object new and array list. If you want, you can add the type of the array over here. If you don't want, you don't need to mention that. Then the first bracket, then semicolon. This is how you need to call array list. Okay, now you can see if I can run my program. Yeah, we actually, this is okay. You need to specify which Java class you want to execute. I want to execute array list. Okay, then okay. Now let me click to run. Yeah, it's working, right? Now, if I want to see that, how can you add something to your list? So, suppose I have orange apple in my fruit list. What I need to do? fruit list dot add. And if you can see, this is showing that string type. I am allowed to add only string type of a data, right? So add, then I need to add into the invited comma. You always need to remember that whenever you are going to add something in Java in string, you need to add that invited comma. You need to basically you need to provide that data in between that comma. Okay, so I'm going to use orange, and then I need to specify the semicolon. You can see it already takes. Now I'm going to add apple. Yeah, so here again, but I didn't add dot add, so it's giving me error. So I'm going to use dot add method. Okay, sorry, I just wrote fruit list. Then comes fruit list dot add grapes. So guys, this is how you can add the data in your list. Okay, and now if I want to see this is working or not, let me check. Again, array list I want to execute. Yeah, this is working perfectly. Now if I want to print our fruit list, whatever the data we have, if you want to see, if you want to visualize that how your fruit list is working, so system dot out dot println, right? You can use print as well. Println we use for the next line. Okay, you have to remember that. So array list I'm going to use, and then okay. Yeah, you can see we got that thing in the console that we have orange, apple and grapes, right? But when I told you that I will talk about static void main method. So Java has the main method that is public static void main. Okay, you can say this is the entry point to the application. If you write any class, any object, and if you write any method, if you want to execute that, you need to come to main method. This is the main key point of a Java program. Okay, and always the signature of the main method will be public static void main string args. Okay, and it actually pass a command line arguments through args parameter, which is a type of string is. So this is the thing you need to understand every time, and you need to remind all the time when you start working with Java. Okay, so yeah, we can see that how you can add something using array list to your array list, right? Now we will see how can you if we want to see that you want to set some parameter, right? So before setting some parameter, let me tell you how indexing works in an array list. So if you see that if I say fruit list of 0, right, and I just write I just want to print that. So system dot out dot print ln, and then if I want the first element of the fruit list, so now if we want to use the first element, right, so how can you do that? So just if you want to get the first element, we use dot get method. Okay, so let me print that for you guys. You can see that again you need to use the class you want to execute. You can say orange. So what actually happened in a list, it starts with 0. Whenever you are using any list, the indexing starts with 0 with list. Okay, you need to remember that, not with 1, it actually starts with 0. Okay, now if you want to go for set something, okay, and for list you can say one thing, it actually maintain the insertion order. You can say first I insert orange, so it's actually takes orange first, then I insert apple, it takes the apple, right, then I insert grapes, it took grapes. So it does not change the insertion order, right? It maintains the way you insert your data into the list. Okay, and then if you want to set something, right, so what we need to do, fruit list maybe I just want to change orange with guava, right? So that time what I need to do, fruit list, then dot, then set. See, you can see first is int, that is your index number you need to provide, then the string, the data you want to replace with, right? So yeah, so this is one I'm gonna take. Now I am gonna do what? That first index, right? To 0. Then what data I want to give, that is guava, right? Now this. Okay. So let me see my program is working or not. Yeah, we are gonna use this. So this is, I didn't print it. Now let me print it. So let me write that the first list, we use plus sign. If you want to like concat something, this is the way you if you want to add some text with your output, this is the way we can do that. Now after setting this, we actually need to let me check that if we can do this. So now I am gonna print the list we have changed, right? Now I'm gonna write, this is the converted list. You can see, right? Let me run it. Yeah. See, the converted list has guava in the first index, right? We are able to change the first element of our list successfully using set and get method, right? But if we want to remove something, if we don't want anything from our list, right? So what we will do? So again, the same thing, you need to write your list name. Right now I'm writing fruit list dot remove. We have a remove function. Then you need to provide the index number, right? So maybe I don't want grapes. So this will be our 0, 1, 2. So that index will be 2. So I provide the index number and that semicolon. Always you need to write semicolon in your code. That is the main thing about Java. So let me check if my remove function works or not. Yeah, so that is after removing the list, after removing grapes, right, from the list. Okay. Let me check. Array list I want to execute. Okay. So yeah, you can see the first list we had, that is orange, apple and grapes. After that, we have the converted list, that is guava, apple and grapes, right? Now we want to remove grapes from our list. You can see we successfully remove grapes from our list. That is guava and apple. Now we have guava and apple, right? This is how you can manipulate your array list. These are the main function we have for our array list. There are many functions we have. You can explore. These are the basic functions you really need to know about if you want to use an array list, if you want to manipulate our array list, okay? Or maybe we can sort our list, but I just need to check that if we can do that. So these are the, you can see, these are the list, these are the methods we have for list. So if you want to see the size of your list, you can see this, right? I just system. This, and this. You can see it is going to give me the list of the size of the list. Yeah, it's giving me 2. So my array size, my list size is 2, right? So let me write it for you guys. Yeah, you can see I just need to use arraylist.java. Okay, so yeah, my list size is 2. Okay, so this is the main functions, main methods we have to manipulate or to use our array list. Yeah. So you can see I have already added those things that, that how can you use add function in a list? How can you use set function in a list? I have shown you guys if you want to access any element from your list, how you can do that using .get function. And if you want to use, if you want to remove something from your list, you can use remove function. But let me tell you one thing, guys, while you are actually increasing the number of the list, the number, like the size it grows in the array list, that is 50% of its size. So always remember that always array list grows with the 50% of its size. So these are the main key point you need to understand when we talk about collection. So when you go for any interview, so they ask you this basic questions that what do you think how the array list goes, okay? Or how can you add something in your array list? So these are the main thing you need to understand when you start learning collection framework. Now we will talk about Java queue. But what is queue, right? Queue basically is designed in such a way so that the elements added to it are placed at the end of the queue and removed from the beginning. And queue extends the collection interface and it follows the FIFO approach. When I'm talking about FIFO approach, let me tell you what is FIFO approach. So FIFO stands for first in, first out, right? Let me give you an example what actually I want to mean by FIFO, right? Suppose you want to buy something from a store, but that store has a queue, right? When you come to the store, you need to stand in the queue, right? So when you add it in the queue, that time you will you will stand in the queue in the last of the queue. So basically for that you can say when you added in the queue, you added in the last. But when someone got the item from the store, they will leave the store, they will leave the queue, right? So the removing from the queue will be from the first. So same thing happened with the queue technique over in Java as well. They maintain the same thing. When you insert something to the queue, it will add that thing in the last. And when you remove something from the queue, it will remove from the beginning, right? So this is the thing I said, queue insert the elements in the end and removes from the beginning, right? Queue does not allow any null operation, and that will not support it any null operation. You really need to understand that queue does not allow any null operation, okay? And queue has two interfaces. One is linked list, one is priority queue. But you guys have a doubt that what is the difference between queue and priority queue? Let me tell you what is the difference between queue and priority queue. So queue for the queue is where is the insertion is done at one end and removal is done from the other end, right? Okay. But from the priority queue, what priority queue does, the elements can be inserted in any order, but removal of the element will be in a sorted manner, right? So for that, if you want to have a sorted queue, we use priority queue for that sometimes, right? So this is the basic difference between queue and priority queue. So let me show you how can you implement queue with using collection framework. So first we need to import the util package we have. Then we need to initialize the queue. How can we initialize? We can call queue or we can use priority queue. I will show you how can you call the queue and how can you use the priority queue, right? So how can you initialize them both? Okay. Now comes the elements. How can you add element? We use .add method to add the element in the queue, right? And if you want to display the queue, the normal thing, do write system.out.println, then pass your queue name, right? Now comes the predefined function we have in queue. So what are the predefined function we have? We have .pick. What is .pick? .pick will return the first element of your queue, okay? And when you use the remove function, I told you it use the FIFO technique. When you use the remove function, it will remove the first element, okay? First element from your queue, right? If you want to see the length of the queue, we use .size. So let's see, and let's go to Eclipse and let's see how can we implement queue in Eclipse using Java. So we came to Eclipse, okay? So already I have made a class for queue. You all know how can you make a class. Where I did, I actually called initialize the queue using priority queue. You can see this. This is using priority queue. Then what I did, now we will see how can we implement the queue using Eclipse. in Java, right? So what I did, I actually called a class that is QDemo. Now I actually initialize the queue, right? I first write priority queue, then the type of the queue, that is string, then the name of the queue want to have, that is I want a queue normal, then new priority queue, then the what type of a queue you want, that already I have specified. This is the optional. If you want, you can put, otherwise you can skip it. Again, I use string and then the first bracket, okay? And after that, I use dot add method to add elements, to add data to our queue, that is orange. First I add, then I add apple, then I add grapes, then I add lychee. Maybe I'm gonna add one more, that is q dot add. I am going to add banana. Okay, so yeah. So I have added, right? Now, if I want to see that whatever the data I have added, that is added properly in the queue or not, let me check it out. Let me run it basically. Yeah, you can see apple, lychee, grapes, orange, and banana is there. But it's not. It does not maintain the insertion order, the way we insert. Because I told you that priority queue use the sorted manner. You can see we have A, L, G, O, B, right? We came to Eclipse. Now we are going to make a class. I make a class for it, that is QDemo, right? Now what I did, I actually call the priority queue. Called priority queue. Then you need to specify what type of a queue you want. That is string queue I want. Then I add queue, the name of the queue you want to put. That is, I want a queue name. That's normal queue. Then I use new priority queue. Then again, what type of a queue you want. This is the optional. If you want to put, you can. Otherwise, you can make it null as well. So I again use string and then the bracket, right? This is how we initialize queue. Then how can we add element to the queue? So dot add method we used. In the dot add method, I pass the data, that is first is orange, apple, grapes, lychee, and banana. Okay? We actually give those data to the dot add method to see that our queue is taking that element or not. Let me execute the code for you guys. Yeah, you can see it takes and it stores all the data, that is apple, lychee, grapes, orange, and banana. Okay, so these are the this is the main method, we can say, dot add method, which actually help us to add something to our queue, right? Now we will see that how can we use, like how can you get the first element from the queue, right? So let me just try to print that. System dot out dot print ln, and in that we will use queue dot, you can see these are the option we have. So dot peak I'm gonna use. Let's see what will happen with that. What is going to print, right? You can see the apple. It will give you the first element, okay? It will give you the first element of the queue. That is how peak works, okay? Now we will see some other technique as well. Let's see. There is one more method we have, that is system dot out dot println. If you use dot element, that also will give you the first element of the queue, right? Queue dot element. Okay, let's see what is going to give. See, for element and peak, both are going to give you the first element of the queue, right? If you want to use remove method, if I want to use the remove, right? So if I want to remove something, dot remove. Let's see what is going to remove. According to the method, it should remove the apple, right? The first element of the queue it should remove. Now I am going to print the queue. You can see that using remove, what it removes, the first element. So it is perfectly using FIFO technique, right? This is all we really need to know about queue when we talk about queue, right? So these are the basic function again, guys. I'm talking about that these are the basic function you really need to know. You need to understand if you want to manipulate a queue. That time you need to understand that, okay? And for the remove purpose, we will have one more function, you can say, the method we have, that is dot poll, right? Let me see what is like how it's going to work. Yeah, you can see first it remove apple when I use remove, and then when I use dot poll, it will remove the grapes, right? So this is how remove and poll works. It will remove the first element of your queue, the FIFO technique, right? So yeah, this is the main method, you can say. You really need to have an idea when you start working. Now we will talk about linked list. But what is linked list? Linked list is a linear data structure and all the elements are linked with each other. When I'm talking about linked with each other, what does that mean? Okay, so basically linked list has a two part, right? One part contains the value you have and the another part contains the address for the next element, right? And each element has the reference to the next element. That is the thing, that each node, we refer every element in a linked list, that is node. And each node contains one part is the value and the next part is the address for the next element, right? So linked lists are almost same with the array. But in linked list, the memory location are not contiguous, okay? And they are linked with each other, right? Using pointers. Now comes the head of the linked list. But head of the linked list contains the address of the element, okay? But it does not contain the data. And when it comes the end of the linked list, the last element of the linked list does not contain any address because that is last. It only contains the value of the linked list. Like, so these are the main thing you really need to know about linked list when I'm talking about. Okay, and yeah, every element in linked list is called as node, and linked list can contain duplicate value as well. Okay, and linked list implements the list interfaces that we saw in the before part as well. It implements the list interfaces and it maintains the insertion order as well, right? But why do we need linked list? Okay, because linked list has a good memory allocation. The alignment of the memory is nice. The inserting, deleting, searching element using linked list is quite easy. That is not easy with the array. Okay, and if you do some deletion or adding some elements in array, that is very expensive. For linked list, you can do it easily. Okay, and linked list provide the dynamic allocation as well. Its memory allocation is good. So this is why we really need linked list. Okay, linked list also had that set and get method as well. And in linked list, in the performance of linked list using add and remove is far better than array list, and but worst in get and set method. Right? This is the thing you need to remember when we start talking about collection framework. Okay. So now let's see what types of linked list we have. Right? We have singly linked list, we have doubly linked list. But what's the difference between singly and doubly linked list, right? Why do we need doubly linked list? So basically in the single linked list, what we have, the node we referred, it has two parts. One contains the data and the second one contains the address, right? But for the doubly linked list, we have three parts in our each node. First node, first part contains the previous element address, then the data, and the last and the third part is going to store the next element address. Okay, but why do we need this? Because using single linked list, we can't traverse backward. So this is the limitation of single linked list. But when we come to doubly linked list using this part, this extra memory allocation part, okay, we can go back, right? We can go traverse as well. This problem, it actually solves the limitation we have in single linked list. Now we will see how we can implement linked list using collection framework. So first we need to import the package. The same package we are going to use, that it is the part of util. Obviously util package, so we are using util. Then we will use the initialize linked list, right? How can you initialize linked list? Again, you need to call the linked list class. Then you need to provide the linked list name. And we will see all the things how you can use this linked list in the code, right? Let's see how can you do that. Now we are going to create a class for linked list. Okay, so what we need to do, we need to go that our project, that is demo1. Then we will go for the source file, source folder. Yeah, and under that we are going to create the class. Okay, so new class. Okay, so I am going to get the name for the class, linked list. And when you are going to use the class, always maintain that your class name should start with a capital letter. Okay, so this is the convention we use for Java. So now I'm going to use again the public static void main, the main method we need to have, that I explained earlier as well. Why do we need it? Yeah, so now again I'm going to import java .util .star, then semicolon. I import the pre-package, the package we need for just to call the linked list. Now I am going to call the linked list. Okay, linked list. Then you need to provide what type of linked list you want, right? So I want a string type. You can use int type, you can use something different, but for my case I am going to use the string type, those string. Okay, then I am going to use curl list, that is equals to new. I'm going to make the object of it linked list. If you want to see that what type of linked list you want, yeah, I'm going to use string and then the bracket. That is complete. This is how you can call your linked list. Okay, right. So now we will see how can you add the element in your linked list. Okay, so adding the linked list element, what you need to do, you just need to use add method, the way we did in the same in the array list, right? Car list dot add. Now I'm going to use some car name, as I said, so maybe Alto, right? Let's give next I'm going to add something. Maybe the car name can be, I'm gonna use Lamborghini, right? Everyone's favorite. So this is how you can add the element in the list. Okay, so yeah, you can see I add 2 elements. If you want, you can add thousands of elements in your linked list, right? Their memory type will be the way I discussed, that it has a node, and that node is going to store the value of your value, that the data you have, and the next the memory. Okay, so this is how linked lists work. Each and every node is connected to each other. Okay, now if I want to print the list, right? System dot out dot println, and then we are going to pass the list name. Okay, so I'm going to use the linked list demo.java. So you can see that I put that Aldo and Lamborghini. You can see these two already there in our linked list, right? Now we will see some of the predefined function we have in our linked list. Okay, like how can you remove something? How can you if you want to add something in the first element, right? If you want to add something in the last, okay, how can you do that? So for that, I can just do curl list dot add. You can see there are the method you can use for. I am going to use add first. So what it will do, it will actually take the data from me and it will add in the first, right? As linked list maintain the insertion order, the way you insert it, right? So if I'm going to use BMW, right, you can see, and then if I going to print the new list, right? So I can add that add new element in the first, right? So you can see this is how you can add a element that is in your list. Let me check how it's going to work. Yeah, you can see that BMW came first and then it's come the Alto, then the Lamborghini, right? This is how it works, right? Suppose if you want to add something in the last, okay? So curl list dot add, you can see there is an option comes that last, okay? So now you need to provide your data. So I'm going to use Hyundai. Okay, and let me print my new list. Add new element in the last. So you can see that Hyundai came the last. Now this is how it works, that predefined function we have in linked list. Okay, but if you want to just get something using, like if you want to add using index, but when I'm talking about indexing, you need to understand that indexing in linked list, that is also start with 0, right? So car list dot add. Okay, so I want to have something using like index. So maybe my index is suppose I want to use a 4, or I can take 0, 1, 2, suppose 2, right? 2 comma the data I want to give, that is Toyota. Okay, now let me show how it's going to work, right? So add element in the third position, as our indexing starts with 0, right? Always remember that our indexing starts with 0. So you can see, let me do that, linked list demo.java. Okay. So you can see that add a new element in the third position. Yeah, it came, Toyota comes in the third. So how it's calculated? That 0, 1, 2. So it will be third, right? So we added Toyota in the third. So if you mention the index and then if you want to add some data on that specific index, you can do that using linked list, right? So these are the basic predefined function we have in linked list. Now let's see what are the other predefined function we have. Suppose if you want to remove something from your list, right? So how can you do that? So maybe I want to remove Toyota from my list. I don't like Toyota, okay? So this is the thing, I'm just giving the example, not real in real life. Yeah. So this is curl list dot remove function. You can see we have remove. So we have two functions. One, if you give the string value, that which one you don't want, or if you give the index value, right? So I'm going to take the string. I'm going to give the proper data that I don't want, right? Suppose Toyota, right? I don't want it. And then I will print our list. That let's say it's worked or not. So let me just execute my program. Okay, you can see I don't have Toyota in my new list, right? I actually removed Toyota from our list. So this is how you can, if you want to remove something using index or using string, right? You can go for it. Okay. Now, if we want to clear all the list, what I have, I just want to delete it, right? So what you will do? Curl list dot clear. So what you will do? It will clear your list properly. Okay. Then system dot out dot print. Let's see what we have in our list after using the clear function. Yeah, you see we don't have anything in our list, is an empty linked list. Okay, so this is how, if you want to do something with your list, you can do it, right? But if you want to use a pop function, right? If I don't want to clear it, okay? I don't want to clear. I just want to show you that how the pop function works, right? So let's see. We have the pop function in our list as well. Now you can see our list has BMW, Alto, Lamborghini and Hyundai, right? Now I'm going to use pop function, right? Dot pop. Let me see what's going to happen with my list. So we all know that pop is like just to remove the first element from your list. Yeah, you can see that BMW, we don't have BMW. It will pop. It will actually remove the first element from your list. So this is how actually our linked list works, and this is the predefined function we have for our linked list, right? So when you start working with linked list, you really need to have idea this predefined function. It makes your life more easy that how can you manipulate your list, right? How can you add something? How can you delete something? How can you, like if you want to add within a specific index, if you want to add in the first, last, everything you will do, just what you need to do, you just need to call the functions, okay? So this is the thing we actually do in linked list using collection framework. Now we will talk about Java set. That is also the part of collection, okay? So set is an interface which extends collection and implemented by hash set, linked hash set or tree set, okay? But the main thing you really need to you need to remember, okay, that set does not contain any duplicate values. So suppose, let me give you an example what actually I want to mean that it does not contain duplicate value. Suppose you have a 5 set of data, okay, where you have 5 data points. Suppose 1, 2, 3, 3 and 4. When you put that data into your set, it will eliminate that 3, okay. It will have 3 ones in a data set. So what you will get? 1, 2, 3 and 4, okay. So this is how actually set works. So basically when you want to have a distinct value in your data set, not a duplicate one, you just want to have a distinct value, right? That time you can use set, okay. Set is based on the normal mathematical set concept. The concept we have, it actually maintains that abstract concept of set from maths, okay. Then set allows the null values. Yeah, set actually allows you to have null values in your data set, but set does not maintain the insertion order. When I'm talking about the insertion order, the way you insert your data, it will not maintain that, okay. So this is the basic thing you really need to know when we are talking about data, when we are talking about set, right? Set has some methods, like set has add method, set has contains method, set has is empty method. It has iterator method and remove and size. We will see all the method in the later in the video. We will implement all of them. Okay. Now come these types of set, right? So we have 3 types of set. Okay, set implementation basically. 1 hash set, second linked hash set, third is tree set. Okay. So what is hash set? Why do we need linked hash set? Why do we need tree set? Right? So hash set is basically the normal set we use, okay? And hash set is not order, but it is faster than tree set. But how it allocate the number? So hash set put the number in a hash table, okay? And for the tree set, what you will get extra in the tree set, when you put your data in the tree set, that time your data will be sorted automatically. So what it returns the sorted data, okay? And the linked hash set, it is use the linked format in a hash table. So this is the main 3 difference you can say about this hash set, linked hash set and tree set, okay? So, but tree set is slower than hash set, okay? You really need to remind those things that tree set is give you a sorted order data, but tree set is slower than hash set, okay? But hash set will not give you a sorted data. Now we will see the implementation of set. How can we implement set, right? So when we are talking about implementation of set, first we need to import the package, the same package we are using throughout the collection, that is import java.util.star, okay? Now you need to initialize set. So next we need to initialize the set. How can we initialize the set? First, we really need to mention that set, the interface you need to call. Then you need to call the which type of set you want, right? String, int, what type of string? That I want string. Then what I need to add? The name of the set. Okay, that is food set I want. Now, then we need to use new. Then we call the hash set. And again, you need to put which type of set you want, that is string, and then the bracket. This is how you can initialize set, right? If you want to add some elements in the set, we use .add method. And if you want to display it, we will display it using system.out.println, right? Now, what are the implementation? What are the predefined methods we have, right? So for the duplicate value, I will show how can we. I will go I will add the same data twice in the set, and I will show you how it's handle those things, right? Okay. Next, we will go for implementation of set. Okay. Now I will see the implementation of set. Okay. So what we need to do? Again, I'm gonna create a new class for set. So in the source folder, I will go to new and then class. I will give a set demo class. I need to have that, right? And then I will use the main method, then finish. Okay. So first thing we do import java.util.star. Yeah, we import the package. Now we will call set interface, right? So what we need to do? Set. Then what type of set you want? I want a string type. Okay. So you can say then what name you want? I want new set is equals to new. I want a hash set. Then which type of set I want? That is string, and then the bracket. This is how we declare set, right? Now, if we want to add some new data to your set, new set dot add. I'm gonna add the name of Sam. And now what I'm going to add new set dot some other name I'm going to add, right? J. Now again I'm going to add Sam. Let's see how the set is going to handle the same data twice. I said it's not gonna take the same data twice because it does not support the duplicate value, right? Next, new set dot, I'm gonna add some new one. Suppose Anil, new name, right? So yeah, I have added all the things. Let me print the set for you guys. Let's see how set is going to take the duplicate value. You guys can see, right? It does not maintain the insertion order. First I insert Sam, but I insert Sam twice, right? One this and second one is this, right? But it takes Sam for once. So this is the way actually set take the duplicate values, right? It does not contain duplicate value. Or this is the thing you can say about set, but it does not maintain the insertion order as well. But if I want to remove something, so how can I remove? So new set dot remove function we will get. Then we need to give the thing you want to remove, right? So I want to remove Sam. Let's see how it's gonna remove it. So system dot out dot println new set. Let me see that it's gonna delete it or not. Yeah, you can see I did not use println for that. It came in the same. So yeah, I think you guys should know what's the difference between print and println. So basically, print is something. If you use print, it will not go to the next line. But ln, we use ln just if the output will go to the next line, right? So it's up to you. How can you use your output? How can you see how you want to see your output, right? So you can see it actually delete the Sam from the set, right? This is how remove works. So now let me show you how tree set is different from asset, right? How actually is going to make your data in a sorted format. To show you that, I'm gonna use set, that is a int type, and again tree set, again a int type. Okay, so again I'm going to use set, but this time I am going to use integer. Okay, then I'm gonna use set2 is equals to new say has set yeah, but for int I'm getting an error. Maybe I need to write int. Okay, so yeah, so again I am doing the same I was doing the same thing, but it does not take int. You need to write the full word, right? That integer. You need to have a set that is an integer type. Okay, and I'm going to declare a set that is also an integer and set 3, but it will be the part of tree set. Okay, so let me check that. Yeah, so we actually need that. Now what we need to do, set2 dot add, I'm gonna add suppose 2, then set2, I'm gonna add 10, sorry, add use or 2. Yeah, now I'm going to use set2 dot add again 2. Let's see it's gonna take the duplicate value or not. Next I'm going to add some more data on set2 dot add, suppose 5. Yeah, this is all, and let me print it out. System dot out dot println, and we will pass the asset. Now I am gonna add the same thing with the set3 using tree set object, right? Let me do that. Right, let me just run the code. Let's see what it gives the output. Yeah, you can see for asset for both the cases. Okay, fine. What I did, I take 5, 10, okay, 2, 2, 5. Okay, and anyway, it both are give me the sorted order thing. But let me add something extra over here for that we can understand. Yeah guys, I added some more value to it, like 90, 87, 12. Okay, so these are the things we added in the asset. You can see in the result, this is not in the sorted order, right? So I am going to add the same thing to the tree set as well. Let's see what it will give us the output. So if it's going to give us the sorted output or not, we are going to check that, and how this is going to handle the duplicate element as well. We will see that as well, right? So that anyway we know it's gonna eliminate those duplicate elements. Let's check. Okay, you can see in the tree set what we got, that all the for the both tree set and the hash set, for the both duplicate values are eliminated, but for the tree set we got the output that is in the sorted manner. So this is the main difference you can say about hash set and tree set. Tree set, for the tree set you can get a sorted manner or array, and the sorted manner set, sorted manner data. But for the hash set, it does not care about the sorting, it just care about the duplicacy of your element. But one thing about hash set, it is faster, it is more faster than tree set. Tree set is not as fast as hash set is. Okay, so this is the main thing we used in set. This is the basic of sets, you can say, about the collection framework. Okay, and we also have linked hash set, the same way we do it, but for the linked hash set, link it actually stored the data in the hash table in a link format, right? So this is the main part of the set we really need to know about collection framework. Now we will talk about vector. But what is vector? Vector is also a part of collection framework. Vector is like dynamic array, which can be expand and shrink. Both you can do with the size of the vector, right? You can store an n number of element in vector as well, right? It is also similar to array, you can say. Okay, so it is a part of Java collection framework since Java 1.2, not from the beginning. Okay, in Java 1.2 they added vector in the part of collection framework. Vector is also a part of util package. Okay, and what is the difference between vector and array list? So the basic difference between vector and array list is vector is synchronized, and vector has contained many legacy methods that are not part of collection network, right? And the default size or the initial capacity of vector, you can say that is same. Now we will see how can we implement vector in Eclipse. Okay, so how can we call vector, right? How can we use vector, right? So as anyway, it is a part of util package again. And we, for the initialize vector, I will use Eclipse to show you how we are gonna use. Now we are going to use class, right? So making the class, the same process we will do. We will use and then new, then class, and now we are gonna get the name, that is vector demo. And now we will select the public static void main method. Now first we will import util package for it, that Java .util.start. Okay, first we actually import the vector, import the package. Now we will use the start using the object. We will create the vector object. What we will do for that? That first we will write vector and then new vector. That is your vector name, and that is equals to the way we create the object, right? New vector. That is how you are going to create the object of vector. Okay. If I want to execute the program, let me check is it working or not. Yeah, it is working. Suppose we want to see what capacity it has for the initially. So what we need to do? Let's see. I said it is same. Let's check that it has what capacity it has initially. That is equals to new vector, your vector name dot capacity. The first thing we got, right? Then we print the number we have. Let's see what is going to give. Yeah, it is giving the 10. So what we say, the initial capacity we have for vector, that is 10. Okay, this is how you can initiate vector. You can check. As we see, how can you see the initial capacity of vector? Now we will see how can you add data to your vector, right? So what we will do, new vector, the vector name we declare dot add the object, the same as list, the object you want to add. Suppose I want to add apple, right? Then if you want to add more data to your vector, that is dot add orange. Maybe I can add few more, like dot add grapes, right? So these are the things I have added. Okay, so let me check that it is added in our vector or not, right? How can you check that? We actually need to print our vector, right? And we can see the size of the vector, right? So let me print it, that what we have right now. You see my vector. What is that? Yeah, you can see I have added apple, orange, and grapes, right? So at least what data we have added in our vector, that is already added, right? If we now if we want to see the size of our array, so how can we check that? The same thing we are going to do, but we will use dot size. So if we want to see the size of the array, size of the vector we have, what we need to do, that and plus that we concatenate the vector in the when we are going to print new vector dot. Now what we use size. That will give the size of our vector, right? Let me run it. So let's see. It's supposed to give 3. Yeah. So it gives 3. That our vector size is 3. Okay. There is one more way you can add element to your vector, right? How you can do that? Same new vector. We have dot add element, right? In that also the same way it will add the element, the data you want to put in your vector, right? So suppose I'm gonna add dog, okay? Or maybe I'm gonna add new vector dot add element, that is cat, okay? So yeah, let's see the new element is added to our vector or not, and the size of the vector as well. First, let's see our like the elements we have in our vector. Yeah, so you can say that dog and cat is added, and obviously vector maintains the insertion order. Always remember that list, linked list, and vector, they all maintain the insertion order, the way you insert the data to your list object or vector object or linked list object, right? So if I'm going to use the same thing, the size of the array, it should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Let's see size of the array, what is going to show. Yeah, this is showing 5. So this is how actually we use vector, right? We implement vector using collection framework, right? So till now we saw that how can you use linked list, how can you use array list, how can we use vector, right? Now we will see the other part, that what are the other thing we have using collection framework. Now we will see the map. But what is map? Map is not the interface or subtype interface of collection. Okay, so this is different from collection interface. This is not the part of collection interface. But why we are talking about map over here? But map is also used when we talk about collection. This is also actually a big factor we use in our everyday programming, that is map, that help us to pair the key and the value. And I will give you an example what is key value pair I am talking about. Okay, but one thing you need to remember, that map does not contain any duplicate key. Value can be duplicate, right, respect to the keys, but the key cannot be duplicated, right? And one key can contain one value only, not the multiple value. These are the things we really need to remember when we are talking about map. So Java map is basically like two interfaces are basically used to implement map, that is map and sorted map, and 3 classes, that is hash map, tree map, and linked hash map. Okay, and the order of a map depends on the specific implementation, that is depends on tree map or linked hash map or the hash map, right? So we will see all the things in details. Okay, and map is really a bit different from collection, and it is not the part of collection framework. Okay, and yeah, this is all we can say. Let's see how can you implement map. So implementing map, we first need to import java.util.star, right? The same package we are using. But before starting with that, I told you that we have three implementation of map. That is hash map, tree map, and linked hash map, right? So hash map is the implementation of map, but it does not maintain any order, right? So hash map does not maintain any order. The insertion order it does not maintain. And for the link hash map, it is also implemented by map, and it inherits hash map class, okay? But it maintains the insertion order, right? This is the basic difference between hash map and linked hash map, right? And for the tree map, this is implementing map and sorted map, and it is a sorted type map. If you want to have a map that is in a sorted order, you should go for tree map. So this is the basic three difference of hash map, linked hash map, and the tree map. Now we will see the implementation of map, and I will show you each and every types of map. How can you implement those, right? So first, what we need to do, we need to import the package. So we need to import java.util.stop, right? How can you initialize a map? So initialize a map, you need to do map. Then what type of a key you want to input? Like your key can be string, your key can be int, your key can be float, right? So here I am using string type. Okay. Now comes the key, the value. What type of a value you are going to put in your map? Here I am using integer. Okay. Now you need to put the map name, right? I gave it as a hash map. Now you need to create the object the same way, right? Now new hash map, then again specify the key value, key type and the value type, then the bracket, right? This is how we use. But when we are adding some element in map, we use dot put function. And how we can get the key, how we can get the values, how we can get the pair, everything we will see in the Eclipse, okay? So let's see how we can do that. So here again for the map, we are going to make one new class under source folder. New. I'm going to add a class, right? So here we are going to use map demo. Then we are going to select the main method and then finish. Yeah. Now we will import the package, right? What's the package? java.util.start. Okay. Now what we will do? We will check, like we will start doing the map implementation, right? So we will call map. I want a key type of string. I am going to add that is string. I want to have a value that is type of integer, right? I am going to write integer. So one thing you should remember, it does not take int the short form of it, right? You need to write the full form, that what type you want. Or string, for string, it does not take str. You need to write string, right? The full form. For integer, you need to write the full form. That's integer. Then you need to provide the name, right? Demo map, right? Equals to, I am going to call new. What type of map I want to call? I want to call hash map, right? Let me check, right? Here again, I am going to repeat what type of a key I am going to use. That is string, and the value type is integer, right? So now this is how we can initialize map. Now we are going to add some value to it. Okay. So here I use demo map dot. Here what we do, we use put function, right? To add something, we use put function to add something to our map, right? First, I am going to add some name, and according to that name, I am going to store the value, right? So let's see, I am going to add Anil, and then the value I am going to add, maybe he got something around 50. I mean, he's not that good a student here. So you can see, this is how we can add the data on the map, right? So again, I'm going to add some more data to see other methods we have, right? Why it's taking compute, right? Okay. So again, I'm going to add Sam. It's a good student. I'm going to add 80, right? And I am going to add more, 2, 3 more value to show you guys how actually it's working, right? So John is also a good student, maybe the best student. Okay, so what function let's keep? Okay, let's again take the computer. So put add John, and he's a good student, so I'm going to add 90 for him. Yeah, and this is the last one I'm going to put. What? 76 for that, right? So this is how you need to explain, or you need to add your data to the map, right? It actually takes your data in a key value pair. For that, if you want to extract data using key, you can do that. If you want to extract data, just the values, there's the keys, you will do that, right? So it's kind of a pointer kind of thing. You can say like using key, you can extract the value, right? Let me just print system.out.println. I think you guys are quite clear why we use print and println. Yeah, you can see we got it. Like for the John, I got 90. For Ria, we got 76. For Sam, we got 80. And for Anil, we got 50. So one more thing. You can see it does not maintain the insertion order, right? As I said, hash map does not actually maintain the insertion order. Let's see if I are going to use a tree map, maybe it's going to maintain the insertion order, right? But no, but tree map also does not maintain the insertion order. Only linked hash map maintain the insertion order. So let me add something over here for linked hash map. Again, the same thing I'm going to do. And here I am going to give demo map 1 the new name for our link hash map. Let's see how it's going to work. Does it give us that sort like that what to say, the insertion like insertion order is going to maintain or not? Let's see. This is right, and I'm going to put the same value over here. Let's see how it's going to put, right? So we will get the difference between them. So when for the interview time, they actually asked you what's the difference between hash map, what is the difference between linked hash map, why in the what scenario you need to use those things. Be sure guys you have the proper idea that what is hash map, what is the difference between hash map and linked hash map and tree hash map, right? So I think this will guys help you out. Let's see what we will get as the output. Yeah, you can see I actually gave Anil first, then Sam, then John, then Ria. Yeah, it's maintaining the insertion order, the order we have, right? Let's see if we go for the tree hash map, if it's going to give us a sorted value or not, right? Now we will going to use a tree hash map. Let's see it's going to give us the sorted order, in a sorted order or not. Our output is going to sorted or not. Let's see. So yeah, what we need to do, we need to call map, then string, what type of a key you want, then the value, what type, like your value type, then the name you want to give. I gave demo map 2 for tree map, and then comes new, then call the tree map interface, and then this is how you can call it, right? Now I'm going to add the same value for the tree map as well. Let's see what output we will get from them, right? So I just need to change the name for them. Let me change the name for them. Yeah, so here we go. Let me just execute the code. Yeah, you can see that first one we have that is hash map. It does not maintain any insertion order or not even sorted order. For linked hash map, it does maintain the insertion order we have, but it does not give you the sorted order. But tree hash map will give you the sorted order output, right? If you want to have a sorted ascending order or sorted order output, you can use tree hash map. So this is the basic difference between three types of map. You guys should remember all these things, that actually in the interview they ask all these things, right? Now let's see what other things we can like. Suppose maybe you want to iterate, like in printing that map, you will get all the value. But if you want to have a only key, if you want to fetch the key or just want to fetch the value, how can you do that? In that case, what we use iterator as well. We use for loop. So here I am going to use for loop, and I will show you how you can do that, right? So first we need to write for, then under that we need to write map, right? Then what we need to write, dot entry. Okay, I'm going to add entry method, and here you need to put the k and v, right? So here, if you want to iterate through each and every element of your map, how can you do that? Or if you want to have just the values, if you want to have just the keys of your map, how can you do that? You can use iterator or you can use for loop. So here I'm going to use for loop. So what I need to do, I just need to write for the for loop, and then I just need to call the map dot entry method. I need to call. Then I need to write map and then semicolon your map name. That here I am using demo map, right? And then you need to call dot entry set. Okay. So this is the like signature you need to understand. You need to remind to iterate through each and every element in map, right? Now I'm going to write system dot out dot println, right? Now what I need to do, I just need to call my value or the key, right? So here what I am going to do, that is I'm going to write map. So as I say that we said like map, right? Map semicolon demo map dot entry set, right? So what basically it works as is like an alias to your map, right? So you can see this is map dot. If I write dot, you will get so many functions. So yeah, you will get dot get key. So what you will get, all the key from your map, right? Let me just show you guys how can you get all the key, not the value. So we'll get only the key, right? In the maps. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, you can see I got all the key, that is John, Ria, Sam and Anil, right? So if you want to have only the values, how can you do that? That's system dot out dot println, and then I will call map dot get. Did I get any option? Yeah, I got the get value option, right? So I'm going to use it. You can see. So let me just print it out for you guys. Let's see. Yeah, you can see I got what I got. It's actually let me just off this one. Maybe first it's giving me the value, then it's giving me the key, right? So yeah. So if I want only value, right? You can see that we got only the value, right? That using dot get value function, we will get all the values. Using dot key function, dot get key function, we will get all the keys. This is how you can manipulate your data using map. And this is why map is one of the most popular, like you can say, interface we use when we use for our network, like for our program as well. And when it comes to collection, we always go for map as well. We really need to understand and we really need to have a good idea about map. Now we have learned all the concept about collection framework, right? And as well as map. We learned about list, we learned about set, we learned about vectors, we learned about maps. And like subtypes of them also, we actually look into that, right? Now, if we have a case study, right? The base, like you can say a business problem, where we have a problem and we really need to solve that problem using this concepts. Now let's see how can we solve that problem using this collection framework concepts, right? So there is a company called Facebook, right? They faced a problem. Basically, Facebook is a virtual library software company. So this company provides you different types of book. It's kind of library. The normal library we have, this is like a virtual, the online library, right? So as our society is still growing and we all prefer the online services, so this Facebook actually provides you that online library, right? So a professional from that company was trying to figure it out that total how many books they have, right? When I'm talking about library, you can understand there are lots of books are there, and that professional, he actually works in that with that company. He was trying to figure it out that actually how many books they have. I mean, there will be so many repetitive book, right? And there will be many book like he doesn't have idea. That's not, maybe they don't have the proper database for that. So they want to make a proper database where they can have the distinct number that actually how many books they have, not the repetitive book, and what types of book they have, right? So let's see how can we solve that problem using that collection framework concepts. So first, what we need to do, we need to store all the books, right? So first, the book they have, they need to store that thing into a list. Then what we need to do, we need to convert that list into set. So why we need to use set? I told you before that set is something we use to get the distinct value. So if you have some repetitive book, if you enter that into the list as well, so it will directly eliminate that book and it will make it 1. So it will count that all the repetitive book at 1, right? Then count total books present in the virtual library. Then we can count that set object using that predefined function, or you can count that using for loop as well, right? That how many books you have. And lastly, what you need to do, you need to make a key value pair. So for key value pair, we can use map, right? We know all the concept. Let's see how can we actually do that. So yeah, so this is the code. I will show you guys how can we do all the code in Eclipse as well. Before that, I'm just giving you a brief that how we are gonna do that. So here I use a book list array, book list named array list, where I add all the books they have, right? So the number you are seeing that is very less. So if you want to add thousands of books, you can add that. But for me, it's taking actually, I was trying to give you a brief about that, how can you actually sort it out. But for the real case problem, there will be thousands and thousands of books, right? As I'm saying, it's a library, okay? Then what we do, we actually convert list into set, okay? So we actually initialize a set that is distinct book. Then what we did, we use a for loop, right? In that for loop will go till the book list size, and it will add all the elements we have in the list that is into the distinct book list. That is a set object, right? Next, what we need to do, we need to map it, right? We need to, let's see what type of books we have, right? So for that, what I did, I take a library map function, right? Then I take a, you can say a list again, that is B list I took. Okay, then I add all the book name again. Okay, and I know this books can be the part of educational book, right? So I add them library dot put, the way we actually do the map function. What type of key I actually use, the string type key. My type of key will be string. Okay, and I mentioned, and one more thing you can see, guys, I use that a list, right? List of string I want as my value, okay? Not a normal list, not a normal value, right? I will show you guys what actually want to mean by when I'm giving a list of value, right? Okay, I will show that, okay? So what I did, I actually add that B list value, B list, that is the educational type, list, you can say book we have in that list. And then I put the key that is educational, and then I pass that B list to that library map function, right? Again, I did the same thing for novels, like the novel books we have. I took almost 4 to 5 books under novel and I passed that list under that key novel, right? Then I have detective novels. For that, again, I add some book and I use a key that is detective novels and I pass that detective novels list to that, right? This is how we can solve that code. And after that, the output we will get, the genre we will get, right? We will get the genre, basically the key, and the like value will be our books names, right? So the library will be in a sorted manner. If you go to the online virtual library, if you like put the genre you want to search for, you can go there and you can see what are the books they have. All the distance book, not a repetitive book, right? This is how we can solve our business problem using collection framework. Now what we will do? We will make a class for our respective problem, right? So I will give the class name at Facebook, right? The company name we have. Okay. So I will go to the source folder, then the new, and then we will make a class. Okay. I am going to give the name as Facebook. So I am going to add that public void method and then finish, right? So yeah. So yeah, you can see I got the class. Now I need to import the package java.util.star. Okay, so I import the package. Now what do I need to do? I need to add those book name, right? So it's actually time taking, so I did it in the previous as well. So what I need to do, I just need to first I will just create the object of the array list, right? So I will do array list. Then what type of a list I want, right? I want a string type because my book name will be in the string name, right? So then I'm going to use book list, right? I am going to use book list. That is equals to new array list string then bracket. So this is how we can create a like object of array list. Let me execute. Yeah, so I actually create the object of the array list, right? Now we need to add the book we have. So it is very time taking to add so many books. So I add that in the previously. So this is the thing. So yeah, so let me copy that. So we have at least 10 to 12 and more than that books, right? To add it, right? So yeah. Okay, so I'm getting crossfire because you can see my book list, the name I mentioned and the name I add, that was not same, right? So what I did, I actually use book underscore list, the variable name of my list. Then I add the book name, right? That I have doing greatly, linen, the element finding your passion changes everything. So we have lots of book, right? So I add those book in my list. So they are actually repetitive as well. So that I don't know how many books are repetitive we have. So yeah. So let me just print the size of the list. System out dot println. I hope guys you got understand that was the meaning of print and println. Please keep nurture your knowledge on these things because for the Java, advanced Java, that is the main part. Like most of the interviewers are going to ask some question from this part as well. This is one of the most important part you can say when we talk about advanced Java, right? So, right. So let me check the size of the book. So this is my size of the library. You can say size of the library. And for the concatenating, we use class sign, right? Always remember these things. when you are actually working with this collection framework and Java as well. So yeah, so my library size is 24. That is too low, I know. But if you guys want to add more data to your list, you can go ahead and do that. So basically, when you start working with lots of data, you will get a proper clear idea about what actually we're trying to do, what actually we are actually using collection framework, right? So this is why collection framework is one of the most used framework, you can say. Okay, so now we have this. Now what we need to do, we need to create an object of set just to check how many distinct book we have, right? So first I will call set. What type of set I want? String type. Then I'm going to add distinct book in the library. That is equals to new. You can use tree set if you want to have a sorted manner, sorted manner book list. You can use that, but here I'm going to use hash set, right? So any variation according to your uses, you can go for it, right? So then I will use for. I hope you guys know what actually how we are going to how we actually initialize a for loop in Java, right? This is quite different from Python. Equals to 0 I less than is equals to, it will go till the size of the list, right? So it will go book list dot size, right? I sorry. This is how we actually initiate a for loop for Java, right? So what am I going to add? I'm going to add distinct book library, our variable, our object for set dot add book list dot get, and what we will pass on that? I, right? Let's see it's gonna work or not. Okay, I didn't add that. Right. Let me check, and after that I will say why we get this error, right? So yeah, why we get that error? Because we started from 0, right? And I use that equals to sign. It should go less than the size of the book. You have to be careful that when we get that error, that out of bounds, that while out of bound, why it is like the length of the size of list is actually getting out of bound, right? So this is why we are getting this. So let me check that what we have in our set object right now. System dot out dot println pass distinct book library. Okay, we get the data in our set, right? Now let me check what's the actual size, what's the size of the distinct book, right? So now you can say the library has the distinct number, that actually how many books they have, right? Some predefined function from set object dot size of that. Okay. Just okay. So it has size as well, right? So let me see what is the actual size. So guys, please be sure that you are using plus sign, you are using semicolon. This is the main thing. Yeah. So my library has 15 actual book, but before it was showing 24, right? So we made that if you add thousands of book, maybe I'm using a small example, but when actually you have thousands of book, that time you really need to understand how SAT is making your life like so simple, how you actually use your time for the actual program, not in that you need to write a code from the scratch. How can you just get that distinct value, right? So if we don't have SAT, maybe we need to use a for loop, we need to use if loop, if statement. So using those things, your program will become more complicated. This is how collection framework is popular, you can say, right? So we get that. Okay, now what we need to do, I just want that key, whatever book I have, right? So I want them to store them in a proper genre, right? So if I want to use the proper genre, right? So that time what we will do, we will use a map. So we know that in map we have key value pair. So in one genre we can add the list of books. Okay, that will be the pair, right? That will be the value. Okay, so let me just initialize that. I think you guys will understand that map. Then I am going to use what type of key and value we want, right? Now as we see that we got the distinct book, right? Now what we need to do, we need to add the map value. Why we want map? Because we want genre basis book, right? So we know map has the key value pair. Now we have thousands of books, right? Now for my case I have 15 books, right? Maybe my five books belongs to same genre. 6 books belong to same genre, but they both are different. So I want to segregate my book using the genre, right? So for that, what I will use a map function, right? So for that, what I do, I actually take a hash map interface I call it. Then what type of key I want? My type of key will be string, that is genre, right? So maybe it will be novel, maybe it will be detective novels, maybe it will be educational, right? So my genre will be string. But just look at this, guys. This is actually important. But my what type of a value I'm going to provide? I am going to provide a list type of a value, right? My value will be list of books, right? So for that I am going to use an array list. That array list is type of a string, right? So again I'm going to explain this because this is really little bit complex and confusing. I can understand. You can see type of key is string, right? But type of value is list, right? Why it is list? Because I am going to provide, there's this genre is novel, right? I am going to provide a list of detective books. So my value will be list, right? So what type of a list I want? That is also a string type, right? So this is how I actually added string, comma. The type of value I am going to put, that is array list. Then the list will be string type, right? Then I put the name of the map, that is library, right? Then what I did, I called new. I use hash map. According to your preference, guys, you can use any of them. I use hash map. Then string type. And what type of a value I'm going to use? List type of a value, right? And to make the list, what I did, I actually add that, you can see there is again, I use a B list, right? In that B list, what I have the book that is the part of educational purpose, right? So here my key will be educational, right? And what will be my value? This B list, right? I added the B list dot add the book name, right? The way we add element in the list, right? So I have 5 books, that is the part of educational genre, right? So I use blist dot add daring greatly, right? Then blist dot add live in. Okay, these are the book name. We have the part of blist. Then what I did, library, I have the map function is library. Then I use, how can we add something to the map? We use dot put function, right? So what I add, dot put the key that will be educational. And one more thing you guys need to understand, key cannot be repeated, right? It always, your key should be unique. Okay, so educational. Then I added blist, the list of book I have, that is the part of educational book, right? So I added blist. Okay, same, I have some novels, right? I add a list, I make a list of novels, that is a string type. I add those books in the part of novel list, and then I add that list to under novel key, right? Novel is my key over here, and I pass the novels list, right? You can see. Now again I make a list, that is detective novels I have. I made them a key, that is detective novels. The key will be detective novels, the genre of detective novels, and I pass the list, that is detective novels, right? You can see. Now let me see if I want to see all the value I have, right? What I will do, I need to iterate the map, right? How can you iterate the map? Using iterator, using for loop. So here I am using for loop. So for loop, first I write for, then map dot entry, the way we iterate, right? Map dot entry. Then we use map. Okay, you can use anything. There's an alias you can say. I use map. Then semicolon, the library, the map name we have, dot, we call entry save method. Okay? So dot entry save. Now what we will do, using map or the alias we give, that map dot get key, if we do, then we will get all the key, right? The same way we did in the previous time as well. Dot get key, it will give me all the key, and dot get value, it will give me all the value. Let me check that the genre wise, like I'm able to do that or not. The distinction, the segregation of book, right? In the library, that on the genre wise, do I have the books or not, right? So when we are getting lang error, the most of the reason maybe we are getting lang error because of the parenthesis, right? So guys, if you check, so you guys need to understand these errors when it's giving. Okay, the lang error we are getting because of that parenthesis. I didn't check it actually. So you can see genre I give, then detective novels, right? This is the book names, right? You can see the first what I said, that get key. So my key will be detective novels, right? Then the book's name, right? So for the book names I have this, the girl with the dragon tattoo, and there and there were none. These are the books we have, the part of detective novels books name, right? And for the educational books name, you can see we got Daring Greatly, Lenin, the Element. These are the thing we got, right? So our data is segregated. Our data is clean right now. Okay. So that is the process we can use. We can just we use that collection concepts to solve these business problems, right? This is a very small business problem I have shown you guys over here. But if you have real-time business problem, you guys can go ahead with this collection framework. This will actually help you to solve your problem with a very less time, and you can focus on your program. You don't need to write the code from the scratch for the data structure, right? So this is how collection framework is actually helping us, right? Till now we learned all about collection framework. We learned about map. We saw how can you use that collection framework concept in a real-time case study, right? So this is the way actually you can use the collection framework.
As we previously discussed collections, let's now explore multithreading. Understanding multithreading is very crucial for developing code that executes more quickly. Threads are considered as a lightweight processes, which means they require less time to execute compared to a full process. So by utilizing multiple threads in Java, you can enhance the performance and speed of your code.
So yes, Now we will see about Java multitasking. Before start with Java multitasking, let me give you an example. For that, you can understand what is this multitasking stands for, right? Did you ever think how can a computer or a machine perform multitask concurrently when it has single processor, right? So do you ever think what is happening inside your computer when you browse a web or listening a song or writing an essay or playing game at the same time? The main idea behind this is sharing the same memory, right? Your machine divides its attention between separate time and in the ways it can use the maximize the resources of your machine, right? So this is where multitasking comes into the picture. Now let's see what is multitasking in Java. So multitasking is a process or an ability to perform multiple activity concurrently, and this can be divided into process-based and thread-based. So multitasking has a two part, right? One is process-based and second one is thread-based. And multitasking is used to utilize the CPU of your machine. And multitasking has two ways. I already defined this previously, that is process based and thread based. So what is thread based multitasking in Java? Thread based multitasking helps to run different parts of the same process simultaneously. Let me give you an example. For that you can understand what is thread based multitasking. Suppose a person using his or her MS Word to print and also format the text, right? This is also multitasking, right? So thread-based multitasking share the same memory, and communicating between two threads is less communicating between two threads is less expensive and thread is lightweight, right? Where process is heavyweight. Now we will see what is process-based multitasking. So process-based multitasking stands for processing multiple processes to execute concurrently, right? Suppose an example is a person using his or her computer to listen a song as well as working on software, right? So each process has separate memory area in computer. This is the difference you can say in between thread and process, where thread using a same memory location and process use the separate memory area in the computer, right? And communicating between two processes costly and process is heavyweight, where communicating between two threads is less costly, okay? And switching from one to another thread is time consuming, right? So this is the difference between thread-based multitasking and process-based multitasking, right? Now we will see Java thread, right? So I was talking about thread-based, but what is thread? Thread is the smallest part of the whole process, which is lightweight in nature and can run concurrently with other parts of the program. Okay, threads are small and independent. It has separate path of execution, and if one thread get the exception, it does not hamper the other exception because of its separate path. Suppose you have multiple thread in your program, so one thread suppose got the exception, but for that your program will not stop. The other thread will still continue executing because all the thread has its own separate path, right? All threads share a single memory, right? So because of this, thread is less costly and using thread is quite usable as well, right? You can say that. Now we will see what is multithreading in Java. So multithreading is Java stand for execution of multiple threads simultaneously. In Java, multithreading and multitasking both are used to achieve multitasking in Java. Okay, but multithreading is popular than multitasking because it uses the same shared memory. When you use the same shared memory, your program will less costly and effective as well. So for that, multithreading is popular than multitasking. And if one thread get the exception, I told you before as well, if your one thread get the exception, it does not hamper the other exception because of its separate path. Multiple operation can be done using multi-threading, and it saves times and money as well. So this is the concept of thread in Java and the multi-thread in Java. And we will see how can you create a thread and how can you create multi-thread in a single program as well. Now we will have a look at what is the life cycle of the thread, right? We all human beings have our life cycle. We born, we live our life, and we go for day, right? So there is for the thread also, they have their own life cycle. So let's have a look at what are the life cycle, what are the stages they have in their life. So basically there are all total 6 parts in their life cycle. So life cycle of a thread has 6 parts, which starts from creating a thread till in the thread. So we have new, we have runnable state, we have block state, we have waiting state, we have time waiting and terminated. And now we will have a look at each of them. And after knowing all those states, we will implement those states in a Java multi-threading program, right? So first start with new state. So what is a new state? So a new thread begins its life cycle in the new state. It remains in this state until the program starts the thread. It is also referred to as a born state. So basically we can consider this state as a born a baby. The way a baby born, the same way the thread born by using new state, right? When the thread is born, we can call that this is in a new state. Now comes the runnable state. So in the runnable is basically after a newly born thread is started, the thread becomes runnable. Okay, a thread is in this state is considered to be executing its task, right? So basically when we say our thread is in a runnable state, right? So in that mean your thread is actually executing the task you have given to that particular thread, right? So actually it starts working. Okay, so in that case, we can refer that state as a runnable state. Now we will have a look at the blocked or waiting state, right? So what is blocked or waiting state? So sometimes a thread transitions to be waiting state while the thread waits for another thread to perform a task. A thread transition gets to the runnable state only when another thread signals the waiting thread to continue executing. Right? Maybe you are working with multiple threads, right? So you want to a particular thread to be blocked for some times, right? In that time, we are going to use blocked or waiting stage. Okay. And after your work is done with the other thread, that time you can again say, no, this thread, I put that thread in a blocked or waiting, they can start working. Right? So in that meantime, when the thread is not working, the state is known as blocked or waiting state. Right? Now we will have a look at what is time waiting. Okay, the thread is in time waiting state when it's called a method with timeout parameter. A runnable thread can enter the timed waiting state for a specific interval of time. A thread in this state transitions back to the runnable state when that time interval expires or when the event it is waiting for occurs. Right? So this is how where we use that time waiting state. Now the last stage of the thread is terminates. So terminates in state used to exit the thread, but this termination happen because of many reasons, like normally or some unusual error occur, right? So basically if you want to stop some of the thread, like to just make them, no, we don't need this thread anymore. So that time you can use the terminate function, or sometimes we got some unusual error for our thread. That time also with this terminated state can be come, right? So basically terminated a runnable thread enters the terminate state when it completes its task or otherwise terminates, right? Once you have give the task to your thread, it's already done, so it will go to the terminate stage because that thread knows that it they has nothing to do, right? They have nothing to do right now and they are actually going for their last state, that is terminated state, or some of the unusual reason can be occurred for that thread throws into the terminated state, right? So this is the life cycle we get from a thread. So this is the whole life cycle of a thread. Okay. Now we will have a look at how can you create a thread. But before start with that, let me tell you that thread have a priorities as well. So every Java thread has a priority that helps the operating system determine the order in which threads are scheduled. Java thread priorities are in a range between minimum property, a constant of 1, and maximum property, a constant of 10. By default, every thread is given priority non-priority, that is a constant of 5. Threads with higher priority are more important to program and should be allocated processor time before lower priority threads. However, threads priorities cannot be guaranteed the order in which threads execute and are very much platform dependent. Right? Now we will see how can you create a thread. So creating a thread can be in two ways. First way is if you want to extend the thread class, and the second way is implementing runnable interface. So we have two ways to create a thread. You can extend the thread class or you can implement runnable interface, right? So what is class and interface? This is a basic concept of object-oriented programming. I hope you guys have a proper idea about what is the difference between class and an interface, right? Okay. Now we will have a look at the code. How can you do that? So here my class name is thread2. And always remember that this is a convention of Java. When you start writing any code and if you are giving any name to the class, that class name should start with the capital letter, right? So here my class name is thread2 and I give like the T is in the capital letter. Now I'm going to extend the thread class. Okay, class is always be extend and the interface we cannot extend. The interface we always implements, right? Now when you go for using the extend thread class, always you need to write, like you need to override the run method. That is, I have public void run, and in that what I said, I just said if I use the run, basically what it happened, I told you in the life cycle as well, when you just born the thread is born, right? But after that we need to invoke that particular thread to in the run state to say, okay, you have born, now please start working. For that we need to override the run method. Okay, so what we have done in the run method, I said, like I just want to print that thread is running currently, right? So I said system.out.println, we use this for printing, like if you want to print any object in the Java. So I said in the system.out.println, I just want to print thread is running currently, right? After that, we need to have a main method because in Java, the program starts from the main method only, right? So I have declared in main method that public static void main string args. I said, I just want to create an object of class of my thread2. So what I did, I use object name m1. So thread2, m1 is my object name and I create the new object. How? Is equals to new thread2. Right? Now I want to start my thread. How can I do that? By calling the dot start function. So m1 dot start. So you can see in the output we will get thread is running currently. So here we are seeing all these examples theoretically, and I will do all this program in Eclipse as well to give you a proper example that how actually we are going to do and what are the outputs we are going to get, right? Before that, I want you guys to understand the concept properly to go further with the multi-threading in Java, right? Now we will see the second one, that implementing runnable interface. So when I'm saying that you are going to implement a runnable interface, that time we are not going to use extends, right? We are going to use implements function. So here my class name is thread demo1 that implements runnable. Okay, here also you need to override the void run function. I said the same thing, thread is running currently. Okay, but here there is the catch, right? How we are going to create the object for that. So first I need to create the object, that is thread demo1. T1 is my object name, and I'm creating the new object for my class using new thread demo1. Now I need to create an object for thread, right? So what I did, I said thread T2 is equals to new thread, and I'm passing my object of thread demo class, that is T1, right? After that, what I need to do, I just need to write as samely T2 dot start, and your thread will be started, and you can say it will give you an output of thread is running currently, right? I hope you guys can understand that how we can create thread in two multiple ways, right? Using one, extending the thread class, and second one is implementing the runnable interface, right? Now let's have a look at thread scheduler in Java. What is a thread scheduler? I have told you guys before as well what is thread priority in Java. Now let's see what is thread scheduler. So thread scheduler is a part of Java virtual machine which decide the sequence of thread. So basically we don't decide the sequence of thread. This thread scheduler is actually going to decide the sequence of your threads. If you use multiple threads, so then your thread scheduler is going to get the sequence of that. In Java, one thread can run at a time. Okay? So in Java, what we have, we can say that only one thread, right, can run at a time. Because if you want two thread will run in the same time, that is not possible. So there is a limitation we have that one thread can run at a time. There is no sequence guarantee for which thread to get executed, right? So you cannot give the guarantee if you have multiple thread in your system on your program. So you cannot give the guarantee maybe one will go first, two will go second, right? It's all depends on the thread scheduler. So we will have a look at that as well in the demo part. Now let's see what is sleeping thread. Okay, it's actually sounding little mysterious. Let's see what is sleeping thread. So sleeping thread is called as using the sleep method of thread class to sleep a thread for the specified amount of time. So basically, if you want to say, I don't want my thread to work right now, I want to make that thread sleep. Okay, so how can you do that? Using sleep method, you can make a thread sleep for specific time. Okay, thread class has two specific methods to call sleep for a specific amount of time. Okay, so first one is, if you want to just call this sleep function, how can you do that? So doing that, I can say public static void sleep function. Under that, I can say long milliseconds. So how many milliseconds you want that your thread should be in a sleep state. Throws interrupt exception. So it can be throw an exception. So in that case, we say that throws interrupt exception. Or the second way is, you can say public static void sleep method, and you can say long millisecond, and second parameter can be int nanos. And again, it's going to throws interrupt exceptions, right? These are the two ways by which you can actually call your sleeping method to make your thread sleep, right? Now, we will see a demo of it. How can you do that, right? So in this case, you can see I have a class called demo sleep thread, actually which extends thread, or you can use implement runnable methods as well, right? So it's up to you which one you want to go for, right? I just want to override the class of void run. Then I said in for loop int equals to 1 and less than 5. So basically my loop will go till 4, right? It's less than 5 and I plus plus. Try, we use try and catch block to throw a exception, right? To check a exception and catch. If it's actually get an exception, it will show that what actually the exception we got, right? So we use try catch block for that. In the try, I said thread.sleep. I want to make my thread in a sleep position for 1000 millisecond, right? So you can see I give for 1000 millisecond. Then I use a catch function in that I said what are the exception, that interrupted exception if we got, and E is the object of that interrupted exception, right? And I'm going to system.out.println and I'm going to see what the exception I got, that is E, right? And lastly, it will give me that if it's in the try block, if it's not in the catch block, if it's in the try block, then it's going to give me the value of I, right? So then what we need to do, we need to call two function over here, two thread, right? So because if the first thread is in the sleep, then second thread will start working, right? So in that I created two object of the thread, right? How can I do that? By creating an object of my class, that my class is demo sleep thread, t1 is equals to new demo sleep thread, the function. Then I'm calling again demo sleep thread t2 is equals to new demo sleep thread, right? So I say just a start for t1 dot start. If you want to use, you can use t2 dot start as well, right? Then you can see that in the output you will get 1, 2, 3, and maybe you can get the same number 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, because you actually your one thread is becoming in sleep when the other thread start working, right? So we will have a look at these things as well in the demo part, like what actually the output we are going to get, right? Now let's have a calling thread twice. If I want to call a thread twice, what will happen then, right? If I want to play with this thread thing, how can I do that? So twice calling the start method for one particular thread is not possible. But if you call twice, then an illegal thread state exception is thrown, right? So what I did, I just want to play with my thread. I just want to see if I want to call my thread twice, what it will give. But your thread will say, sorry, you will get an exception, right? I'm not going to take start for twice, right? So what I did, I have a class saying thread2 and I extend the method threads where I override the run method, that is public void run, and then I'm going to just print that thread is running currently. Okay. Now what I want to create an object of thread2 class. So I create in one object of thread2 class calling new thread2. Now I'm going to call m1.start, m1.start 2 times, right? You can see first time it took the start, thread is running currently. For that, we got the output. But in the second time, it gives me an exception in thread, that Java lack illegal thread set exception. So you cannot call twice a particular thread, right? Okay. Now we will have a look at call join method. So what is call join method? So join method in Java threads waits for a thread to die and it causes the currently running thread to stop executing until the thread it joins with completes its task, right? So what actually it want to say, right? So basically join method wait for a thread to die. It's actually wait for a thread which is going to die. Okay, and it causes the currently running thread to stop executing. Okay, because it does not want that two threads will start like fighting with each other. Wait, okay. So for that, the current running threads to stop executing until the thread it joins with completes its task. Right? For that, we use join method. So you can see in my join method in Java class, I extend the thread and then in the run method, I'm going to write for loop. Okay, that for loop is start from 1 and go till 4. Okay, and after that, I'm going to use a dot sleep method. And the millisecond will be 500 millisecond. For that, your thread will be in a 500 millisecond state. Okay. Then what I did, I actually create some of the object of my join method in Java. So I create T1, T2 and 3 thread in join method Java. Now what I do, I did this T1.start, okay, try, in the try block I said T1.join. And I said in the exception, if you want to throw any exception, in the exception class I called the object and I just said system.out.println e. right? And then I call T2 and T3 for the start to start the thread. Okay, this is how we use join method, and we will have a look at all of them, that what will be the output you are going to get in the Eclipse. So now we are going to use Eclipse IDE, that is Integrated Development Environment, to create our first thread, right? In this case, I will show you how can you create your first project with Java, right? So to create a project in Java, you need to go to File, and there you need to click on New, right? From that, you will get a multiple options, but you need to choose Java project. I'm going to use Java project. Now you need to give the project name for your Java project, right? So here I want to give multi-thread maybe. Okay, so we have created the name of the project of a Java, that is multi-thread demo 1. Now we are going to click on next. So you can see there is a source folder. So if there is a source folder, it's basically a source folder for our project. So all your code, all your Java file will store under this source file, right? Now we are going to click on finish. And yes, I want to create a module info.java. Let me create it. Okay. So we have got our project multi-thread demo 1. Now I'm going to create the first class. How can you create your first class? Go to source folder and then click on over there. You will get an option of new, right? From that new, what you need to do, you need to go to class. This is the way you need to actually make your first class. So my class name will be over here, that create thread, right? So always make sure your class name starts with capital letter. This is a good convention of doing the coding, right? All the professionals maintain some convention when they actually start coding professionally. Now comes the main method. This is actually the heart of Java program. So if you want to execute any program in Java, in that case, be sure always you have this main program. Say this main method. If you don't have this main method, your program is not going to run, because the main point, the first point when the program start executing in Java, that is from the main method. So we are going to tick on that, right? And now what we need to do, we need to go for finish. So this is how actually we are going to use our first class, right? Now as we have created our first class, that is create thread, now we are going to create a thread by extending the thread class, right? So how can you do that? So already we have our class name create thread. Now I'm going to write extends, and then what class name I want to actually extend, that is thread. As I didn't write the class name, it's giving me an error, right? So I'm going to write thread. Okay, so I want to extend my parent class, that is thread. Okay, now I'm going to override the void run method. So it is a public void. Void means actually it's not going to return anything, right? So then we are going to write run method. The name of the method is run, and the curly bracket. Then whatever you want, you can give that, right? For my case, maybe I'm going to write system dot println. I hope you guys have an idea about what is the big difference between println and print. So basically, print is something if you don't want a space, right? So if you don't want to have a enter like a gap between two lines, so that time we are not going to use println. But basically, println, when you have multiple line of output, if you use println, it will give a one line gap between those outputs, right? So this is a very important question for the interview. What's the difference between print and println? Right now, I'm going to write. I have created my first thread. Right? Okay. Fine. Right? Now I'm going to give the semicolon. Now what I need to do? I told you I need to create the object of my class, right? So my class name is create thread, and my object name maybe I'm going to write obj is equals to new create thread, right? And I'm going to use the round brackets. So this is how actually we create the object of our classes in Java. Okay, now I'm going to say that object dot start. So what it will do, it will start the first thread in our program, right? So I'm going to write obj dot, you can see I get multiple methods, right? So here I'm going to write start. So I got this start method. So I'm going to do that. Let's see what we will get. To execute your code, always remember that in Eclipse, you need to click this play button. It's like a play button, right? You need to execute your code. So here you need to actually say which class you want to execute. So for my case, I want to execute createThread.java, right? Okay, and let's see. You can see I got my first output that I have created my thread, right? So this is how we actually create our first thread using what? Using thread, extends threads class, right? Now I will show you the second way how can you actually create your thread using actually implementing runnable interface, right? So let me create one more class for that. Okay, so go to new, you need to go to class to create a new class. Maybe this is also create thread but two, right? Two class cannot be in same name. Now again we are going to click on the main method and then finish, right? So we got our class. Now this time we are not going to extend this, right? We are going to implement, because runnable is an interface and interface always be called by implementing that interface, right? So I'm going to write implements and then the interface name, that is runnable. Okay, so I have actually called. So I am getting a little bit of, so some of the reason runnable. Okay, so let's see, I'm getting a error. What error I am getting? The type create thread 2 must be implement the inherited abstract method runnable.run, right? So here it's giving me a error, but for the extending the thread, it was not giving me any error. But as it's an interface, it's saying you actually need to implement run method over here, right? So let's see what we can do that. What I am going to do, I'm going to write public void then run method, right? I'm going to implement the run method, then the curly bracket, right? So here you can write, I'm going to write the same thing, system dot out dot println, and I'm going to pass that I have created my first thread, right? Okay, I write this. Oh my god. Okay, so you can see I have already implemented that and we don't have the error over here, right? Now we will see how can you call them, right? To calling them again, we need to make an object of my class. So what is my class? Create thread 2, right? And I'm going to write the object that is obj again. I'm taking the variable name obj, that is will be my object for my this class that create thread 2. Now I'm going to write new and I'm going to write the same thing, create thread 2 and the round bracket. This is how I'm going to create the first object of my class. But here I need to make a object of thread class as well. So thread maybe a is equals to new thread, right? And from this we actually need to pass the object of our class, that is obj, right? So you can say this is how if you want to call a thread using runnable interface, right? So now let me execute that. So what we will, right? So you can see we actually our thread is running, right? Okay, but we did not get the output. So now, as we have already seen, how can you actually create a thread using extending thread class? Now we will have a look at how actually you can create a thread using implementing runnable interface, right? So let's first create a class for that, right? So creating a class, again, I need to click on the source folder and then I need to get the new one, right? So I will get the new option and from there I need to create my class, right? So in the class, I'm going to write my create thread demo, right? Again, always be sure that whenever you are going to make a class, the first element of the class will be capital letter, right? Now I'm going to click on the main method, that is the heart of Java program. Now I'm going to click on finish, right? So we get it. Now what we need to do? We need to implement the runnable class. So I'm going to write implements. Which interface I'm going to implement? I am going to implement runnable interface, right? So runnable interface, right? So you can see still I'm getting an error. But why I'm getting an error? Because my interface is an abstract method, right? It has an abstract method of run method. So I need to implement that method as well. Otherwise, I will get the error. Now I'm going to write public void. We are using void that will not return anything. And the method name is run. And after that, the curly bracket. Now I'm going to write the same thing, system dot out dot println, and in between that I want to pass I have created my second thread. I have created my second thread, right? So if when my thread is started, that time it will give me this message. Okay, now what I need to do, I need to create the object of my create thread demo class, right? So let me create that, create thread demo, and then I need to give the object name, right? So my object name is obj. I'm going to use that. Again, I'm going to write new create thread demo and then the round bracket, right? This is how we are going to create the object of our this class. Now we need to create the object of thread class, right? Always remember, when you are going to implement runnable, that time you actually need to create the object of thread class as well. So thread, and again I'm going to write obj1 is equals to new thread, right? And in that round bracket we need to pass the object of our this class, so obj. Now this, right? So this is the main key over here when you are going to use implements runnable interface and where you're going to use extends thread class, right? Now I'm going to start my first thread using implementing runnable. So I'm going to write start method. So I have already get that. Okay. So let's see. Let me execute it using this play button. Okay. So you need to actually select which class you want to execute. So for my case, I have only one class. So I have actually used this. I have marked this, right? And then okay. So you can see I got my output that I have created my second thread, right? So this is how you can actually create two types of thread using one implementing runnable interface and one is extending thread, right? Now we are going to see how can you implement sleep method using Eclipse or using Java, right? So let's create this, let's use the sleep method in multithread. For that we are going to use again a new class. I'm actually using new class to make sure guys you don't have any doubts, right? I can do all these things in one class. Again, that can be a problem or confusion for you guys. For that, I'm making a class for each and every methods and each and every thing we are doing, right? So you guys will be comfortable with this Eclipse as well. You guys will get to know how can you make the classes, how can you make project when you start working with Eclipse, right? So again, we are going to go for new and then class, and here I'm going to use demo sleep. So I'm going to make a demo for sleep method, right? So demo sleep, and again I'm going to take the main method, right? Okay, so how can you do that? For that, I need to again extend the thread class. So here I'm going to make the thread using extending thread class, right? Extends thread. Okay, and I am going to actually override the public void run method. Okay, so I actually override that, and here I'm going to write system.out.println, and then maybe I'm going to write let's start using sleep method. Okay, so almost overriding this void run method is almost done. Now what we need to do, we need to create the object of the class, right? So demo sleep, and then we are going to give the naming for the object, that is obj. You can use anything, ABCD, anything, whatever your choice is. Then new demo sleep, right? Okay, so I have created the object for my class. Now what do I need to do? Now I need to just use our try catch block in the run method, or again you can do something like for loop as well. Let's have something new in that. So in the run method, I'm going to use a for loop, right? So we have done the basic, the way we actually create the thread. Now we are going to see how can you implement sleep method, right? So I'm going to use a for loop where I'm going to initialize I is equals to 1, and I will go less than is equals to 10, right? And sorry, 10. And from that, I'm going to use I++ for my I incrementing. And in between the for loop, I'm going to write try block. So why do we use try block? Try block is used to get, if you get any exception, if you feel like from that line maybe you will get exception, you can put that into the try block. And the catch block, if you get any exception, it will show what exception you get, right? For that, in the try block, I'm going to write that, okay, just a second, yes, I'm going to write that, let's have thread dot sleep method. So this is how actually, so you can see we have two ways to actually implementing sleep. One is long millisecond, one is you can give long millisecond and int nanos as well. So in my case, I'm going to take long millisecond. So here you need to give how much millisecond you want. So for my case, I want 500, right? Or maybe I want 1000, right? Okay, now I need to give the catch block. Otherwise, he will give me a error for that, right? They always need to go for, if you implement try, you need to as well as implement catch block as well, right? In the catch block, I am going to say, and again here you need to give the interrupted exception, right? So in that case, I am going to write interrupted exception, right? And I'm going to write the object of that interrupted exception. So maybe A. Okay, fine. Now what I need to want? I want to see the exception I am going to get if my thread goes into the catch block, right? System.out.println, and then I'm going to write A. So it will give me the whatever the exception I got it, right? So this is how we are going to write it. And one more thing, if it's in the sleep, after that I want to see the I values as well, right? So system dot out dot println and then my I value, right? So let's see. And before that, one more thing we need to do, we need to call the start method as well, right? So let me start that. So what I need to do, obj.start. So these are the basic part we all know when we actually create the thread. Okay, so let me do that. Just execute the demo sleep. Yes, so you see I got this. Let's start using sleep method. But you can see I am getting 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, but with a time of interval, right? You can see I got it, but with a time of interval. Maybe I can make it to 10,000 as well. Let's see, it will take more time for that, right? This is how sleep method is working. After start doing your tasking, it will put into the sleep method. So you can see I am not getting any value. So it's actually taking 10,000 millisecond time. That is one I get. So it's taking more than the before one, right? So I change the number of millisecond, that is 10,000. You can see I'm getting 1, 2, it's taking time. So this is how actually sleep method works. Okay, so let's wait till the output we are getting over here, and then I will show you if we have two different threads, right, how it's going to work, right? So maybe here I have one thread, but if I have two different threads, three different threads, right, how my Java actually JVM is going to handle that. Okay, right, so you can see it's just 5 till now. So it's taking an actual time to get printed because they are putting the thread into a sleep method, and when your sleep is continued for 10,000 milliseconds. Okay, 10,000 milliseconds when your thread is in sleep. After that, your thread become activated, and again your thread start doing the task, right? You can see I got till 7. So let's wait for 8, 9, and 10. And after that, we will reduce the timing because it's taking on like 10,000 millisecond time. So we will make it to 500. So it will not take a long time, right? Okay. So it's almost 9 and it's going to be 10. So let me just change it in the meantime. So 500, I have made, this is 500. Now what I need to do, I just want to make one more object for my class, right? So basically what it will do, it will actually call one more thread. So let's see how my JVM is going to handle that. So here I'm going to write obj1.start, right? Let's see what will happen for that. Okay, let me execute it. So you can see it's going 2 times. Okay, it's going too fast. Okay, let me do this for at least for 1,000 times, right? So it will be not that fast. Okay, so basically what my JVM is doing, it's actually taking the output, but you can see it's taking 1, 1, 2, 2, 3. What actually it is doing, it's taking the first thread, it's putting that thread into sleep, and then it takes the next one. Okay, so for that we are getting like the number 1 to 10 twice, right? 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5, 6, 6, 7, 7, 8, 8, 9, 9, 10, 10, right? Because first it's taking one thread, then it's like using the task, whatever the task that thread has, it's doing the task, and then it put that thread into sleep. Now the JVM taking the second thread, right? After this taking the second thread, it start doing the task, and then again put that second thread to the sleep, right? This is how the sleep method works when you have 2 threads. Maybe I can have 100 of threads, right? But that can be handled by JVM only. And you cannot ensure the sequence of the thread as well, right? So let's see what next we have in the demo. Now we will have a look at some probability. If we can call a start method twice, then what will happen, right? Always if you're learning something new, you should go for experiment these things, right? If you start experimenting with this, like that particular topic, you will learn more. So let's see what we have if we just use the start method twice, what will happen. For that, again, I'm going to write, I'm going to create a class. Okay. So new and then class and twice. Let's see, twice. Twice what? Start demo, right? This is how I'm going to write the name of the class, and I'm going to use the main method. So what are the common things we need to do? We first need to go for extending thread class. Okay, because I love to use extends thread one because I don't need to write 2 lines of code. But if you guys want, you can use implements runnable interface as well. Okay, so here I'm going to just override the class, right? Public void run. Okay, and then I'm going to write that maybe system dot out dot print ln, and then I am going to give you experiment with threads, because I always love to do something if I am learning something new, to do experiments with that, right? So here I'm going to, now what we need to do, we need to create the object. So twice start demo, our class name, and then obj is equals to new twice start demo, right? Yes, so we have created the object of our class. Now what we need to do, we need to actually say start. So obj dot start, but in this case we are going to use start twice. Let's see what will happen for that. Let me just execute that. Okay, you can see first one we got it, that experiment with threads, but for the second start we got a lang illegal thread state exceptions. So always remind that you cannot use start function twice for a particular thread. You need to use start function one if you want to start a thread, right? You are not allowed to use twice the start function, right? So let's see. Now we are going to see what if we can call run method directly instead of start method, right? What our program or our thread is going to give us, right? For that, again, I'm going to write a class. So let me do that. So new and then class. So here what we are going to write, we are going to call run method directly instead of start method. So let's see. Run demo. Okay, public static void main string was the main one. Then we are going to extends thread, right? So then we are going to use the public void run method, and I'm going to write experiment. Okay, I'm sorry. Here I'm going to write that system dot out dot println, and then experiment with run method. Okay, let's see what I'm supposed to get with that. So I think doing this kind of a experiment with a new thread, you will get a proper idea and a proper vision about threads, how actually these threads are working, what's the life cycle of these threads, right? So now what I need to do, as I have said that, again I'm going to make an object of my class, that obj, maybe you can write is equals to new run demo, right? Okay, this is how I'm going to create the object of this particular class. Now what we need to do, normally we used to use dot start method, But here, what we will do, we are going to use obj.run method. So let's see what's going to give me. Okay, but here also we are getting the output. But what actually what's the difference between that? Because each thread starts in a separate call stack, right? Invoking the run method from the main thread, the run method goes onto the current call stack rather than at the beginning of a new call stack. So this is the difference between when you are actually calling run method instead of start method, right? So let's see if we are going to call the second object if you are going to create, right? So this is the difference between when you are going to use run method and when you are going to use start method. So yes, so obj1.run, right? So let's see what's going to give me. Okay, for the both cases we are getting the same thing, okay? But the thing is that's the main problem. You are getting that invoking the run method from the main thread, the run method goes onto the current call stack rather than at the beginning of a new call stack, right? So this is the difference between run and start. How we are going to use join method in the thread? So what is join method? So we have discussed about join method earlier as well, but for the recap, let me give you a brief about join method. So join method waits for a thread to die. In other words, it causes the currently running thread to stop executing until the thread it's joined with completes its task, right? So there is a two way you can do this. So now we are going to do this in the Eclipse. For that, what we need to do, we are going to create a new class for that. Okay, so let me create a new class to do the join method. Okay, so new, and from there we will go for a class, and here I'm going to use a class name join demo, right? Okay, so this will be my class name, and I'm going to use the main method as well. So it's taking a little long time. Yes, so we got the class. Let me just click on that. So we got the class. Now what we need to do, the basic thing we need to do, extends from thread class, right? Okay. So here actually for each and every demo we are using a thread class and we are extending from that. But if you want to do these things from runnable interface, that is also can be done, right? Now we are going to do public void run method, and we are going to pass some new thing. Maybe we are going to take a for loop for that, right? So let me do that. Using for loop, it will help you to understand that how actually join method working over here, right? So int I equals to 0, I less than 10, and I plus plus, right? Okay. So now what we are going to do, we are going to use the try block, right? So why we are using try block? I told you that try block is basically, if you think that block, like the code block you have, can have an exception, can have an error, right? So in that time, we actually put that part of the code in the try block to handle that exception, right? So in this case, I am going to write thread dot sleep, the way we are using sleep method, and I'm going to give 500 for this. So I want my thread should be in a sleep for 500 milliseconds, and here I'm going to use a catch, right? So in the catch, again you need to write the exception. So exception is the parent class, right? So I'm using E for that, and let's see what I want to see. I want to print if it has any exception, please show me the exception for that, right? So E, right? So this is why we are using try and catch block. Now what I want to see my I value, system dot out dot print ln I. So now I want to see my I value. Now what I need to do, I need to create some of the like maybe multiple threads over here. So creating multiple threads, what we need to do, so for that we need to create the object of my this class, right? So join demo, right, is equals to maybe obj, the first object I'm creating is equals to new join demo and the round bracket. So this is how we actually create our first objects. So here I'm going to just copy the same line and I'm going to change the object name because we cannot have object in the same name, right? So yes, object 1. So maybe there will be object 2, right? So we have created multiple object of what? We have created multiple object of my class join demo, right? Now what we need to do, we are going to start our first object. So obj dot start. Okay, let's see. But now we are going to do one more thing. We are going to join as well, right? So in the try block, again, maybe in the try, there can be an exception we will get. So I want to put them in the try block, right? So obj dot join. You can see I got it already. Dot join method, right? And from there, I want to have my catch block. In the catch block, what I want? I just want exception. If I get any exception, please show me the exception. Okay? Okay. Now I want to print the exception. System.out.println, right? Just show me the exception if I have any exceptions, right? Okay. So now this is how we are going to join it. Okay. Now I'm going to start the other two thread of my program. So let's see how it's going to work. Okay, I need to write obj. For that, it's giving me error. Okay, now here I'm going to write obj2.start. Right? So guys, whenever you are learning something, try to increase interest for that, right? So for that time, you will actually start loving that portion, loving that part of the coding. Coding is very simple. It's not at all like first thing we came into our mind that coding is very it's very complicated, but trust me, it's not. It's just like a normal mathematics we do, right? So let's just execute the program. Okay. Fine. You can see I'm getting 0, 1, 2, 3, but I'm getting 0, 0, 1, 1. I mean, there is no other option, right? There is no other way to find it out that what will be the sequence of your object, what will be the sequence of your thread, right? So you can see here, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 we got. Why this is so? Because we join our first method, right? So what it did actually said other thread, no, I'm not going to give you the chance to get started. So first let me get start, and then if you have time, then just go and just execute, right? So you can see, let me execute it once more time. So you will see there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, right? Why? I mean, you can see one more thing. If I can give it to 5,000, so you will see that first thread we are having, that is obj, that is actually running first. The other object we have, they are not getting executed. But normally it's not the thing, right? Normally what it used to have if any thread is in sleep, then the next one will come and start executing the task, right? So you can see I'm getting 1 and I'm getting 2. It's taking time because it's not like giving the other object of the thread get executed, right? First the object obj will be executed, then obj1 and obj2 will be get executed. You can see 0, 1, 3, 4, 5. Right? So this is why actually we are using join method to execute our first, suppose you want that first this thread will be executed, right? The other thread will be on hold, right? So that is why we use join method. You can see 0, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is actually executing the first thread, right? That is obj, right? This is why we are using join method. Now we will have a look at how can you make your thread a name. Suppose I want to give a name to my thread. How can I do that? Right? The thread class provides methods to change and get the name of a thread. By default, each thread has a name, that is thread 0, thread 1 and so on. We can change the name of the thread by using setName method. The syntax of setName method and getName methods are, we are going to check that in the Eclipse, right? Let's see if I want to change my thread name and if I want to identify my thread through the name. Let's see how can we do that, right? For that, I'm going to just create one more class, new class, and name thread demo, maybe the class name, and I'm going to use the main method as well. Right, now what we need to do, the same thing, extends thread. But guys, what I'm doing this thing so many times, did you ever think of? Because I want you guys to be used to with this extending the class from thread or implementing the interface from runnable, right? So this is one of the best part of Java. And if you want to start your career in Java, you really need to have a good idea about multi-threading, right? And whenever you go for any interview, right, in that time they will ask you about the multi-threads, obviously, because this is the most useful part, right? So this is why I'm just using classes each and every time. For that, you guys can be quite familiar with the thing that how actually we can create a thread and how we can manipulate them, right? So let's see. Now what we need to do, already we did it. Now we are going to extend thread. Now what we will do, we will use a public void run method, right? And in this, what we are going to add, maybe we are going to say name changer has came, right? Already shown, right? So maybe I want this to be printed when the run method will be executed, right? Okay, now what we need to do, we need to write I'm going to write what? I'm going to go for a public static void main. Now I'm going for creating an object of my name thread demo class, right? So let's do that. But this time we are going to make two threads just to identify them. Okay. Name thread demo obj is equals to name. So what we did, we use new name thread demo and we have created the object of obj, right? So now I'm going to add one more object to my class. Okay, so let's just copy and paste. Okay, so I'm going to call obj1, and always remember we cannot have same name object for our respective class. Okay. Okay, now what we are going to do, we are going to get the name. Okay, so first we are going to see what is the name we are getting for them. So system dot out dot println, and we are going to use the what? We are going to use the getName method for to getting the inbuilt or default name of my thread, right? So let me do that. Name of default name for the first thread, right? And if you want to concat something in Java, how we are going to do that? We are going to write plus sign, right? Okay. Now I am going to write what? Obj dot getName. Obj dot, and we got it that getName, right? So I want to get the name of obj. Now the same thing we are going to do for the second object or the second thread as well. So default for the second thread, this is according to us, right? So this is my first thread, this is my second thread, and then obj1 dot getName. So let me execute that first. Okay. So you can see, okay, I didn't use println, guys. You can see for that I get all the output in one line, right? So let me use the println because it's so easy to understand. Okay. So you can see I get for my first name of the first thread is thread 0 and the default name of the second thread is thread 1, right? Now what we need to do, we are going to start our thread. So obj dot start, okay, and we are going to write obj1 dot start, right? Now what we are going to do, we are going to set a name for our second thread maybe. So obj1 dot set, right? We got the function that is set name. Now I am going to write the first thread name. So what can be that, right? So maybe Game of Thrones. I'm a big fan of Game of Thrones. So maybe it will be Game of Thrones, right? Let's see. And one more thing. Now we are going to see the name of these two thread after changing the name for the second thread, right? So I'm going to remove the default part because let's see what we will get now. Okay. Let me just execute that. Okay. You can see we got it, right? Okay. So we got it, right? Default name of the second thread is thread 1. Name for the first thread is thread 0. Name of the second thread, Game of Thrones, right? Okay, so this is how actually it works. Okay, so this is how actually if you want to put a name for your respective thread, you can do that, right? So I hope you are quite clear with this part of the thread, and let's go and check some of the other demo as well with thread. Now we will look at isAlive method. What is isAlive method? So isAlive method actually to help you to understand your thread is alive or not. So let's have a look at the definition. To know whether the particular thread is alive or not, we use isAlive method, which returns the Boolean value like true or false, right? So let's go to the Eclipse and let's see how we can implement that. Now we came to Eclipse and I have already written the code in my Eclipse and we have created a class isAlive. Okay, so isAlive demo is my class name, and what we need to do, we need to extend thread class, right? So we have extend thread class, and from that we actually implement the run method as well. So we write public void run, and in the try block, basically why do we use try block? We use maybe if you think that that part of your code can have an exception, that time we want to handle them using try and catch block. In under try block, we are going to put our thread into sleep using .sleep method, and from that we are saying I want to put my thread into sleep method for 500 milliseconds, and I'm going to show that print that what is the current state of my thread. Okay, how we will get that? we are going to use thread, right? Thread dot current thread, right? So you can see we have written that thread dot current thread method, and then we have called isAlive method, right? So it's going to give me that what's the current state of my thread. Okay, now what we will do, we will go for doing the other part of the program, and in the catch part we are going to say, if you get any exception, please show me the exception, right? So catch exception E and system.out.println E. It will show you the exception you have get, right? Now what we will do, we will go for our main method, and there what we need to do first, we need to create the object of our class, right? First, we create the object of our class, that is isAlive demo, and we have decided the name of the object, that is obj, and then equals to new isAlive. This is how we create the object of a class. Then we are going to print that before starting the thread, right? So if you are not going to write that dot start, we all know that our thread is not going to start. In that time, I want to see the status of my thread. So what I did, I just write obj dot isAlive, right? So this is going to give me the state of the thread before using the start method. After calling the start method, again I'm going to print it that what's the state of my thread after using the start. So let's execute it. So we will get that. So you can see first, before starting the thread, it's got false because we do not use the start method. And if you guys can look closer, you can see our main program has started from the main method, right? Not from the run method. So first is have printed that before starting the thread, it is false. After starting the thread, it is true, right? And lastly, it goes to run method, and it's showing show me the state of my current thread, that is true. So my thread is alive when the thread is in the run method, right? Now we will have a look at Java multithread synchronization. How synchronization actually help us to do the coding in Java. And let's have a look at the definition. So synchronization concept in Java stand for control the access of multiple threads who are using the same memory. So we'll all know thread is actually use the same memory. If we have 3 threads, so it will all the 3 threads will use the same memory. So let's go to Eclipse. Let's see. First we will see if you are not going to use synchronize method, what it will happen. And then we will see if you are going to use the synchronize method, how actually it help us to synchronize our threads. So we came to Eclipse, and you can see I have created a class called without synchronization.java. Right? I hope you guys are quite clear with how to make the class, how to create your class in Java project, right? So here I have made one class, that is class table. Okay, in that I have a void method, that is print table, where I'm going to send the int n parameter, right? Int n is my parameter. Now what I'm going to write, I'm going to write a for loop. Int I is equals to 1. I'm initializing I from 1. I less than equals to 5 and I plus plus. And then I'm going to print system.out.println n into I, right? So n is basically the parameter I'm going to pass, and I is the for loop range. Okay. Now I'm going to use again a try block to check, just to put my thread into the sleep method. So thread.sleep, and it's going to be sleep for 400 milliseconds. And in the catch, we are going to do the same thing, that is system.out.println, and show me if I get any exception, right? And nextly, we are going to make one more class, that is my thread1, which actually extends the thread class, right? And we are creating an object of T, right? This is very important, right? So we are creating an object of table T, right? Now my thread table T, I'm passing this to my thread 1 is my constructor, right? So what is constructor? Constructor is something that is the name of the constructor is always that same name of the class. Okay. So we have three types of constructor. I hope you guys have an idea about that. So my thread 1 and we are passing the object of table T. Okay. And we are using this function to refer the current object, right? So this dot T is equals to the new T equals to T, right? And we have a run method again. We are going to implement the run method as we are extending the thread class, right? So in the run method, I say T dot print table that is 10. So you can see in the print table what I said, I am going to print the end, right? So I am going to give the parameter that is 10. So in this third class, I have class myThread2 and extend thread. Okay. Again, I am going to create a table T, right? The same object of table T, but they are not synchronized. Okay. So let's see how these are going to work. And the same thing we have written over here as well. This dot T is equals to T and we are going to provide 9. Okay. And lastly, what we will do, we will create a class of our class name and we are going to create the object for that. First, we are going to create object for table obj. That is my table class, that is obj and new table. Then the second class that my thread 1, T1 and in my thread and we are going to pass this obj as it's a constructor, right? And for the T2, we are doing the same thing, right? Now what we need to do, we need to start the thread and we have started the thread, right? Let's execute it and let's see what we will get. So you can see I got 10, I got 9, I got 20, 18, 13. I mean, nothing is like if you look at the output, you will not able to understand what is going on, right? So you don't know that what is coming first, what are the thread are actually working. So in that case, this is very impossible to manage this, right? So in that case, we want to go for synchronizing our thread. So let's see how we can actually use the synchronize method. Now we are going to use the synchronize method to get our result in a synchronized manner. And here also we are going to use the same class. I'm not going to write the other class, right? It's a big program and there is no point of writing the same thing. It's just a matter of synchronize method where we need to put it. So after the class table, I am putting that synchronize method to the void print table method, right? So let's see what we will get after that. After putting a single synchronized method. If you can look at the output, you can see I am getting an output in a proper synchronized manner, right? First, I am getting 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, and then 9, 18, 27, 36, and 45, right? So first, I am getting the 10, 20, 30, 40, and then I am getting the print table that n into I part, right? So this is why synchronize is needed when you have multiple thread in your class, right? It helps your class to understand which thread will go first and which one will go later, right? So this is how we are going to use synchronize method in our program.
When building a comprehensive application, it is essential to include a front-end, back-end and a database. So you can create the database and front-end and back-end with the appropriate technologies, but it's crucial to know how to link them together, how to execute queries and retrieve data from the database. We'll cover all these elements in a very simple way under the next topic of JDBC.
Now let's understand what is JDBC, because we know it's Java database connectivity and it connects two of the things. So let's see what is this. Now it's an API, as we have already know, and we can connect Java applications to various databases. Again, that accesses the data from various kinds of relational databases. It works with Java on various kinds of platforms. As we said, it's platform independent. And then JDBC is a Java API to connect and execute the query. That means even using Java programming language, you can actually execute the query which can result into the database results. So we will see how to do that in the implementation part. JDBC API uses JDBC drivers to connect with the database. Now, what are these JDBC drivers? That is our main criteria to see. So let's see what is this. Now coming to the JDBC architecture, if you look here, this is how the architecture looks like. And we have some of the common things. We have first of all the JDBC client. Then we have JDBC API. We have driver manager. We have JDBC driver. And then at last we have the database. Now what are these four things doing here? JDBC client basically is the client who is using JDBC to connect Java and database. JDBC API is the main thing which we are using here to make the connection. Driver manager will make sure that it installs all the necessary drivers in our system so that connectivity will be maintained throughout. And JDBC driver is one of the driver which driver manager has kept here. So this is the whole look, but let's understand in a more better way. So JDBC API, it provides various methods and interfaces such as Java SQL package, and some other packages are also there which we can use SQL for easy communication with the database. JDBC driver manager, it loads database specific driver in an application to establish a connection with the database, as I already mentioned. JDBC driver, to communicate with the data source through JDBC, you need a JDBC driver. There are some more drivers. We will see different types of drivers as well. But right now, we have to see different types of JDBC architecture. Now, there are two types of architecture which we have. We have two-tier architecture and we have three-tier architecture. Let's understand what happens in these two. So in two-tier architecture, Java application directly communicates with the database. It's really very easy to understand because the sentences are written in a very normal way, right? You don't have to understand in a very complex manner. The Java application directly communicates with the database. That means there's no medium, there's nothing else in between. When the user sends in a query, let's say he's writing select star from student. If you don't know what I'm saying, this is SQL command. Select star from student. Star is nothing but all the details and student is the table name. So select star from table is a query. So when the user is sending in a query, the results are sent back to the user directly. So there's no medium in between. It is similar to the client-server architecture. You are just asking something from the server and the server is responding back. That is what is totally happening here. Coming to the three-tier architecture, the Java application communicates with the middleware rather than the database directly. So there is some middleware with which Java application has to communicate with. When the user sends in a query, it hits the middleware, which in turn hits and commands the data source to get the result back. So it has to first of all tell that middleware that, hey, I'm looking for something. Then the middleware says to the database that, hey, one user is there who is looking for something. So the middleware makes sure that the communication is happening in a perfect way and results back and follow the same path to the user. This model is most predominant due to its abstraction at each layer, right? So you can use both of the architecture, but let's see what is the next topic. So we have different types of drivers, and let's understand why do we have different types of drivers. Now, first of all, coming to the fact, what is driver? Let's understand that. So JDBC driver is the key part of the language, which is implemented with defined interfaces in JDBC API and through which we can interact with users database server. That is interesting. As we know that JDBC is just a standard specification, so it provides Java SQL package for and with the required interfaces and classes without any implementations. The third-party drivers are responsible for performing these implementations, and that is where we require these drivers. So driver makes sure that you're using the package, every information and details and interfaces, and you're using it continuously to make the connection. To put it in a simple manner, JDBC drivers are responsible for opening the database connections and sending in the SQL queries, then retrieving the required information or the data. So let's see what are the different types of drivers which we have. So basically we have 4 types of drivers, as you can see here. Type 1 JDBC ODBC bridge driver, type 2 JDBC native API driver, type 3 JDBC net pure driver, and type 4 JDBC thin driver or 100% pure Java driver. Now, what are the differences between these four? Now, you don't have to go into the depth of these four, but you have to understand which one is used currently and which one is not used, why it is not used. So let's understand that. Type 4 drivers, which are the thin drivers, can be used if you're preferring to use Oracle, Sybase, IBM databases or SQL databases. This is suggested when you're using only one type of database in your application. Meanwhile, type 3 drivers can be used when you're using multiple databases in your application. Type 2 can be used when type 3 or type 4 cannot be used in an application. That is where type 2 you can use. Type 1 driver is usually, and as already mentioned, are not widely used drivers, so it is not used right now in this particular era. So now that we have understood the different drivers, we have understood type 1, type 2, type 3 and type 4, let's move to the next part and let's see what is that. Now we are going to understand the 7 steps of JDBC. We are going to see what are the 7 steps and how do we actually connect Java with our database. Now this is really very important because we need to understand how to do this. We already know the theory, why is it important to connect. We already know the fact, how is it getting connected. We know the architecture of JDBC, how it is working, but we don't know the practical implementation. So let's first understand and mug these 7 steps, because in any interview, if you're a fresher and if you have the backend profile, this question is gonna get asked to you. So the 7 steps which are there is first of all to import the packages. First of all, we need to make sure that java.sql.star is getting imported to our program, and then only we go ahead for the connection. The next is loading and register the driver. Because we are using the drivers, so we have to make sure we load it and we register it as well. The next part is creating or establishing the connection. So we make sure that we create the connection and we establish it so that between the database and the Java connection is established. Now we have to create a statement. We need to get ready with some of this statement so that we can put it inside our query. So we need to then execute the query. Once the query is executed, we need to process the result and then we can close the connection. Now, if you're getting or if you're thinking that these 7 steps are hard to understand or hard to mug, then what you can do is you can just think how you are sending a WhatsApp message to anybody. So first of all, what do? We have to have our phone, right? That is what is packages, because if we don't have the phone, we won't be able to run WhatsApp, correct? So that is the fact, that is the thing which we actually require. Similarly, we require java.sql.star to begin with the connection. Then loading and register the driver. So we have to now actually have a WhatsApp application in our mobile, right? So we load it. That means we install it, download it, and then we start messaging. Now we have to create or establish the connection. That means we have to select to which particular person we have to send the message. So we are establishing a connection there. And then we have to create a statement. That means we need to think what message I have to send to the user or to the person. So we have to create a statement and then we execute the query. That means we send the message to them. Now it processes the result. That means the particular person sees your message and then he replies back. That is what is processed the result. And then we close the WhatsApp. We close the connection. So like this, you can actually learn or understand how this 7 steps of JDBC works. Now what we are going to do, we are going to do the implementation, and in the implementation, we are going to follow the same 7 steps to show you how we can connect Java with our database. Now for your information, we will be using Eclipse here and we will be using MySQL Workbench to make sure that the working is happening correctly. So let's move to our implementation and let's see how we can do this code to make our Java and database connected. So first of all, we need to make sure that we install our Eclipse and MySQL. Let me show you how you can do that. So first of all, what we are going to do is we are going to make sure that we have our Eclipse. So you can see that I'm opening our Eclipse ID, and if you're not sure how to download and install Eclipse, I'll again tell you how to do that. Let's first open this Eclipse and let me show you how does this look like. So as you can see, this particular portion is nothing but our Eclipse, and you can see that I've already written some codes to make sure our connection is ready, right? So I'll explain and I'll come back to this particular program again, and we'll also create a new program where we'll do the connection freshly. But before that, let's move to our Google and let's understand how we can download and install these things which we require to show JDBC concept. So in Google, what you can do is you can just write Eclipse download. Now, before Eclipse download, you need to make sure that you have worked with Java, you know core Java concepts, and you already have JDK installed in a system. And you can use NetBeans also, you can use IntelliJ IDE, but right now I'm just showing you how to download Eclipse. So you can just click on Eclipse downloads and you can scroll down, you'll be able to find the download button here. And from here, you can download your Eclipse. It will take some time, so please do it simultaneously and you will be done. The next thing what we need is we need MySQL server to get downloaded. Now this is the website, download MySQL community server. Once you click here, you will be able to get this kind of page. And if you can see here, it's written here that it's a zip file which you have to download. So don't download the zip file. You can see here that's written MySQL installer MSI. So click on go to download page and you'll be able to get an MSI installer. You can download the second one, which is a bigger file, 450.7 M. That one you can download. So once you download that, you can install it directly and it will ask you to put your username and password. So you have to do that. You can put any username and passwords can be small, but you have to remember that password because later on, if you're working with MySQL, it will ask for that password. So make sure that you remember that particular password. Now we will have MySQL also. As you can see that we have MySQL command line client and it is asking me the password. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my password and here we are. We have our SQL database here, right? And we can fetch all the databases, create the databases, creating the table, selecting any query, anything we can do here. But this is not the right way to write a SQL program, right? We need a software to do this. We need a front-end application where we can actually write our queries and we can see the result. So for that, what you can do is you can download MySQL Workbench, which you can get from here. And you can download this workbench, which will make sure that you have all the blocks and tables shown there in one software where you can write the queries and you can also run it over. So here is the MSI installer. You can just download it and you can install it. There is no such passwords required for this, so you can directly install it. Now that we've understood how these things are looking and how we have to download and install, let me show you these things, how these things looks like. So we have the MySQL Workbench. Now, as you can see, I already have one MySQL AT connection. So this is connected to MySQL server. When you will install MySQL server, you will be asked to have the username and password, right? And that is what you have to use here. So it is asking for me the password. So I'm going to put here my password and here we are. We have our databases. So you can see here, Ritvik is one database and Sys is one database. Inside Ritvik, I have created one table which says student and I have written some codes also here. How to run this? So you can just select and you can click on this. So you can see it is now using Ritvik database. And if I do this again, so it is selecting all the data from the student table and it is showing it to me. Similarly, we can run any query here and we'll be able to see the output. So this is what is MySQL Workbench. If you want to create in database a table, you can do the same here as well. Okay, so let's move to our Eclipse and let's understand what is happening in that program which I have shown you. So in this program, as you can see that line by line, step by step, we have done and completed those 7 steps of JDBC, correct? Let's understand how and what we are doing basically here. So as you can see, this particular is the first step, which is importing the SQL data package. So what we can do here is we can comment it and we can write import packages. So this is our very first step, which is import packages. Now, what is our next step? Our next step is to make sure that we are loading and registering the driver. So if you can see here, we have class.4name, right? And we have the driver link written here, correct? In the current version of Java, what we are using is we are using this driver, com.mysql.cj.jdbc.driver. You can get it in Google also, but you can copy it from here itself from the video. And this is what is our next thing. So what we are doing here is we are making sure that we are loading and registering the driver, right? Now let's see what is the next step. So next step is creating or establish the connection. Let's understand how we can do that. So you can see here we are creating a connection. Now this is an interface, and for interface we can't create an object. So we are creating a variable and we are using getConnection method to create the instance. Now getConnection is a method of driver manager which makes sure that you can create an instance of connection, and it is having some of the parameters, which is URL, name and pass. So URL we are giving here, name we have given here, and password we have given here, right? So these all things are provided, and this is what is the third step. Don't worry, we are going to do this again. I'm just trying to show you how these codes are written and how much long is it, whether it is taking time or not, all those things I'm just showing you. So this is what is creating and establishing the connection. Now once the connection is established, what next we have to do? We have to create a statement, right? We have to get ready with the message, right? And then we have to execute the query. So you can see here that we have created the statement for which we are using again statement interface, for which we can't create the object. So we are using create statement, the method. So here what we are basically doing is creating the statement. Once we are done with creating the statement, we have to execute the query. And obviously the query will not result into only one data or only one information. Query can result into hundreds or thousands of data. That is why we are creating a result set object. Result set is an interface again, and we are using execute query method to shift all the query results to our RS variable or the object. So what we are going to do here is we are executing the query. Okay, so now once this particular executing the query is done, our result is getting processed and now it is placed in our RS object. Now what you have to do is you have to make sure that we read the result and we print it. So that is why what we are doing is we are reading the result data from this method, which is next, right? So using the next method, we are reading the data, the output, and then we are printing it here. And once we are printing it, the particular result will be printed in our console and we will be able to get our desired result. So this is what is process the result. This is what is our sixth step. So let me write it here. And the last step is to close the connection. So we are closing the statement and then we are closing the connection as well. Now once you do this, all 7 steps are completed, and as you can see, this doesn't require a lot of time. Now let's understand one by one deeply what we are basically doing. Now let's start from the beginning and let's understand what are these things. So first of all, we are importing the package. That is very short. We have to make a connection between Java and database. So we have to make sure that we import the package with which we will be able to connect these two things. And who is providing this java.sql? JDBC API, right? Which we have seen in the architecture. Now coming to the class, we have created a class. We have created a main method. Now that main method is throwing an exception. Why we have written that? Because we are making sure that this particular program will throw an exception because we are using a different package here, which is SQL. And it can happen the database is not connected with SQL, and these type of errors or exceptions can occur. That is why we're making sure that we already write throws exception in our code. Now, next what we are doing is, let's leave these particular things right now. We do not have to consider about these. Next, what we are doing is we are using the very most important method of this particular JDBC topic, which is for name. So for name is making sure that you are installing and loading the drivers in your class. So in this class, we are installing com.mysql driver. So driver is loaded and registered, and then we are making the connection. Connection is an interface. The statement is an interface. These all are nothing but an interface which we create an object for. So we are making sure that we are creating an object of all of these. Because we can't create an object directly, we are using some of the other functions to do that. Get connection will use 3 parameters, which is URL, username, and pass. Why is it required these things? See, whenever we need a connection with something, we need their information or we need their access, right? Then only we can connect. So we have the URL, that means the URL of that particular MySQL workbench. Now MySQL workbench has a local host which is running on 3306, right? That is what we are doing. We are writing this particular local host 3306. And what particular database I've used? I've used Rithwik database. If I go to my MySQL workbench, you can see that I'm using Rithwik database. And inside that database, we have a table which is a student. That particular student table I'm using. So my database name is Rithwik, correct? And this particular Rithwik database is running on which server? 3306, because that is a default server of MySQL workbench. If you are installing newly or freshly workbench in your system, then 3306 will be the default port. If you've already used, then you must be knowing that what is the default port you're using. So we are writing this particular thing. This is the URL. That means this is the URL where particular Java programming language has to go and search for or execute the query to get the result. This is the URL. The next is username. So the username of my database is Rithwik. For you, how you will come to know? So when you are installing your MySQL server, you'll be creating a user database, right? Then you will be putting your username and password. So you have to remember that. You have to remember what is your username and what is your password. Next is password. So I'm giving the password also here. And all these 3 things are getting passed to these parameters, right? All the arguments are getting passed, and thus this get connection function is completed. Next, what we are doing, we are creating this statement. So once the statement is created, we are putting it into the resultant query. Now, this query, execute query, is having one more parameter, which is query. That means it should execute the query, whatever query you want to execute, right? So we have one query, let's say select star from a student, right? Let's change this. Let's do one thing. Let's do this. Select name for the student where ID equal to 53. Now, right now here you can see that it is giving me Mohan as the output, right? That is what we should get here also using Java. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to just write here, select name from a student where ID equal to 53, right? And what we are going to do, we are going to run this query and let's see whether the output is coming or not. So what is happening here? It is executing the query, putting the result set in the rs, right? And what is rs.next is doing? rs.next is making sure that your result set is moving to the next columns. Let's understand what is that. Now see, rs is not in this particular index. rs is basically in the name column, in the first column, because by default, rs is pointing to our first column. So we have to make sure that is not printing the first column, but it should move to the next row and then it should print that output. That is why we are writing rs.next. Why do we have a loop there? The while loop, if you have seen, we have a while loop here, right? Because it can happen that the result set will have multiple rows, right? Now, Considering the fact that if we have multiple rows, we need to print all those rows in our Java console, correct? Now printing those all multiple rows, every time we have to write rs.next, 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 right? So why don't we run a loop so that how many rows are there, all those rows will be printed at once. So while rs.next will make sure that whether there's a next element or not. If there is no next element, don't print anything. If we have next element, print it. If we have again next element, print it. Like that it goes on. That is why we have the while loop. And inside the while loop, we are getting the user data. So we are getting so right now, let me remove this because we have only one data, which is get string name, right? This is the column name which we have, name, right? That is what I'm giving here, get string name. So string user data, rs.get string name. This will get me the name of that particular query result and I'll be able to get the data. At last, we are closing the connection and we are also closing the connection. This statement. Let's run this particular code and let's see what we are getting. So as you can see, we are getting here the result Mohan, right? So we are getting the exact result which we want. But what if I want to run several queries together, or what we want to do is we want to run a different query for which multiple rows is the output. Here we have only one row as the output, right? Let's say that we have a query which is select star from student. This is what is the query. And if we run this, we are getting the whole table, right? Now this has multiple rows plus multiple columns, correct? Then what we have to do? So let's understand how to do that. Now remember that what we did here, we were writing rs.get int1 plus colon rs.get string2. So this is the first index which will get me the integer value. This is the second index which will get me the string value. And I'm also going to change the query where I'm writing select star from student, right? So as you can see, I'm writing select star from student. Now it will get me only two things. First, the integer index. Second, the string index. Let's see what it is providing me. So as you can see, the output is giving me 5 data, which is nothing but the ID and the name. As you can see in the table, we have the first integer index as ID and the second string index as name. Now, if we add something more, let's say that I'm adding here this whole thing, I'm going to copy and I'm going to add it here itself, right? And here what I'm going to do, I'm going to mention 3 and I'm going to mention here int, because the third one is the age, right? And age is also an integer. So this is what I've written. Let's see what is happening. So if I run this, so you can see that you are getting the age also after the name, right? So this is how you can fetch all the required rows and the output from the resultant database or the query. Now, these all things is connected because both Java language and database language is understanding each other. That is why you can see the result in our Java console. And who is doing that? JDBC is doing that. How he is doing that? JDBC architecture is making sure that it is happening. Inside JDBC architecture, what all things are making sure that the connection is happening? JDBC API, which is this part. JDBC driver, which is this part, right? Then we have the 7 steps also, which contains connection, statement, result set, query, resultant query, and closing the connection. So these all things combined make sure that your JDBC connection is happening and your Java database connectivity is also getting done.
After addressing important topics like exception handling, multithreading and JDBC, let's proceed to explore Java annotations and file handling. But before starting, let me ask you, which concept do you find most interesting? Let us know in the comments below. File handling is vital because everything in a computer system involves files. We will delve into various operations, including reading data from files, writing data to files, and other related activities. Now we'll talk about annotations in Java. So annotations is a very important concept and is very useful as well, but you have to understand that annotations directly does not affect the operation of the code in Java, meaning it is not going to perform any specific task. So what annotations are? So annotations will just tell you the information or some data about the program. It is a kind of a metadata which will provide you certain information. So there are two different types of annotations. One is your inbuilt annotations, one is your custom defined or user defined annotations. So I'll give you an example of an inbuilt annotation. For example, @override. So @override is an annotation in Java, inbuilt annotation, which tells that this particular method followed by that @override annotation has to override a method that is defined in its superclass. So it is just telling the information that this particular method has to override something, right? So it is just providing information, not doing any specific task. So this was the inbuilt annotation. Now you should also see here or remember here is that any annotation should start with symbol. Okay, followed by the annotation name without any gaps. Now coming to user defined annotations. So can you also define your own annotations in Java? Yes, you can define your own annotations in Java, and how to do that, I'll show you the code for that. So coming here, if you see the first file, here I have created or defined the annotation. To create an annotation in Java, you need to have @interface keyword. Okay, so followed by interface. This is a keyword here. Okay, it's not an interface of Java, but just a keyword which is being used for creating annotations in Java. Okay. Now so the code, if you see, the file starts with so many import statements. So these all are required for creating annotations. You need to import all of these. Now coming to the main part of creating annotation, that is this part. Here you see public. The annotations has to be public, because if it is private, then you'll have a restricted access to those, right? So mostly it is public. @interface. So this is a fixed keyword, and then the name of the annotation. This name you can give anything. Then syntax to be followed, or rule to be followed for giving the name is similar to the class name. The rule to define the name of a annotation is similar to the rule which is followed for defining a class name. Okay, so this is the annotation name. Now inside this curly brackets, you can put whatever you want this annotation to do or to have the information. So here what I have done is I have taken 4 different parameters. One is string, another is also string type, which is a date value. This is a string value, just takes the name of the author. Then there is a int, which is a revision or the edition value, that which edition of the particular book it is. Then string, some comments if you want to pass, that is another value inside this annotation. So this is how you define an annotation. Okay. Now how to use it? So to use it, I have taken example of a different class here, annotation example.java. So here you see here, this is how it is being used. Okay. So to use it also, you need to start it with @, the name of the annotation, that was method info, correct? Now the author, date, revision and comment, these are defined. So inside this, what I have done is I have defined these values. So author will be John Doe, September 2022 is the date, revision is 2nd edition, comments is method to return customer name, some comment is given. So what I am doing here is I am telling that the method which will be following these annotation, that is this method, should have all these informations predefined. Meaning for this method, author, date, revision and comments, these 4 variables are already defined with these values. Getting it? So directly if you see return John Doe is being used here, right? Because already the information is given here that this method has these 4 variables already initialized to these values. Getting it? This is one of the simplest way of defining and using annotations. Now how to call or make use of the annotation? As you saw, to show you the output that how this is being used, I have just printed all these. So you can see here, created an object of method info class, and then method dot get annotation. This is how at runtime we make use of, or we call the annotation. Okay, and then all the values are being printed here. Fine. There is a if condition also which I have placed here, that is just checking that is annotation present or not in this particular class. So this is for that. This you can omit this as well, or it is optional, you can say. But this part is how we will be at runtime calling an annotation. Let me execute this and show you. So you can see here that author John Doe, revision 2, date and all these are being printed as it is defined here in this particular annotation. Okay. So this was all about annotations in Java, how we can have a inbuilt annotation and how we can create your own annotations in Java and make use of it and also call it at the runtime. Now let us talk about file handling concepts in Java. Why is file handling important? So when you are talking about computers or laptops or desktops or whatever, all the data which you store is in the form of files or folders, right, which is organized into folders, I could say. So you need to know how to deal with these files in any programming language. Coming to Java also, it becomes very important for the similar reason. So in file there are so many things, but the basic operations like writing data to the file, reading data from the file is important. So once you will understand these basic steps or basic operations, you can then go ahead and do more manipulations or more operations on these files. Now I'll show you how to read the data from the file and also how to write the data to the file. So two basic operations I'll show you the hands-on here. Going ahead, you can experiment with this code further on your own choice. Now starting with, first you have to import few packages or few inbuilt classes support which we have from Java. So the first one is java.io.file. So this particular class is used for representing the file path or the folder or the directory path. Okay, so that this is needed. Next is file writer. So as the name itself makes it very clear. So you can see also the description is being shown if you hover over the keyword. So it is used for writing the data to the file. Okay, so it provides different methods which you can use to write the data to the file. Similarly, file reader. So file reader also is used for reading data from the files, character by character. Then is a buffered reader. So buffered reader and file reader is somewhat similar, meaning the major task is similar, that it reads data from the file, but buffered reader does what is, it reads data in a stream of bytes. Okay, so one by one. So the reading of data from file is more efficient when it comes to buffered reader. Okay, so you can use either of these two, or you can use in combination to make your reading of data more efficient. Then is your IO exceptions. So IO exceptions are the checked exceptions, meaning you know that there are certain exceptions which you have to compulsory handle it when you are dealing with files, else you will get a compile time error. So this IO exception class is for that. Now coming ahead to the major portion of our code. So inside this class app, inside the main method itself, what I have done here is I have taken the file path first in a variable file path which is of type string. Okay, so any name you can give here. I have given example.txt. Okay, this is the file name. Now this file is in the same folder where this program is residing. Hence I have not provided the complete path like C drive users or whatever is the path. I have not provided that because it is in the same folder where the program is. Now you can see here try catch block which is used for exception handling. As I told, IO exceptions is required here. Okay, you have to handle these exceptions, and also it is printing the information related to exception, what problem occurred, it will print the complete detail of it. Now coming here inside the try block, file writer and then the object writer, new file writer file path. So what this does is file writer, this is going to create an object writer which is pointing to the file that was example.txt. Okay, or the file which is defined in this particular file path. So we have defined which file in this file path, example.txt. Now next is writer.write. So wherever we have to refer to the file, we will be now using this object of the file writer class because this is referring to that file. Okay, so writer.write, write is a method which is defined inside this file writer class, which we are directly using it. It is an inbuilt method. And we are writing certain text, hello Java file handling, into the file. Now writer.close is also required. You have to close the file, because if you will not close the file, then the data will be temporarily written and it will not be saved into your hard disk. Okay, so it is mandatory. Then there is a print statement, just to say that it successfully wrote to the file. So this was all about writing to a file. Now coming to reading to a file. Again, this is also included inside try catch block, because as I told you, IO exception has to be handled. Now inside try block, there is a object of file class. Okay, I told you that the file class represents the path name or the path of the file in the folders. So that's why it is used here. So at this particular path, which was defined here, whatever file is there, it should refer to that file as with the help of this object file. Okay. Now from this file, you have to read the data. So file reader and buffered reader, these two classes were there, right, which we imported also earlier to read the data from the file. So file reader will read the data character by character, then buffered reader is going to read it byte stream wise, like byte by byte. So it is a more efficient reading. So it will read it, and then where will it store, or what will it do it of it, is what is defined here. There is a variable defined as line, which is of type string. So whatever it is going to read, it will be storing into this variable line. Okay, and it is going to use the method read line to read each and every line defined inside the file. Till when it should read? Till it reaches the end of the file. So end of the file is marked with the value null. Okay, so it will read till it reaches to null, and it will keep printing this value of this variable, which is actually the content from the file. And then you have to close it. This close operation is required here also, it is mandatory. Okay, so this was all the code about writing and reading to a file. Now let me execute this and see. Okay, so it says successfully wrote to the file as an output, and then there is a text hello Java file handling. So first let us understand successfully wrote to the file, meaning it has performed the write operation successfully. Now I will go to the place where example.txt file is. Okay, so here was the program, okay, and here is the file example.txt as well. So it has written the data to the file hello Java file handling. Also I'll tell you here that I have not gone and created an empty example.txt file. So Java does what is that if there is no such file present in the directory and you are trying to write data to it, it will automatically create that file. So that's what it did for me right now, that it created example.txt file and wrote the content to it, that is hello Java file handling. Okay. Now same thing has been done while reading the data. So I read the data which was there in the file through this code, and you can see the output. It has read hello Java file handling. So this was a very simple and a basic concept behind file handling in Java, which involves reading and writing data. You can write many more complex concepts based on this foundation. Okay. Make sure that you have to use these import statement, these classes which are inbuilt defined in Java. So that was all about file handling in Java. Let's talk about generative AI in Java. So what exactly is generative AI? In simple terms, generative AI refers to a class of algorithms that can generate new data that resembles the data it was trained on, whether it is generating text, images, music, or even code. Generative models are pushing the boundaries of what machines can create. To learn more about Gen AI, subscribe to our channel and explore related content. You might have heard of popular applications of generative AI like OpenAI's GPT models, DALL-E for image generation, or even deepfake technologies. But how is Java connected to generative AI? Java, being a versatile and widely used programming language, offers robust libraries and frameworks that allow us to implement and experiment with generative models. While Python is often the go-to language for AI, we all know, but Java is not far behind, and it provides certain advantages, especially in enterprise environment where Java is prevalent. We can also create projects, softwares in Java using certain AI tools quickly and efficiently. We will now see how we can implement Java programming using one of the most popular AI tool, that is GitHub Copilot. Okay, so now let's get started with developing a project employee management system using GitHub Copilot. So what is GitHub Copilot? GitHub Copilot is a generative AI model, or it's a generative AI tool developed by GitHub OpenAI, and Microsoft. So generative AI is basically a generative artificial intelligence model which works in a way that there is a training set data and it generates a new data based on that training set data. Okay, so that's the name, generative AI. There are various tools that are based on generative artificial intelligence concept. ChatGPT, GitHub Copilot, all these are also generative AI models developed by OpenAI initially, but later on Microsoft also invested into all the ChatGPT tools. That's the reason it said that it's also developed by Microsoft. It is based on GitHub. You have to link the GitHub account with your GitHub Copilot tool to use it in the IDEs which you want to make a project on. So here I'm going to use an IDE, Visual Studio Code. And why I'm using Microsoft Visual Studio Code? Because this was the IDE which was initially used when GitHub Copilot was being developed. And as it is said that, the platform where it was initially developed, if you use that tool, it would be more efficient and more good. It's not that other IDEs are not well supported. You can use any other IDE to develop a project. Majorly what lies here is that we are going to see how GitHub Copilot is assisting you and how within few minutes, we are going to develop a full-fledged project. So prerequisites, if I talk about this project, is that you need to have Visual Studio Code installed on your laptop. And also you need to have a proper GitHub account through which a GitHub Copilot, tool should be linked, or I can say authorized. So here, if you can see, this is your Visual Studio Code. Also, there is one more requirement that you need to have MySQL installed on your laptop. You can use MySQL Workbench, or you can use just MySQL database and work from command prompt, whatever suits you. But here I'm using MySQL Workbench, okay? And I'm using Microsoft Visual Studio Code. Before moving ahead, you have to make sure that GitHub Copilot is installed here. And how to install it? You can go to this extensions marketplace and you can search here GitHub Copilot. So you can see here GitHub Copilot, extension it's showing here. You can click on this and from here you can install. As I have already installed it, it's asking me to uninstall. But if you are opening it for the first time, it will ask you to install. Just install it. Next, you have to authorize this GitHub Copilot from your GitHub account. And once you install it, there will be a notification. So if you see here in the right side corner, this is a notification icon. So you click on this, you will have a notification to authorize it from your GitHub account. You can do that. And then once it is authorized and installed properly, you can see this small bear kind of an icon. This is actually a GitHub Copilot icon. So this says that it is installed properly to it is connected properly to your Visual Studio Code editor. So if you click on this, you can see it is asking disable globally. It means if you are using for more than one programming languages or you're using for multiple programming languages like Java, Python, SQL is also there, a database language. So then it will ask you to disable globally. If you're using only for Java, suppose, then it asks disable for Java. Okay, that way. So if you don't want to use GitHub Copilot, you can disable it. So as of now, I am not disabling it. Let it be there as we are going to see its functionalities here. So once you have installed this, you have to make sure that JDK is installed properly here. So if you want to install that also, you can, type here in the marketplace itself, JDK. You have to search for Java package. So you can see here Java extension package. So you can install this. So as of now, it is asking me for extension package as the basic JDK module and everything is installed. If it would not have been installed, it will give you an option to install that as well. So make sure all your JDK is installed properly on Visual Studio Code. Then going ahead, you have to also install MySQL because I'm using that here. So if you write MySQL here, so you can see here this one. So with this icon, one blue and one yellow kind of icon. So this icon you have to install MySQL. I have again installed it. So it's asking me to uninstall it. So make sure you've installed all these. So once all these installations are done, you can start making a project. Okay, so we have seen what are the prerequisites to this project. Now let's get started with writing down the code. So to write down the code, you need to create a folder and a Java file into it. So for that, what I'll do is go to the settings option here, go to command palette, and from here you can write create Java. Yes. So create Java project is the very first option. Click on this. So once you click on this, it will ask you to select the project type. So just click on no build tools. The very basic project we are going to develop. That's the reason I've clicked it there. Now you can select a folder, whichever folder, wherever you want to develop the project. I'm just creating a new folder here, giving it a name, Java mini project. Okay, this project location has to be selected. Now it will ask you to give the name of the project as the location is selected. So as it is an employee management system, let me give employee management system, or let it be employee MGMT. Okay, this is fine, and hit enter. It will create a project file, a folder, and a Java file inside it. So you can see here it is created. If you go inside the source tab, you can see app.java. Just click on this file. It is giving a dummy code here. You can delete this and start writing your code. So I'll just delete it. Now let us see how GitHub Copilot is going to help me. So before that, you have to also check that is your GitHub Copilot active here or not. Okay. So as this is a new file or folder created for project, you can check it by checking over here. So you can see here a lot of options are there, like Java, and then there is tweet feedback icon, then no notification icon is there. But here you should also get, GitHub Copilot icon. Then it says that GitHub Copilot is actively working here. So now you can see here, it took some time to, appear or get the extensions active here. You can disable it globally, or you can disable only for Java programming, the language which I'm currently using. So right now I don't want to disable, so let it be, it's enabled. Okay. So coming to writing the code. So I'll write some prompt, that too in a simple English statement, and let's see how GitHub Copilot is helping me there. So here I'm going to write that I want to create, employee details using maybe GUI. Let's see if this prompt, am I getting any suggestions? So yes, you can see the very first suggestion given is that you have to import AWT package, and AWT is Abstract Window Toolkit, which is a package used for creating a GUI in Java. So I'll hit tab, press enter, go to the next line. Again, in the next line, it's giving me some suggestion that I should import even event package, all the classes of event package. So yeah, let me do that. Swing package of JavaX should also be downloaded, should be imported basically. So yeah, let's do that. After that, it says that, so you can see how intelligently it suggests that it is asking me to even, import SQL, because somewhere it understands that I'm going to link or store the details of the employees in a database. And for that, I need the SQL package. So yes, I'll hit enter. So after this, let's see if the, GitHub Copilot is giving me any suggestions or not. So no, right? So here what you have to do is now, GitHub Copilot might not be getting an idea that what exactly you want to write next. So we have to give certain prompts here so that it can understand and give me the suggestion. So what I'll do is, let me create the base class. So class app, okay, extends JFrame. Little bit of programming you need to know to make sure that, or you can say to play with GitHub Copilot and use its benefits. And I'm also going to implement here. So implements action listener. Okay. So this is the prompt which I have given to GitHub Copilot. So is it going to suggest me anything? Let me just wait for it. As you can see, it is still working. So you can see here it's giving me a complete detail of something, right? So it's suggesting me that you can create these many labels, you can create these many text fields, and then these many buttons, right? And you can add all these. But here I'm not going to develop this heavy project. I want just one label, one text box, and maybe 3 buttons. One to insert data, one to delete the data, and one to search for the data. Okay, so this is what I'm going to develop. So I don't want these many, but definitely I want a J label, right? So what I'll do is, I'll take its prompt, but I'll not be using all these. Okay, I'm not going to use all these. So just delete it. So you can customize the suggestion given by GitHub Copilot according to your needs. Where I don't want this, right? So I can just delete it. Okay, but I want some labels, right? So I can just have maybe, okay, 2 labels. And I want 1 text box. I'm showing you here just by entering the employee ID. You can add similarly more text fields, and you can insert the employee name, you can address, you can add similarly whatever details you want to add for an employee in an organization, you can do that. So just to make it a small quick project, I'm reducing the fields here, but it's somewhat similar. You can extend this project. So 3 buttons, 2 labels, 1 text field. 2 labels, 1 label, I'll just write employee details at the top, and then the employee ID as the next label, so that you can enter in the text field. Then I want 3 buttons. So you can see here automatically the suggestions are also given for these database related classes, I would say. So connection is a class, the object is created for it, statement, result, set. So all these are classes for which objects are created, which will be used later on going ahead. So now what I have to do is, so the next step will be that I have to create the, initialize all these objects which I have created here in the constructor. So constructor is already created. Now you can see it is also initializing, right? So it says super and then employee details. Okay, I don't want this. Okay, let me accept first. And now let's see what it is telling me. So you can see a full-fledged kind of a project itself is, given as a suggestion from GitHub Copilot. But as I want to be customized according to my own requirements, I'll do that. So I don't want this super. Set layout, okay, let some layout be there. So you can see here 2 labels were there. So 1 label says employee ID and the next label is empty. Intelligently, GitHub Copilot understood that, okay, there's 1 text field. So definitely 1 text field will have certain data to be entered. So the label should be there for it, but other label, it didn't understood why it should be. So it had let it be empty. So yeah, quite intelligent it is, right? I can do one thing is that I can have this as employee ID. And this one I can change it to be just a label saying that, okay, let's fill employee details. Okay. Text field, let me increase it to 20. So 3 buttons were there. It has automatically given search, clear and exit. So I don't want this. I want insert. So you can see it is also giving me an option for that, right? Prompt, just click on tab. Insert, delete, and then search. Done. Now all these labels should be added to the frame, right? As there is no frame created here separately, you can create it also, but even if you leave it, there is a base frame to which it will be attached. So I can just write here. Let me create it for you. JFrame f equals to, okay, let it be like this. Okay, I'll initialize that over here. So let me see, yes, it is giving me that. So not employee details basically. Let me write here employee management system. Okay. Done. Now you can add all these to the particular frame which has been created. Similarly, I'll do it for all the buttons. Okay, F dot. So yes, 1 label, 1 text box, 3 buttons, 2nd label. All this is added to the frame. Now the 3 buttons should be added with add action listener interface, right? So B1, B2 and B3, 3 buttons. This is that. So till now correctly it was suggested by GitHub Copilot. So now I have to do the connection with the database. So you can see even that is properly given here. mysql.jdbc, this is correct. Here this is the database name. Now for that we need to have a database. We need to have the user name here and password. So let me go to the MySQL workbench now and show you. Create a database there first and then we'll come back here. So here I'll just log in here to this connection. Pragya, it will ask me to enter a password. So you can remember this username, that is root, and password is a password which I have kept from on my own, so you can keep any password here. Just click on OK. This username and password will be utilized in the Java code also. That's the reason I asked you to remember it. Now, so this is open here. Let me create a new database for you. So I'll just click on this icon, create a new schema in the connected server. So click on this. You can give a schema name here. So schema name I'm going to give here is maybe, employee _ management. Okay. Okay, apply. So it is creating employee management schema. Fine, create it. So it is executed. Click on finish. You can see here employee management, right? Right now there are no tables inside, so I'll have to create the tables and all. So let me just create one table. That's what we are going to use it then, right? Okay, so create table. What you can do is right click on this and go on option create table. Here you can give the name of the table. So name of the table is suppose EMP, okay, employee. Okay, here. So you can add a column name. So I'm going to add EMP ID, employee ID, and let it be data type as int, and this is the primary key, not null. Okay, let there be one field, just to be little quick, I'm doing it. You can add more columns there, okay, doesn't matter. Click on apply. So it has created, finish. So now if you go to this employee management and this table, so if you click on tables, here in the employee, you can click on this icon and it will show you the details of it. So this is the table with just one column, employee ID. Okay, so this much you have to do in the MySQL workbench. Once you have done these steps, now come back to the project. Now here to establish the connection between Visual Studio Code and MySQL, what you have to do is, you have to write these same as it is. Here you have to write the database name. Okay, so the database name was employee _ management, MGMT, the shortcut. So let me write that. Employee _ MGMT. Okay, this was the username, root, and the password. So I'll be writing the password. So here I've written the password. You can write your own password which you have created for MySQL connection. Now con.create statement. Fine. I have to execute the queries as well, right? So I should write the execute query command here. Okay, to write down the query, we'll be using the object of result set class, that is rs. Okay, so rs is equal to st dot execute query. And you can write the query here now. So I'm writing it select star from the database, right? So database name was, the table name here. So the table name was EMP. So select star from EMP. Okay, so this was rs, not re. And then rs dot next. Here I am also going to, so it is giving me other prompts, you can see here, right? But I don't want all these, so I'll not be accepting it. Now here I'll create a method later on, which method will be called, and that method will be to set and reset the text field values. Okay, so I'll just call here maybe a method called show result. Okay, so this is giving an error. So because we have not declared this method as of now, we can do it later on. This is exception. Now one more thing to notice here, that always you should include the database connection related codes inside try and catch block. Otherwise it will ask you to include it because it throws an exception. Okay, done. This is also created. Now the next what we want here is that just hit enter. Let's see if automatically Copilot suggests you something. Yes, it is suggesting you something of this sort. You can see here. So it is suggesting me the functionalities for all the buttons, right? See button B1, B2 and B3. As I have defined only 3 buttons here, it is suggesting me the 3 functionalities for those 3 buttons. Now you can see it is correct or not. So I'll just accept it to make it more visible to you, as it is very light right now. So hit tab. I have accepted the suggestion by GitHub Copilot, but let me check that do we need this. So yes, action performed, this is correct. Inside this, if the source button is B1 and B1 button was for inserting the values, right? Let me see if it is giving correct. So string query, insert into employee the values ID. So EMP was our table name. Yes. Yes. So it is correct, right? Now it is executing this query. And also it is showing a dialog box that, okay, record is inserted. And then it is also displaying all the values here. I mean, selecting it from the employee table and displaying it here. So you can see here, although the show result method was not still implemented, but still GitHub Copilot gave me an option to include it over here. And later on, I'm going to write down the functionalities of it. As I have included it over here, that's the reason it has automatically or intelligently understood that it should be called here as well. If I don't need, I can remove it, but okay, let it be. Let's see what is there in this method, then accordingly we'll take a call. So this is correct, right? Similarly, B2 button we want to delete, because B2 button was for delete. So delete from employee where ID is whatever value you give in the text box. Correct, record deleted will be a prompt. Okay, so this is not needed, right? This can be removed from here. This query select star is not needed. We can remove it from here. So yeah, as I said, the basic understanding of programming is required to understand if the suggestions are correct or not. Coming to button B3, so you can see here, yes, B3 is for searching. So it is going to take the input, what you want to search, and on the basis of this, it is going to retrieve the results from the table and display it here. Again, this is C, fine, correct here. Okay. Now this catch block is closed, try block is closed. This is also closed. This was action performed. Okay. Now, after this, what is needed? So all this is done, I guess. Now the only point is to create the main method, right? So public. Okay, so what it is doing, see, I kind of skipped, right, that I have to create this method show result. And I wanted to create a main method directly, but it gave me a prompt that, okay, no, wait, show result is still pending. First create that. So you can see how beneficial this GitHub Copilot is. You can start writing a program or a project with the help of this, and you can really develop these small mini projects within minutes. So yeah, show result. So show result is basically to suggesting me that, okay, I should get string from ID, set the text as this. Okay, so you can see here it is suggesting me some functionality for the method show result, that is string eid rs.getString. Okay, so it is setting the text field with this ID. Okay, fine, let it be. You can change also if you want according to your needs. Okay, now once this method is done, now I guess that the next should be the main method. So yeah, you can see the suggestion. It's just calling this constructor here. If you want to set some layout of the, the GUI which comes, you can do that. But let's first, initially run this code, whatever we have written till now, and see how it works. If there is any changes to be done, we can do it later on. Okay, but before that, there is an error here that says that this method is not created. Show result. What is the method here? The show result itself. Let me write it again and see. Okay, I have not saved the file, so I just did Control S. It saved the file, and now it's taking that. Okay, fine, this method was created. Okay, let's run this code and see. So I'll execute it by clicking on this button. Okay, so it's giving me some error. That is the syntax error. Okay, I can understand the very first line here. I have not deleted it. So make sure that you delete this, the prompt which you have given to GitHub Copilot, and save the file, run it again. Okay, so it gives me a dialog box here, error in connection. It means there is an exception. Now, what is that exception? Let's check. So the exception says that error in connection here. Here. So it's not setting this properly. Let me check. Let's check the database name once again. Employee management. Okay. Table name is EMP. Password is correct. Okay, so as there was an error saying that error in connection, so this is basically an exception. So exception is over here. You can see the message error in connection. So something over here. So the problem is that I've given a query here, right? Select star from EMP table, and there is nothing in that table. It's empty. So I have to fill in some details first there. So I'll just stop the GUI, and we can go from here to this database. Okay. So as I have already connected this MySQL through Visual Studio Code, so I can access it from here. So this is the database which we are working on. Employee management, right? So just click here, expand this. You can see the tables EMP which is here, and here you can see the query tab, right? You can click on this, click plus, and you can write query 1, enter. Okay, it will open here. So from here itself, I can insert some values. So insert into, and you can see here also GitHub Copilot is active and it is suggesting me something. So by default, it is suggesting me an employee table with these fields and values of this, but I don't want this. I want my own table which I have created, that is EMP. Okay, and in this there is only one field, EMP ID, values. Okay, let me wait for suggestion. No suggestion. Fine. You can write. Yeah, so you can see now it is suggesting me. Okay, done. Insert into employee, just one employee ID, value as 1. So 1 as an employee ID, I'm inserting it. I'll execute it. And let's see the result. So yeah, affected rows 1. This is displayed here. Okay, if you want to now see what is there, so select star from EMP. Okay, let's execute this. So you can see the result here, EMP table, EMP ID as one column, and then one row is there, that is with value 1. Now let's go back to this code. I'll close this. Let's execute it again from here and see. So again, the message is that there is an error in connection. So let us check. Okay, so let me just check here that is the MySQL connected properly here. So I'll go to Java projects here, and you can go to the reference library. So you can see nothing is added here in the reference library. So you need to add the MySQL connector with Java, like MySQL Java connector file here. So I'll do that. Click on this plus, and you can go to C drive and then program files. And then here you can search for MySQL. And then here is a connector, MySQL connector J. So before this, you have to download it, MySQL connector, Java connector basically from MySQL website. And it's a WinRAR file. So you can extract the file and just extract it directly over here itself in the C drive program files MySQL folder. And right now you have to open this. So basically .jar file MySQL connector Java 8.1.0 jar. So select this. You have to select this jar library. It's added over here. Okay. Okay, now I'll just refresh it basically. So as it's refreshed, now you can see if I go inside this reference library, you can see MySQL connector here, right? This is added. So now I guess this should work fine. I'll save the code again. Just run it. So yes, but now there is no error in connection, but this is showing blank. There is nothing over here, right? Okay, let's just check this. I guess this is the problem is over here. Okay, so what we'll do here is we'll change this here and we'll set visible to be true. Okay, now let's save it and run. And now let's execute and see if it is working fine. So yes, you can see here it's working fine now. Okay. So employee details, and you have to enter employee ID. So as I have given, you can see it is coming all in no single line here. I've given flow layout. Depending upon which kind of layout you are giving, all these icons will be arranged accordingly. You can use grid layout to make it a more proper grid kind of a structure. You can define the width, height of the each elements. You can define the starting point, that is XY coordinate for all these elements. So all these can be done, but yeah, as I am making a minimalistic project here to demonstrate you the usefulness of GitHub Copilot, that's the reason I just kept it minimal. Okay, so it is displaying here 1 automatically. Okay, because if you see in our code, we have given here select star from employee initially itself when the connection is established. Here, select star from the table, and there's only one value which we have inserted, that is the employee with employee ID 1, and that's the reason it is displaying this over here. Now if I want to insert something, maybe 2, employee with employee ID 2, and click on insert, so it says record inserted. Okay, now let me check if it is actually inserted. So I'll go here and you can execute this query, select star from employee, that is EMP, and let's see the result over here. So you can see 1 and 2. 2 fields are there, 2 rows are there. So it is inserted, successfully, right? Now if I want to insert one more, suppose I'll insert 3 also. Click on insert, the record inserted, and I'll execute this query just again to check. So 1, 2, 3 is there. Okay. Now if I want to delete 1, so suppose I delete 2. Okay, I click on delete. So it says error in deletion. Okay, why is there an error? Let me just pause this, stop this, and go back to the code and see here. I'll close this one. Come to the deletion part. Okay, so it says EID. So this was not our column name. So EMP ID. This was our column name, right? Okay, so let me just change this, save it, and run it again. So you can see here. Now let me delete the values. So if I go to this, how many fields are there in the table? Let me check. Accordingly, only I can delete, right? So if I execute this query, select start from employee table, it's going to show me the result here. So it is 1, 2, 3. Okay, fine. Let me delete 2 and go to delete. So it says record deleted. Okay. Let me see if the record is actually deleted. So I'll execute this again. So you can see 1 and 3, 2 is no more there, right? So it is successfully deleting it. Now if I search something, if I want to search, like I want to search for, okay, before that, I'll add one more. It will be easy to apply search. Okay. Now if I write 3 and click on search, it says error in searching as well. Okay. I'll stop this over here. Go to the code. Yeah, so again, this is the problem. EMP ID. The column name was a problem. Okay, so change that. So GitHub Copilot will suggest you on its own, no research or intelligence, but you have to see where is the problem, how to, modify that suggestion according to your requirement, the logic which you want to write. So make sure you do all these changes accordingly in your project. So I've executed the project again, the codes again, and let me see. So now if I search for 3, so yeah, it's not displaying any error and it's searching. So after search, what has to be done is that in the fields here, the retrieved result should be displayed. So I'm searching for 3 and the result related to 3, all the details related to employee ID 3 should be displayed. As there is only one text box right now, that is the employee ID, and that is the field I'm using to search also, you're not able to clearly find out here that, has it searched or not, because it is searching for 3 and it is displaying also 3. Getting it? But if you can add few more fields here, like employee ID, you can add employee name, you can add maybe employee address, phone number, and all those details. So once you add those details and just enter employee ID here and click on search, and then it will fill out all other details automatically, like employee name, employee address, employee phone number. Then maybe you will be clearly able to distinguish that, okay, this is how search works. But here also it's working fine. It is displaying 3 back again in the text box for employee ID as I am looking for 3. Okay. I'm not put any prompt or dialog box appearing here saying that the search is successful. To check that the search is working fine, you can do that as well. Okay. So this is how we have developed a complete project. I'll just stop this GUI. A complete project of employee management system is developed within few minutes. Right. So this used to be a mini project in colleges when you're studying. Many times you're asked to develop these kind of mini projects using some programming language and some database. Right. You can see now how quickly and efficiently, without any effort, you have been able to develop it. Few more things I'll tell you here. Like suppose, suppose GitHub Copilot has given you some suggestion and you're not able to understand that what the suggestion is. Is it even right? Is it making sense according to what I want? You can do is that you can just select that particular code. Like for example, if I select this, I'm not understanding what this is. I'll copy, Control C, go to the chat option. GitHub Copilot chat is there. If you have used or integrated GitHub Copilot chat with your editor, that is Visual Studio Code here, you can ask Copilot a question. So you can paste this and just enter. It will tell you what this is all about. Okay, and suppose if you are getting any error also in your code, you can search it over here. For example, like right now when we wrote this project and the project output was all in a single line because I've used flow layout, right? But I don't want all those to be in a single line. I want those to be in different lines. So I can ask here GitHub a question. How to, create one text box in one line and next in another in GUI using AWT and Swing. So you can ask this question to GitHub Copilot chat and see here is the code. Create the JFrame with this grid layout menu. So as I told you, grid layout you can use to arrange it in a proper format if you want. Then identify its values as well. And here is a code snippet given as well. Okay, not just that. You can expand this here and just you can check. Let's see what has been done. How is the grid layout being used? So grid layout, 2 rows and 1 column. You can define this and you can arrange your icons. So this is one thing. Second thing which I wanted to tell you over here is that you can debug your code. Like you can see here is the option, run and debug, right? So you can debug the code over here. So if you click on debug, it is going to debug the code. But right now I have not set any breakpoints or anything. So it is debugging the code at the backend. So this is the feature of Visual Studio Code, which is helping you debug. But you can also debug using GitHub Copilot, okay, by writing down a simple prompt. Okay, I'll stop this debugging here. So this is how you can do is what I wanted to tell. You can let it debug completely, or you can also debug using GitHub Copilot. And how you can do that is if you click on here GitHub Copilot Lab, you can see these options. Okay, explain language translation. If you want to translate your code to some other language, like I have written in Java, but you want the same project to be developed in Python, to be developed in C, you can just select all these and translate it from here using language translation to any other language you want. These many options are there. Or there are other options here to debug, clean, fix the bug if there is any, all these things. You can do debugging from here as well. Okay, so if you click on this debug option, it will perform the debugging intelligently using GitHub Copilot. So you can see the results and the process of debugging is being done. Okay. So I'll stop it as of now. Here you can do the complete process of debugging from here itself. So it's complete, right? There's no error or as such anything. And I have not set any breakpoints as well. So in a flow, it does debug the entire code. But you can, place the breakpoints, right? You can select here and do the breakpoint over here. So you can do these breakpoints over here. So wherever you'll put the breakpoint, there the code is going to stop and let you examine from your end, or and then move ahead by giving certain input. Like here's no input as such providing anywhere, right? I'm just like, for example, to insert, we can add here. We can add the breakpoint over here before this is inserted. Yeah. So, and when you click on debug now, these breakpoints, the code is going to stop and it will allow you to provide some action or evaluation from your end, and then it will move ahead and debug, right? So this is how you can do debug using GitHub Copilot, a feature available under GitHub Copilot Labs. Okay, so that's it all about this mini project which we developed. I hope that you have understood it properly and also seen the benefit of using GitHub Copilot.
So now this is our first question. What does public static void main means? If you observe carefully, we have some text that is written in bold, right? So these are all keywords. Okay. So these are all keywords. What do you mean by keywords? That they have a specific purpose and we cannot use them. If we want to use them as a variable name, we cannot. Neither we can use them as function names or method names. These are keywords and have a special purpose, and we cannot use them anywhere else. Now, everything that was written is a keyword that was written in bold and has some fixed meaning. So if we have used a class keyword, that is also a keyword and it is used to declare classes in Java. So if you observe here, we see the public static void main, and over here we have written, if we have written over here class A, and inside this class A we have this driver function, that is our main function, and we are just looping around the variables. Okay, so this class A is nothing but the keyword that is used to declare a class. If we want to access some function or method that is in the class and we want to access it outside the class so that other objects can call them directly, we need to specify that this is a public function, or not even the class. If it is outside the class and in a different class, we want to use some particular function that is in a different class, we need to specify that that function is a public. Now we need to use this access modifier that is public. Static means that it does not belong to a class, so that we don't need to call or create any object. It can be called directly by the JVM with the help of its class name. So that is why if you want to call this main function, so we don't need to create any object, we are directly calling it with the help of its class name. Now the void means that the function that we are currently, the driver function, is not returning anything. This main function is something that JVM will search in order to start the execution of the code. So whenever the JVM sees this, unless and until he sees this public static void main, it doesn't execute or run that function. So the main function is something that JVM will search for in order to start the execution. Now string args takes command line arguments, right? If you have written in your command line, let's suppose this is our command line and we have written java c demo.java. So we are compiling this file. The name of this class is demo, and this is the command that we use in order to compile our program. So once our program is compiled, now for running the program, we use Java and then the name of the class. That's it. Okay. But over here, we are sending some arguments so that those arguments can be used by this string args. So whatever we are sending over here will be stored in this string array. Okay. So 12 will be the first index. That means 0th index. Then there will be apple. And then there will be 89.7. Okay. So whatever we are sending over here, these are the 3 elements in this string array. And after that, what we are doing, we are just looping around this array of strings and we are just printing them one by one. So it will be 12, apple, and 89.7. That's it. Okay. Done. So this is what this code does. And this is the function will always look for what? This driver function, that is public static void main. JVM will always search for this in order to start the execution. And this here we are just sending arguments through the CMD, that is command line. We are sending arguments and those are stored in this string args array. So the next question is Java 100% object oriented? So think over it for 2 seconds. The answer to this question is no. Java is not 100% object oriented because there is something that we use. Those are primitive data types like int, float, char, long. So these are all primitive data types and we are not using any classes or we are not using any objects. So in order to make Java 100% object oriented, we use wrapper class. That we are using this INTEGR. That is the class that we used in order to create the variable that is of type integer. So we can use these integer classes so that it will act as an object and not as a primitive data type. The wrapper class in Java provides the mechanism to convert primitive into an object and vice versa. So we can use these wrapper classes to convert primitive data types into objects and objects into primitive data types. Okay, so integer is the wrapper class that is used for data type int, and similarly we have float for converting this data type or primitive data type float into a wrapper class that is object. Similarly for character for char we have character. So these are all the wrapper classes that we have in order to convert our primitive data types like int, float, char and long into objects, thus making our Java 100% object oriented. Now the next question is, what is the difference between double equal to and dot equals to? Now if we observe carefully, the difference is that whenever we use new keyword to create an object, even though we are trying to store the same value, let's suppose we are trying to store hello, and both these are two different objects, right? We have created these two objects and even though we are storing same values, what happens in the memory, right, in the heap memory, both of these will be two different references, right? This will be, let's suppose this is 102 and this is 101, or let's suppose this is 200, okay, and this is 100. So here it will be stored hello and it will be having a reference of s1, it will have a reference of s2. Again, it will be having a value of hello. So now if we do equal to s1 double equal to s2, although these are having the same value but the references are different, it will result that will be the output will be false if we are checking if these two values are equal. But if we want to check the content of these two strings, what we use dot equals. So what we do, if we do s1 dot equals s2, what happens, it will check for the content. So the content is hello in both of these strings, so it will result the output will be as true. So this is the difference between double equal to and equal to. In nutshell, if we want to know what is double equal to, it will check for the references. If the references of two objects are equal or not, that is double equal to. Now if you want to do the content, if you want to check the content, you have to use dot equals method in order to check the content of two strings s1 and s2, if the content is same or not. So if you see the example over here, we are using this class demo, and in this we have a driver function, and in this driver function we are using string new hello. That is, we are creating a new string a, and in this string we are having, this is our memory, this is the heap memory, and in this memory we have this hello right over here, and this, let's suppose we have a reference of 100. So in this string is a is pointing to this reference and string b is pointing to a different hello, because we are using new keyword, so every time it will create a new object in the heap. So in this also we have hello. Okay, so we have two strings that are pointing to different locations. Now what will be the output of this? This will be obviously false. So now if we observe carefully, what will be the output of this a equal to b? So since we are using this new keyword, so new memory locations will be allocated for both a and b. So that is why the output of a equal to b will be false. But if we want to check the content of these two strings a and b, the content is same. So that is why we get output over here as true. Okay, because the content of a and b is same. Let me just erase it a little bit over here so that it is visible to you guys. So this is the first memory location over here, and it has the reference of 200 and it has the address or reference of 100. So both of these two strings are pointing to different memory locations. So that is why the reference is not same. So that is why we have this result as false. And for the content, both of these have content. So both the strings have equal content in them. So that is why we have the result as true. Now the next question is, what is singleton class and how can we do it? So a class in which we cannot create more than one object. So here's a class, and in this class we cannot create more than one object. More than one object, we cannot create that. So that class is known as singleton class. Okay, so the question is, can we make any class as singleton class? Yes, we can make any class as singleton class by a simple thing, that making our constructor as private. If our constructor is private, this is one of the ways. There are several ways to make a singleton class. So this is one of the ways that we can make our constructor private. Now that our constructor is private, so we cannot call or create any object outside the class. So how can we create only one object? By making a function which calls that constructor only once by setting up flags. Once we do that, we can only create a single object. After that, we will set our flag as false, and then we cannot, even though we are calling that function to create or call a constructor, we cannot do it because we have already set our flag as false. This is one of the way that we can do to create a singleton class. Now the next question is, what is the difference between this and super keyword? So if we talk about super is generally associated with the parent class. Now let's suppose you have class, and this is the parent class, and then you have a second class. This is your child class, which inherit some of the properties from parent class. So this class is your child class, and we named it C, and it extends P. Okay. So now we have these two classes in place. Now let's suppose you want to call any function, method or variable, right? Data member or methods of your parent class. Can you do it? Even constructor, can you call any of these things, right? Data members, constructors, or even methods. Can you call any of these things of the parent class? Yes, you have to use the super keyword. So super is generally associated with parent class. We use extends keyword because we are using inheritance that established a parent-child relationship. Once that is done, we can call methods, data members, constructors of the super class. While calling the parent constructor, we use super, and it has to be if we are calling the constructor, right? Now, if you are calling data members, methods, then it doesn't have to be the first line. But when you are calling the constructor of the parent class, it has to be the first line in the code block. Okay. Now, let's suppose you have a constructor over here, right? You have a constructor. So super has to be the first line of code so that the constructor of parent class can be called. So this is super. Now, once we are done with this super, what does this keyword? So this is generally associated with its own class, that is the current class. It refers to the same class. Now let's suppose if we have this P class, it refers to the elements or data members, functions and constructors of this class itself. Okay. So you can call the current class methods, data members and constructor using this keyword. Okay. Now let's suppose you have here data members, you have constructor, you have methods. Now if you want to call the same data members, constructors and methods of this class itself, you use this keyword. So super refers to the parent class and this refers to the current class. While calling the class constructor, this has to be also the first line of the code. So if you are calling the constructor and in that constructor you're calling the same constructor in the same class, it has to be again the first line of code when you're calling the constructor. Okay. Now the next question is, why Java string has additional method of creation of the object? Now we know we can only create object with the help of new keyword, but in strings we have another option of creating an object, that is with the help of this assignment operator. We can use this assignment operator to create an object. So string is the most commonly used data type in the development world. When we create objects via assignment, that is we create with the help of assignment operator, memory allocation takes place in string constant pool. Now this is what is your heap, and in this heap we have one area that is known as SCP. If I just maximize this SCP over here, now what happens, we have used this new keyword to create an object. What happens, it will check in the SCP that if that object is created in the SCP or not. If it is not, it will create an object in heap as well as in SCP. But once you have created this string with the help of this equal to sign, that is this assignment operator, it will always create an object in the SCP. And next time when you again create this S2, now this is your object, this is S1. Now next time when you create this object S2, in this time it will check if that object is present in the string constant pool or not. If it is, it will refer to that same object. Else it will create a new object in the SCP. So this is with the help of this assignment operator. Now what happens over here, if you see, now if you have multiple variables or objects that are referring to the same value, at that time you are not creating any extra memory, right? In heap, the garbage collector removes the memory that is not being used, but in SCP, until and unless JVM stops its execution, the memory will not be freed. So if you see now, if we have different, let's suppose we have 10 variables and all of these 10 objects are having a value of 100. So all of these S1, S2, S3 and so on to S100 will be referring to this same memory location. So then for S1, new memory will be allocated, but for S2, it will refer to the previously created object. This enables memory efficiency. So memory is used efficiently. Now the next question is, does Java support object-oriented paradigm? Obviously, Java supports 4 pillars of object-oriented programming, right? Those are encapsulation, abstraction, polymorphism, and inheritance. Now, how does Java do it? So if you talk about encapsulation, it means wrapping up of data and methods together. Let's suppose you have this class, right? And in this class, you have data members and you have methods, right? Now, once you have created this class, now what you are doing, you are wrapping up data and methods together. So Java class is used to implement encapsulation. So this class is used to implement encapsulation as it contains both data members and functions or methods. So this is what you mean by encapsulation. Now, if you talk about abstraction, we have, let me just erase all the things first. Yeah, if we talk about encapsulation, now it means that we are creating classes, right? So if we talk about abstraction, it means we are hiding irrelevant information. So how can you hide it? By using abstract class or by using abstraction. So if we are using abstraction, it means that we are not using 100% abstraction. Now with the help of abstract class, we can create classes which are both abstract and non-abstract. So that means we are not using 100% abstraction. But if you want to do 100% abstraction, you have to use interfaces, because that is a class which contains all the methods, or it is a class which has all its methods as abstract, right? There is no definition of those methods. So in order to do 100% abstraction, we use interfaces. Okay, so this is how you do abstraction. And if you talk about polymorphism, polymorphism refers to implementation of a task in many ways. That means we can do overloading. That means we can call same function with different parameters, and we can do overriding. That means we can call same function and give its different implementation in the child class when we talk about inheritance. So if we talk about polymorphism, so polymorphism, in that we can do overloading and overriding. So overloading happens within a class and overriding happens when we are using inheritance. So inheritance is the 4th programming pillar. It basically refers to inheriting properties from one class by another class using extends keyword. It is used to implement inheritance in Java. So now let's suppose if you have a parent class, and in that parent class you have some methods and you want to use that method in the child class as well. So what you will do, you will use class C, which is the child class, and it extends P. That means we can use the method that is over here. That is, let's suppose this is an add method, and we can use that same add method without declaring it or without defining it over here. We can use that method and we can call that method using inheritance. Now let's talk about why Java doesn't support multiple inheritance. So if you observe this example over here, we have a class A, and in this we have a data member as X. We have a class B. In this we have data member as X as well. Now if there's a class C, and which extends both A and B, which happens in case of multiple inheritance, right? But now if class C wants to access X, now he is confused that will he refer to this X or this X. Now this is known as ambiguity. Now due to the fact that Java does not support multiple inheritance, is that due to the fact that this is having ambiguity, right? So in this case, he does not know which X to refer. Now this is what is known as ambiguity. So another class C wants to extend A and B. There will be ambiguity on X that from which class it should be considered. But you have multiple inheritance via interfaces. Now what happens if you want to do multiple inheritance but without using the extend keyword? We have something known as interfaces, with the help of which we can do multiple inheritance. Now let's talk about another question, which is what are the different access specifiers supported by Java? So there are 4 access specifiers that are supported by Java. It is basically to depict that what will be the audience of a particular code. Let's suppose we have one function, and that can be either private, default, protected, or public. Now these 4 access specifiers let the audience know about the accessibility of that function. So if that function is private, that function can be used only within a class. Now let's suppose this is a class, and in this we have a method named fun. Now this fun is accessible within this class only. Now if it is a default, then it is available within the package, within its package. Let's suppose this is a package, and in this package you have different programs, and in that different programs you have functions, and those functions are default. So within the package, those functions can be accessed by any of these classes. Okay. Now if it is a protected, it will be accessible within its class as well as to the subclasses in other packages. Now let's suppose this is package 2 and this is package 1, and in this package, if it is a protected, then it can be accessible within the subclasses of other packages too. Now if it is public, then all the classes can access that function. So it is public, then there is no restraint to it. So these are 4 access specifiers: private, default, protected, and public. Now the next question is, what is type promotion? So if you see the example over here, in this example we have a class demo, and in this class we have sum, which is a method, right? And in this method we have 2 parameters, right? So one is integer and another is float. Now this is doing there are 2 statements which it does, and we have another function or method that is again named as sum, and it has 2 parameters. One is float and another is also float. Okay. Now if you observe carefully that what we are doing over here, we are doing overloading. That means we have same function name with different parameters. Now this is our driver function, and in this driver function we are calling sum with 2 arguments, 2 and 3. Both of them are integer. Now what happens, it looks for the sum function which is having 2 arguments, and those 2 arguments are integer. Over here he checks if this is integer. First argument is integer, yes it is, but second is not, so it will leave it, right? Now it will check for if both in this function, right, if both the parameters are integer or not. In this case they are not. Now it goes back to that function in which there was one integer and another was float. Now what it does, it is not the exact found, right? It is not the exact parameters, but it will be promoted. Its type will be promoted from int to float. So now if we check if this function is called, it will call this function, that is int and float, because one of its parameters is promoted. This is what is known as type promotion. Now the output will be system.out.println int float sum. So now because one of our integer data type has been promoted to float, and its output will be a plus b, that is 2 plus 3.0, which is 5.0. So this will be your output. This is what is known as type promotion. Since it was not able to find a match, so what it does, it promotes one of its parameters. Okay, now let's talk about some of the input output questions. So the first question is that we have this function given, and in this function we are declaring and initializing a variable with the name of a class that is string. So the question is, whatever is in this variable that is named as string, we are trying to print out its data. So can we do this is the main question. Can we use this, the name of the class, that is this string is nothing but a class, right? We have this class, inbuilt class in Java, right? So can we use this name as a variable name? So the output of this question is 5. That means we can treat this class name as a variable name. It is not treated as a keyword, hence it can be used as an identifier. So this question will result as 5 as an output. Okay, so now let's move on to the next question. In this question we are declaring two variables, right? A and B. So A is declared as 10 and B is declared as 3. So the question is, we have this double answer and it is a double. These two are integer type. Okay, and this is of type double. Whatever we are trying to store is that we are dividing integer by integer. So what we will get as an output is 10 divided by 3, right? So this is a question, what will be the output of this answer? So in this question, what we are trying to do, we are trying to divide 10 by 3, which will give us, since this is an integer divided by integer, so whatever is in the decimal part will be truncated. That means they will not be taken into consideration. So it will result as 3. It will give us an output as 3. Since we are assigning this 3 to a variable which is double, right? So whatever will be the answer, it will be in the form of double. So the answer will store 3.0, right? So this will be your output. Okay, so if you see, the output is 3.0. The explanation is given as, when we divide integer by integer, it will result as 3. But since we are assigning it to double, it will becomes 3.0. So this is your second question, which was regarding the integer by integer division. Now let's move on to our third question. So if you see this question, in this we have again a function, that is our derived function. In this we have declared an integer I which is equal to 0. So in this question, what we need to find, we need to find the result that will be stored in I after this loop is executed. So if you observe carefully, in this loop we are using post decrement and pre-increment operators. Okay, both of these are unary operators. How does post increment happen? So it will be first assigned, then incremented, right? This is what happens. And in pre-increment, it is first incremented and then assigned, right? So this is how it happens. So let's see what will be the value. So here it will be 0 and it will be compared, right? 0 is less than or equal to? Yes, it is. So here it will be compared with 0, and then after this statement is executed, after this statement is done, its value will be incremented and it will become 1. But when we are over here, it will be incremented at this point, it will be 2, right? So next 2 is less than or equal to 10 will be compared. This is our first iteration. This happens in our second iteration, right? So again, it will be 2, and in the next it will become 3, and in here it becomes 4. 4 is less than or equal to 10, right? Similarly, we have 6 is less than or equal to 10, then 8 less than or equal to 10, then 10 less than or equal to 10. Yes, it is equal to. So then what happens? It will be again compared. It will be again, now it will become, here we are comparing it with 10. It will become, in the next step it will become 11, and over here it becomes 12. So 12 will be compared, but it's incremented. So here 12 will be compared, but in the next step, whenever it goes out of this loop, that means this condition is false, but the value of I is 13, right? So if we see the output of this question, it is that it will give us as 13 as an output. So if you see here, why this happens? Because since we are comparing 0, 2, 4, 6, 8 and 12, but here at the end, when we are comparing 12 less than or equal to 10, it is what we are doing. We are doing here the post increment. So here what we are comparing 12, but the increment is already in process, right? So it is going to happen after this statement is executed. So here it comes out of the while loop, but still this operation of increment is left. So what happens? It gets increment in the next step. So that is why our output of I is equal to 13. That is our answer. Okay. Now let's see the next question. So if you observe here, we have this main function right over here, and here we have this display function. Now this display function is doing nothing but printing out this 2D array that we have over here. We are printing out the elements in it. That's it. Okay. So now the question is, are these 1, 2, 3, and 4, these set of declarations of a 2D array, are these valid or not? So this is the question. Now if you observe carefully, in the first declaration of a 2D array, we are declaring array name and then these two subscripts we are using. So this is a valid declaration, right? So this is what we do usually. But so that means the first one is correct. If we observe carefully, the second one, we are using these subscripts in front of this, and after that we are removing the previous one. Okay. So in nutshell, that means we are using this subscript in front with a space over here, and then the name of the array, that is array 2, and then we are using the second subscript. So this is also a valid declaration of a 2D array. Similarly, if we see the third one, we are using space over here and over here. This is also a valid declaration. So if you observe carefully, in the second declaration, we were using space after this integer keyword, right? We have this int data type, and then we have this one subscript, and then there's a space. Okay, so it was something like this: int, then this, then there was a space. But over here we are using int, then a space, then the subscript, then the name of the array, that is array 4, and then we have this. So all of these declaration of a 2D array are valid. So if we use this display function for all of these 4 declarations, we'll get whatever is in this array. In this 2D array we have 1, 2, 3, 4. So that is what we get as an output. So after that 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So if you see, we have, this is due to the fact that we are using array 1 declaration, array 2 declaration, array 3 declaration, and array 4 declaration. So all of these are valid declarations, and this will be the output. The next question is that we are using 2 main functions. So this is our driver function. So now we need to find out if this is a valid program. Will it result in an error, or whatever, will it work fine? Okay, so now we have this our driver function, right? This is our main function, and in this main function we are calling another function, that is main, and it will call this function, right? And then it will print out. So is this valid? Yes, it is. So since we have this main function, which is the driver function, which will be expecting some arguments if we are sending any arguments from the console or the command prompt, right? So if there are no arguments, then what will happen? It will go on to the next step, which is calling this main function, and it will call this main function. Since this is a static function, so we don't need to create any objects, and it will directly print out fake main as an output. So this is what will be the output. So the explanation is simple. So the compiler will start execution from the main, that is the main function. This is the driver function. The compiler will start the execution, which is public static void main, right? So it will look for these set of keywords that we have public static and void, and then what it takes string as an argument, and second, main will be treated as a normal method, which is explained, right? So it will look for this public static void, and then it will call this main driver function, and it will look for arguments if there are any. But after that, it will call this. The second step is calling this main function and printing out whatever is in it. That is fake main. So output will be fake main. Now let's see this. The next question, it is that we have this function over here, and in this function what we have an integer variable which is having a value of x. Now we are using this shorthand notation of x into 3 plus 7. So what will be the output of this? So this is nothing but x into 3 plus 7. So this is the output. This is similar to this thing and it will be assigned to x. So these two statements are equivalent, right? This is one and the same thing. So if we see, let me just erase this arrow, and if we see what will be the output over here in this case it is fairly simple. First we add these two, it is 10, and then we multiply it with 5. So that will be assigned to x. So it will be 50 that is assigned to x, and then that value will be printed. So the output is 50 because we can treat this thing as this thing, okay? X into 3 plus 7 is similar to x into plus, we have written 3 plus 7, that's it, okay? Now let's move on to our next question. So now we have this function, and over in this function we have a variable a that is assigned a value of 1, and we have a b which is having these operations that pre-increment and post-increment. So what happens, we are incrementing a, and in what fashion? We are incrementing it both with post and pre. So over here this is a pre-increment, so this will be 2, and over here it will be again 2, but in the next step it will become 3, okay? So if we observe carefully in this, what we have 2 plus 2 which is assigned to b, that is 4 will be assigned, but in the next step a will be 3, right? So a is equal to 3. So what will be the output of a and b? It will be 3, and what will be the output of b? It will be 4. So if you see the output, pre-increment works in this fashion, that first we increment and then assign, and post-increments works in this fashion, that first we assign and then increment. So this is what happened over here. First we assign the value, and after that this is the post increment. So we assign the value, and in the next step it's got incremented. But over here it is a pre-increment, so it got incremented first and then assigned. Similarly, the value of a is now 2, so that is what is assigned to this value, this a plus plus, that is the post increment. So that is why we have the value as 3 of a, and b is equal to 4. So this is the end of this tutorial. So we covered some of the most commonly asked questions which were theoretical. Some of them were theoretical and some of them were output based questions. So this is it from this tutorial. Thank you.
Now we have reached the end of this video. You have made good progress from writing your first lines of code to tackling complex concepts like multithreading and file handling. We started with the basics, built a solid foundation, and then moved on to more advanced parts of Java programming. Along the way, you didn't just learn to write code, but you also learned how to solve problems like a true developer. So if you have enjoyed our video so far, please subscribe to our channel for more such informative content. I look forward to seeing what you will create next. Keep coding, keep building, and remember, this is just the start of your journey.